I've done little on-air interviews before, but I've never actually been. Do you have anything to tell me? Okay. Oh, easy. Just make sure you don't swear. It's hilarious. Does that happen?
Occasionally, sometimes,
You get like hype.
hardly I've actually, despite the fact I have a potty mouth,
I know I have a potty mouth too.
I'm surprised I've never actually spoken.
So we're watching, we're doing the Red Deer and SAIT game. Exciting! Okay. Where's the SAIT team? Not out yet? Okay. So, fun fact, Tara Carter and Cassie Blair both got all conference honors on SAIT. Yeah. Woo! Go team! I was like, hello. Hey.
All right, we've all right.
Do I introduce myself?
I'll plead. Hello and welcome. It's a cold and windy morning outside of the Airdrie Curling Club. We've got day 2 of the SAIT of the ACAC Curling Championship. I'm Kevin Kraft alongside Caitlin Purcell. Caitlin, we're seeing a mixed matchup here between SAIT and Red Deer. The first rock has been thrown, and we got it there at the little far down, so maybe a slight overshot, but we'll see.
Actually, normally.
Just a little hot right now.
All right. I'm not getting any playback.
Sorry, what was that?
I'm not getting any playback.
Oh,
So, I mean, first two shots are thrown, and it's a clear board. So, what will be the feeling going on for this?
I feel like this will be a good matchup. You know, Red Deer is quite the mixed team this year. They had two of their members already who got all conference honors. I have no doubt that it's going to be a great game. Our SAIT team had a wonderful, wonderful match yesterday, so I think we're feeling good going into this match.
And they'll let that one just kind of sit at the top. It does get pretty close to the button, so a nice shot there.
Yeah, curling's such a, you wouldn't think so. You'd think it's get it as close as you can, but there's so much strategy involved. Every rock they choose to throw is strategy based on what they think the opponent's going to do, what they think is the best idea, based on who's throwing first even. So yeah, we'll see how this matchup goes.
We'll send that one just off to the left of the center line, and they'll knock that red one out, and it'll kind of peel off to the side.
Yeah, it's a good idea for Red Deer to try and keep their rocks in there. That first one sent both out, but the more rocks that are in the house, obviously you get the points, but also it makes it harder strategy-wise for the other team to play with it. I'll be interested to see what SAIT does with their throw here, whether they're looking to clear house or whether they're hoping to push it to the button here.
Definitely a wide shot there.
And that was beautiful. That's exactly what you want. You want to be able to push out the other team's rock, but also have yours ricochet as close in as you can. Clearing out house, unfortunately, takes your rock out of play, which almost nulls the end.
I mean, both teams playing it pretty simple and straightforward, just throwing and then knocking them out.
Beautiful. You can tell that one might have been a little off from what they wanted, but we'll see how SAIT matches up with this one. They threw a beautiful last rock to ricochet themselves in, so we'll see what happens.
We'll see if this has enough weight to it. It should be good here, and
beautiful.
They do it. And even get that rock a little closer to within the house. And looks like there might be quite a bit of weight on this shot.
Definitely.
And that'll clear the board now.
Yep.
Basically reset to square one.
I do wonder if she's overturning, and that's why hers are going outside or not, but yeah, with this clear house, we'll see what SAIT's plan is now. Maybe they're going to set up some guards or just push to the button again. That one looks a little heavy coming in. We'll see how it settles. Yeah, just a little bit too much weight on that one.
Yeah, overshot. Not what they wanted to do there.
Red Deer goes.
And
We'll see. Those first few stones of the day are always tough. The ice is brand new. It doesn't have the same hold that yesterday did. So it's interesting to see how everyone throws. But that's a beautiful stone from Red Deer. Now this is a heavy one coming in.
you're gonna try and get that to curl further inside, just to
Definitely.
nails it right
There we go.
and stays in play.
Yeah.
This looks to be Red Deer's last shot of this first end.
Okay. Let's steal that big one.
And so
Here we go. Red Deer's coming in pretty heavy here. Oh.
And just
yeah.
barely missed it. So now SAIT having a chance of maybe scoring two here.
Yeah, that's a tough throw for Red Deer, but a good chance for your SAIT to capitalize on that. If I'm SAIT here, I'm setting up a guard to keep that one in play and then try and curl some around afterwards. We'll see how they play this.
And the stone's coming just off center, but pretty much dead center.
Yeah, they're hoping for this one to straighten out a little bit more.
And it looks like it will. Ooh, this could be close, and it just overshoots.
That one might be just on the edge if SAIT's lucky. But that's a great shot. That's what you want to do. You want to make it harder for the other team to hit both your rocks out, and that's exactly what they did. It's almost like a split in bowling. Make it as tough as you can for the other team.
So it was my mistake. We were not at the last shot yet. So Red Deer. There's stones everywhere when you got 6 games going on at once. You know, 6 games and 3 simultaneous tournaments because we have the men's, women's, and mixed.
Yep.
And here's a heavy shot. They're going to want to... This is probably a smart choice because they're going to knock the one that is most definitely in, and
Definitely.
so that was a good shot to just try and keep SAIT from piling up rocks in that house.
Like I said earlier, Red Deer with those 2 all-conference players, that really stacks them up well. Obviously, they've shown to the conference their skill and ability in curling, and we're seeing it out here today.
And it looks like they might just be trying to drop close to center. I believe this is SAIT's last stone. Although if I'm wrong again, that'd be a little embarrassing, but
I know. It's looking a little quick coming in. Hopefully it slows up.
And oh, it's in.
settles just in time.
So Red Deer will have the final stone of the end. They're gonna pick their shot.
With this being Red Deer's last stone, they're going to try for that split play to knock both out, or at least to take the middle, ricochet, and take the button there. But
you don't want to be too heavy and have your rock. You don't want to have your rock roll out and then you don't get any points.
Yeah, no.
Unless you're going for the blank end, which
at this point that would be a good play from Red Deer to go for the blank, but unfortunately, SAIT with that last play will be tough.
stone's coming and definitely looks pretty heavy. Oh, it stays in.
And Red Deer takes it with
So
that last rock. That's what they wanted that first time. Unfortunately, it was just a little too heavy, but they did it with this one.
It was very nicely done. They get Red Deer with one. So pretty even matched, I think, with that first end.
Definitely, yeah. For that first place, after that third tournament, for Red Deer to come out in first and SAIT to be in that third, it's definitely going to be a close matchup. I think Red Deer only pulling away with one out of that is great for SAIT, and an amazing last shot from Red Deer.
And that shot, just top of the button almost.
Yeah, they're playing a pretty aggressive game today. Both teams are. There's a lot less defense than I've seen in other games, or even looking around at the other sheets, you can see there's a lot more defensive play on the other sheets. So.
So this shot coming from Julia Feger, the lead for the Trojans. Just gonna bump that Blue Rock, but the Blue Rock stays in.
She just didn't quite get the line that I think she wanted there, but that sets Red Deer up really nicely for the same thing that SAIT did last time.
So Regan Cox will have the throw. And that looks pretty light. So we'll see. And just at the top. But honestly, that is not a bad shot. You'd like to have that kind of guard.
Definitely not. That's a little bit more of that defense that I was talking about. That makes it tough for SAIT to decide if they're going to come in aggressively, try and clear out, or if they're going to try and curl around.
Let's see what SAIT does. Almost look like they might be trying to curl around that guard, maybe slightly. And
It's a little heavy coming in. Hopefully it sits. And
Oh.
it's perfect.
beautifully done when it just curled right at the right moment to get it right in there.
Perfect. And that's what I was talking about, whether they're looking to clear and think they can take both, or whether they were hoping to curl around. We'll be interested to see if Red Deer can pull off this next shot without hitting away both their stones or one of them.
Looks like some good weight on this one. Very heavy shot. Oh, and ooh.
That's a tough shot to make.
Yeah, they were just trying to hit that red, and they missed. Not by too much. A good sit, just by just about 6 inches or so. And so SAIT is still sitting with one.
Perfect. It looks like they're trying to curl in around again on the other side this time.
Well, they did the right side. Why not the left side? Let's see.
See if they can scooch past.
Just bumped it, but they are past it. So they are sitting two now.
Definitely. If anything, that puts the red stone that we have in the middle there, that puts them in an even better position, because now it's harder yet for Red Deer to kick that out.
So they're trying to discuss what they might do with this shot. Because now they got two rocks to try and maybe
Looks like
get
they're
out of it.
trying for the same shot again, based on the chattering that I can hear. And yeah, we'll see how that goes.
This could be good.
Perfect.
And they did just get it. So it's still SAIT sitting. But Red Deer now has some rocks to work with to maybe bump one further in, but depends on what SAIT might do.
Without a doubt. And Red Deer hit away that harder stone to hit, so now that other one is left unguarded, out in the open, easy to knock out.
And quite a bit of curl on that one. It's gonna.
We're looking like we're hoping to hit this one on the inside and then bounce in.
Yeah.
Oh, and it sits, it freezes right there.
Yeah, they wanted it further inward just to maybe get it to peel to that center, but not quite what they wanted. And it looks like they're just sitting one with those two outer rocks not being, being pretty close distance, but I do think it's just one right now. So far, half the rocks have been thrown by each team in this end. And looks like they might be trying to kind of bump that top rock further inward. Maybe. Or no, they were bumping the SAIT's rock, and so now Red Deer looks like they're sitting one, just barely though.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh, that is very close actually.
that's a close one.
I do think it's Red Deer just by
Yeah,
a little fraction of an inch of granite.
definitely. You can tell the SAIT player even walked over and had to take a glance and see.
And you know it's serious when we've got a jacketless curler in this cold of a building.
I know. I'm freezing. I can't imagine, but stakes are certainly a lot higher for these players out here today, trying to prove themselves and also earn themselves a spot at CCAA Nationals.
Yeah. And so, man, this is getting interesting. Yeah, I mean, like in a tournament this short, you gotta be on it for all of the days. Like the big tournaments like the Scotties and Briar. I mean, they're like a week. They're a week long. Like they're more than a week long even. But so you have a few times to, you have a chance to be not as careful, I guess, for lack of a better term. But in this 3 day tournament, that's like not much.
Oh yeah, and if you do have a bad game, getting that mindset back you've got a very, very short amount of time with multiple matches in a day to get that mindset back that you want.
And that rock will just peel out. And once again, it looks like SAIT's rock is closer, but
yeah, I would agree. Oh, it looks like they're trying to pull to the button there.
And I'm not sure if that weight is what they wanted. It might pull a little short. Yeah, it looks like it's going to just be a high guard and to the right by that original Joe's logo. So I'm not sure if that was their intention to put that there. I think Red Deer maybe looking to either knock that red out or just kind of curl it into the center.
Yeah.
Each team has 2 shots left, so gotta make sure that.
We'll see. I know SAIT's probably hoping to make that point up and hopefully a couple more for them, so.
And this one has some mustard to it.
They're holding off, hoping for a bit more curl here.
And
there we go. That one just freezes right there.
And now they have 3. But 3 on the outside, that may not, like they may, for their final rock, they definitely want to get one kind of close in because SAIT having hammer, or no, Red Deer has hammer. So.
Yeah, that puts Red Deer in a good position, but having that blue stone up at the top there, that Red Deer stone, if SAIT can make this a perfect shot to end it off, they can snag it.
Well, if they can kind of curl it right behind that top blue guard and make it really hard to get it out of there.
Yep.
Like, let's see. Yeah, it looks like that's maybe what they're doing. But if you are going to curl it behind that top rock, you don't want it to be too far behind because then it's easier for Red Deer to get in and hit it. You want it close enough where the curl you'd need is somewhat of a tough shot, if not,
No doubt. Even if they can kind of push it to the left there, their left, in between their high red one and Red Deer's blue, that would be perfect, exactly what they want. Because maneuvering a shot, and there we go.
And that is a good shot there as well. To put it next to that is a brilliant.
Chin. and they've taken it with that one. See Red Deer here trying to talk through what their plans are.
Okay, so SAIT does have hammer. I don't know why I'm getting confused. So, yeah, so Red Deer, I mean, they're going to maybe try and get a little 3-rock kind of jam up there. But again, I mean, with the inside of the house being wide open, it'll be a kind of an opportunity for SAIT to try and just draw as close to the button. So we'll see what Red Deer will do with Cassidy Blair, the Red Deer skip.
And she is quite the curler. Yesterday, watching her in the match they had, you can tell like her presence on the sheet is just. She definitely leads by example on this team, so we'll be interested to see how this rock goes.
Final rock coming for Red Deer. And will this be the weight that she wanted? That'll be... Oh, and right through. Not the shot they were hoping for. And now a chance for SAIT to score 2.
Yeah, this is a great chance for SAIT to kind of take those 2 and get themselves back in the game.
So Brady Johnson, skip for SAIT, will have the final rock of this second end. And if they can get it where they want it, it could be a score of 2 to get SAIT leading by 3, or to get up by 2-1. And no, not. So that'll just be a score of 1, but we're a tie game now.
And that's okay. I don't think that's quite what SAIT wanted to waste that rock the way that they did, but that's okay. They still inch out with 1 point, so we're a tie game. Brings them back to 0-0.
Yeah, basically reset with an end number 3. And definitely, I mean, both teams playing it safe, and both teams they're curling pretty well. I mean, they're making a good amount of their shots.
No doubt. Yeah, Cassidy on that last rock, you could tell she was going for more of an aggressive play. She knocks that SAIT rock out, and then RDP sitting at 4 for the end. So that was a bit of an aggressive play, but that's probably the most we've seen out of this game so far.
But sometimes it's good to go aggressive early on because you still have multiple ends to recover if it doesn't go as planned.
No doubt. There's nothing to lose. Going crazy in the early phases of the game, or also I'm a big believer in the Hail Mary. So you're down by enough, just throw a Hail Mary and hope for the best.
Well, yeah, we're neither team playing desperate yet.
Definitely not. It's a long game. There's lots of opportunities during a match to kind of prove yourself and play your game. So
it looks like they're just going to put a guard right on top. Yep. It is in play though. As we look at a camera that looks like it's from the 50s or something.
Yeah, we'd like to apologize for the state of that camera. Certainly not ours.
That camera's been here since my grandpa curled. My grandpa was an avid curler, and definitely one of the few games that he took very seriously, and so.
Oh, for sure. I know my grandpa's pushing 70 now, and he's still out curling every Tuesday. So
Yeah.
that's kind of the wonderful thing about curling is like we see athletes here in the peak of their lives and the peak of their athleticism, and curling's a sport that you can continue like no matter your age. And I think that's just beautiful. It's such a skill-based game, but it takes such insane skill, athleticism, and also like strategy. Like it's such a strategic game. You have
Definitely.
to use your mind with everything that you're doing, and yeah, it just shows the intelligence of all of these athletes out here today.
It's definitely somewhat of a chess on ice.
Definitely. That's a great way to put it.
Yeah. But even in the recent years, like with the way that they like make their shots, it's definitely a lot more athleticism is being incorporated.
Oh, no doubt.
With it takes a lot of control, and I mean, you were a curler, and
I was a curler. I definitely, I had my run in high school for a couple of years there. I signed up for every sport I possibly could, and yeah, curling came up, and I jumped at the opportunity to add another sport to my resume, I guess. And yeah, we were lucky enough to go on to provincials twice. We won gold both times. So yeah, that was a great experience for me. Can't say I was the most strategic, but I definitely had a touch of athleticism that helped.
yeah, and I mean, all these schools in the ACAC have such incredible athletic programs.
Oh,
I mean,
no
SAIT has, SAIT's got plenty. I've done plenty of SAIT's sports, and I mean, their men's basketball team with 6 championships in the ACAC. So
crazy. Reigning national champs last year, and they face up against the Lethbridge Kodiaks today in their playoff game to hopefully make it to the Final Four. So I'll be running there later today to go run that game, and I'm very excited.
And on Red Deer's side, both their hockey teams won the championships last year, and
Oh yeah, Red Deer hockey is always good. They've consistently been good. Hockey's, for the women's side anyways, is a bit newer to a lot of the teams in the league, or it's coming back, and yeah, but Red Deer definitely, amazing athletic programs.
but it is definitely the mark of Canadian schools that there is curling leagues. So
Oh, definitely. I know. Hopefully we see a few more schools joining us over the next few years.
yeah, I mean, in terms of hockey, they were talking about the Korea team, which unfortunately wasn't able to finish that, and not able to play SAIT due to some injuries. But
Yeah.
if we could see maybe even a Korean curling team in the future, that would always love to expand the sport of curling.
Definitely. I think that would be quite fun. We'll see how the Korean hockey team feels about that, about a little bit of curling, but... Oh. And Red Deer just didn't get the curl that they wanted on that rock, unfortunately.
They've had a few of those shots in this game where they just kind of miss slightly, and then it runs through.
I know. And SAIT has to be happy with this end so far.
No, they're playing very well. They're getting the rocks in the places that they want to.
Definitely. I think they've kind of gotten used to the ice. They're kind of getting their game together, so...
And there's another good shot to be sitting 2.
Yeah, SAIT's definitely looking happy. I don't know if the broadcast is showing it, but there's some big SAIT smiles walking back right now.
Yeah, that's kind of the shot they wanted. So Red Deer...
Red Deer's going to try and answer that here.
Oh yeah.
You can see a lot of weight on this rock coming in, a lot of speed.
Oh yeah, they're gonna really.
They're pushing hard, hoping that it straightens out here. They want to knock both.
Yeah, they get past the guard, and they get one out of there. And they do have their blue one in there. It's not the shot rock, but that does make it a little easier to try and clear it up. But of course, SAIT may just, well, they might just, oh, they're just gonna, looks like they might just try and knock that blue one out.
No doubt. That's what I was thinking as well.
So, honestly, like, that first end is complete night and day to these last two ends, where these teams they're making things interesting. They're trying to.
Definitely.
It's definitely not straightforward, as I said it was in the first. So.
Yeah, it's that chess
Oh,
game
what a
that
shot!
You mentioned. Like, and this is my favorite part of watching curling is seeing what shots the curlers choose to do, what kind of strategy they're taking with it. Yeah, it's such a mental game. So, yeah, I'm happy to see it kind of amping up now. I think they both kind of asserted themselves in the first two, and now they're really here for business.
Yeah, definitely a lot of confidence coming from these curlers.
No doubt. With two teams sitting in the top three, you have to expect a certain level of confidence. They've earned their place. They know what they have to offer, and now they want to prove it and make it to the next level.
That shot looks kind of a mid-weight. I'm not sure if that'll have enough to knock it out. Maybe just. They got a bit of it. No, that. I'm not sure that's what they wanted, because.
No, I think Red Deer's having a bit of an issue with the amount of curl that they're getting on these stones. You can tell based on the skip yelling, push or not, they just aren't getting that curl that they want. They're getting the right weight, but unfortunately just not curling the way they need it to hit those rocks out the way they want.
Well, SAIT's going to look to maybe a little light. No, it will just get in there, and now SAIT has three. And probably some good positioning for those rocks. It's definitely not going to be very easy, and with the way that Red Deer's been curling, they're not getting all the shots they want. That's going to be a tough shot.
Definitely. And every stone matters, so you want to try, if you can, to push as many out of there as you can with your one shot. So we'll see if Red Deer can pull that off. It's tough with those two stones split in the back and then that one up high. It's going to be an even trickier shot to make.
Well, this might be a good one. Looks like they're gonna. Nicely done. That was a very good shot.
Definitely.
So we know that these Red Deer players. I mean, with two players that were all conference, we know that they're capable of making those good shots.
Definitely.
But they are only human, so it's like they're gonna.
No doubt, and every day feels a little different. You got to kind of weigh out those stones, weigh out the ice for the day, and yeah, that's the beautiful thing about sport is that every day is different, every venue is different, every sheet is different.
Yeah.
So we'll see how these players answer here today.
Yeah. Of course, if SAIT were to drive up to Red Deer, this Airdrie here would be on the way. So.
Yeah, right plunk in the middle, kind of.
It's definitely been it has been and it's going to continue to be a tough few years for SAIT, not having those facilities on campus with the campus center being torn down, hockey at Winsport, basketball occasionally on campus in those bubbles. Occasionally, but mainly at the Jack Simpson Gymnasium, which is a very nice venue. But
a beautiful facility, and we're thankful to everybody that we can rent these facilities from. We're thankful that our Calgary community kind of kind of helps us out during this time. But no doubt, I will be very happy when I am not driving to Rally Point Winsport UFC campus. I know I will be a happy camper when we have a brand new building.
I'm sure the athletes will also enjoy that, having, venue, not having to go to all around or too far to play.
It means something to call somewhere home. Like to have a home ice, to have a home court, it means a lot. And getting used to that court, the way the lights are, like there are so many things, and I hope that once we get our building, we will have that fan base again. That's been something that I'm really hoping for. I'm hoping that SAIT community, once we get that building up, comes together and really supports our teams. I think that's the most beautiful part of calling a venue home is having those fans in the stands cheering for you along the way.
Of course, I don't think many of these schools have an on-campus curling facility. It is somewhat of a more not as kind of a frequent of a sport, so.
No doubt, and that's kind of the thing with tournament sports is they operate a little differently. Those tournaments, you're in different venues throughout the year, and yeah, that's another aspect that these curlers have to deal with. That the badminton players, the cross country, all of those tournament sports that we have here in ACAC.
Looks like SAIT's got called a bit of a timeout here. They're gonna. Because Red Deer still has to throw their second to last shot, so they're discussing maybe even just some words of encouragement from the coach to just maybe even get them to settle down. It could be, it's the longest day of the tourney, with 3 draws, and so just kind of settle down and remind them to also have fun with it, because that is something that a lot of. Especially, we know that college students, they're going to be very competitive. You can't escape that, but
yeah, once you make it to that elite level, it's hard to not want to win all the time, and that's what makes sports so beautiful is that drive to win, that drive to find success. But at the end of the day, you got to remember why you do it. You do it because you love the sport. You remember being a little kid playing it, and that's why you kept playing, because you loved it. So, or your parents forced you, one or the other.
So Red Deer's they're sitting with it is their stone. And so maybe they'll try and sit another one in there.
This one looks good. And that's Cassidy again.
Just gets it past the guard, and very nicely done. Maybe that timeout did help a bit just to settle him down, because that was a very nice shot, and that's a tough one to kind of chip out of there. You probably only are going to get one.
And I think that timeout did help Cassidy. I know I looked over, saw some stressed out Red Deer faces, and then just a smile on hers. So whatever their coach had to say, it definitely helped her pull that one off.
Well, I mean, I'm sure she knows she's a good curler. They all know that they're good curlers, and so when they're not getting the shots, it's definitely going to be frustrating.
Definitely.
And so to get the shot that you wanted and be sitting 2 rocks in very nice positioning, that's a big confidence booster.
Yeah, those little confidence boosts mean a lot, especially Cassidy as the skip. You kind of put the team on your back. You're throwing that last stone, and there's a lot of pressure on you. So answering with a throw like that definitely will help her out.
And so SAIT's discussing what they want to do with this shot. Figure out. They might be deciding maybe which rock, so I feel like you would almost, the way to get, both those rocks maybe out of there is maybe try and hit the top one and get it to kind of, you got to hit it at the right angle.
Yeah, and hopefully not knock that red one that they have in there out as well.
Yeah, so I mean, Red Deer making a tough decision for the Trojans.
There we go, and that's with my wheels turning. That's kind of the shot that I was hoping they were gonna try and make here. We'll see if they can pull it off in the way that. Yeah, if you can approach it from that and send them both off and freeze ours up there. Ours being SAIT. I'd like to apologize.
Yeah.
I am a SAIT worker at
Yeah.
the end of the day, and I would like to apologize. Ours being SAIT.
Yes, I mean, both of us being, I mean, because SAIT's hosting the tournament, so obviously you're going to get SAIT people on the broadcast. I'm just a student at the, so, but I mean, getting to do these tournaments is always, getting to do the sports is awesome.
Yeah, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to be on air for the first time for SAIT. I feel pretty lucky to work here and yeah, be able to commentate on a sport that means a lot to me.
Yeah, so.
And SAIT calling another timeout, it looks like, here to discuss this.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a very tough shot, so kind of have a moment to speak with the coach, know what you might want to do.
No, I feel like I didn't see many timeouts early last match last night. So it's interesting to see how these two teams have really ramped up this match.
Of course, the Trojans coach is Shannon Klebrink.
And this is the SAIT assistant coach up right here. So she's been handling the mixed teams while Shannon is on our women's team, SAIT's women's team.
Okay.
And yeah, but SAIT's incredibly lucky. Both coaches for this curling team are past Olympians, former Olympians, which is certainly an impressive show.
Well, I mean, when you're a school situated in Calgary, Calgary is rich with incredible curlers.
Oh yeah.
And I mean, SAIT's program did produce two players that went to the Scotties just this past week. We had
Raylan Helston and Bailey Scofield.
Yeah. Team. I mean, Bailey, and she's playing on the sheet right next to us here for the women's team. Actually, skipping the Team Yukon and winning their last is quite a show. So to see like some of these ACAC curlers, getting a chance to do that, I guarantee we'll see more, at some point. And it's always awesome to see all these ACAC athletes go on to. Definitely.
Yeah, at the end of the day, ACAC is a family. As much as these teams compete against each other, at the end of the day, we're all part of the same conference, and seeing anyone succeed outside of ACAC is just beautiful. Going on to that even next level is just incredible. So yeah, we're SAIT's very proud of them, and hopefully it kind of shines a light on the talent that ACAC has within their curling program, and more athletes have that kind of opportunity.
And that was just knocking one rock out, so that's giving Red Deer the opportunity with the final rock here to score two. We'll see if they can. Looks like they're going to aim to try and just make sure that red rock down there is out of it, out of any possibility. So, and that's the smart play, because even if the rock you're throwing here, wrecks out or curls out, you still got that one in perfect position. So this is the smart shot to kind of guarantee that they do have one.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And it looks like this may good draw weight to just get two. Oh no! Oh, just out. That is. Well, they have one, so that is the positive, but that is not what they were hoping to do. I'm sure they wanted two. So after definitely the back half of that end, Red Deer was curling very, very well.
Very well.
And then shot goes through, so not what they were hoping for, but they regained the lead 2-1 as we head into the fourth end. And so SAIT will have the hammer again.
Yeah, as we look around, this is an incredibly low-scoring game thus far. I think it speaks to the talent and competition between these two teams.
So Red Deer with the first shot. Looks like they'll place a guard. Be a nuisance for SAIT, you know, just to get around it.
And this was the kind of curling that I always loved. I loved the defense and those really, really maneuvering shots. I was less of a clear the house, and I was more of a how can I get around and really, really make you impressed with what I have to do.
Yeah. Yeah, curling, you don't really realize there is a defensive aspect. It's just it's more of, I guess, a passive defense rather than an active defense, you know, in the kind of more dynamic sports like, you know, hockey and basketball.
It's less obvious, I would say. Like, you know, when a team is playing defense in basketball or in hockey, but
when you play the defense,
defensive aspect.
Defense comes before the offense, you know, even makes any play. So it's kind of predicting, or well, not predicting, but more of anticipating what kind of shots that would be good for the other team and try and prevent them from making those good shots.
Every player has a different skill set and also a different strategy to the game. So having to kind of predict that and also know who you're playing against, which makes it kind of nice in a conference like ACAC where there are these 6 teams. You kind of know who you're playing against by the time you get to championships, but everybody comes. I always say it's like that championship mindset is always different. People come ready to win.
And so that first rock from SAIT just at the top of the circle, but not enough to be in the house. So just 2 guards right now as Red Deer not even sweeping at all, just gonna let it slide. There, we'll try and get it in, and oh my goodness, right to the button almost. Just about right.
Nearly perfect.
Oh, like that is dead center at the top of that M. What a shot. Wow.
Yeah.
That's a very good shot.
To just slightly curl it around their own guard there. See, and that's another thing. They know how one another can play. They know what their skill sets are. So setting that guard, they know how easy it is for them to make that secondary shot.
And this one's got some good weight to it. I'm gonna almost kind of identical to the shot that Red Deer just did. Let's start sweeping a little earlier. And they will. I think they just knocked it onto the button. So light. But this does put it. I mean, this is now very tough for Red Deer to get that rock out, because they would end up just getting their own, like they would knock that other blue one out.
Yeah.
So
we'll have to see. I'll be interested to see the next couple of rocks and see the kind of strategy and see what they're thinking with that.
Definitely discussion going on. Really not sure what they're gonna want to do here, although it looks like they're aiming. Rock coming. And that is a little.
That one looked a little heavy coming into me, but it slowed right up. Really sat nicely for that Red Deer team.
Yeah. But if SAIT can maybe, I think I see what they're talking about doing. They want to hit that blue rock, and then it would hit their rock, the red rock, and then it would hit the blue rock again, the other blue rock. So a bit of pinballing. They just got to hit it right to get that angle.
Yeah.
To a good one. So here it comes. And and they take out the guard.
And that's okay. I don't think that's what they wanted, but it makes things interesting. It makes it a little easier to get into those stones that are situated at the top there. So
yeah, well, I mean, it's just those rocks in play now, except for the other red one that is just slightly out. So, here's looks like a mid-weight maybe. Ooh, this could be a little light. I think maybe they're just gonna place another guard unless it does have enough. I'm not sure. No, it looks like it'll stop right at the top. Yeah, just another guard.
And Red Deer's happy with that one. You see a little cheer, a whole bunch of smiles. That's definitely what they wanted.
And so it looks like a very heavy shot down the center line. Losing its momentum. It may be a good weight. Oh no, it misses. Oh, that is.
I don't know how that happened with my lip reading skills, so that certainly is not what SAIT wanted there.
I mean, it looked like a very good weight, and it was centered, but I think it just was curling a little too much, maybe a bit too much spin on it.
Yeah.
Just went wide, so that is.
And now this is Red Deer's chance to capitalize on that.
So a much lighter shot. Ooh, this is very, very light. Ooh, is it going to have enough? Oh my god, I think it will just be able to get in, but that's just going to be a very high guard again. Which honestly could be pretty good, because that, I mean.
Yep, putting that guard back up that SAIT knocked away. Really protecting what they have in the house.
Yeah. So it looks like they're going to try and hit one of those high rocks. Get some of those guards out of the way. There's a heavy shot again. It looks good, and not sure that's entirely, because now the
and cleared a few out of the way there that they needed. So.
And now Red Deer does have two very close.
Red Deer seems quite confident in their next decision.
And now, Red Deer's now playing exactly how I expected, like a very good team. So now they'll see what they'll do. So another light shot.
Oh yeah, a lot of curl on this one coming in. They're hoping to sit this one right at the top just to really, really guard their stone that they have in there.
Yeah, I think they're just kind of playing all-out defense, setting up guards just to prevent SAIT from having a chance to do anything. But a well-placed shot could still get SAIT a point if they could. Because if they hit their red rock there, if SAIT hits their rock there, that might knock them into a better spot. But
I know.
I do think that both. I do think Red Deer might be sitting 2, but it's hard to tell.
Yeah. I do think SAIT has potential here. They're kind of in a good place to hit that outside rock that's right on the button and hopefully get that bounce to the other one and knock them both out. Or at least put their stone that they have right there in a better position.
And we'll see what SAIT does here. SAIT's been definitely throwing a lot of heavy stones. It gets in there and that was very nice.
Not bad at all. Yeah, they got that one out. Now Red Deer still has their one snuck right in there, so I think they're going to want to replace the one they have, but I think the last couple rocks in this end are going to really decide things.
And SAIT has hammer, so it's going to be. So they have that advantage of. Now they have 2 stones in there, and they have last rock, but we still have stones left to throw. Some discussion. Definitely want to pick their shot well, and each team with these last 2 shots of the end, they've got to be on their game because we're just about halfway through this game. It's got to be.
Yeah, it's crunch time in a close game like this.
Yeah. And another. Red Deer just putting another guard up there, so I think they do still have shot rock. And so they'll put another one up there. So.
And I think that's exactly what they wanted.
And so they'll look to. Not sure what it's definitely tough to get that one blue rock that I think is still shot rock out of there. Without, but doing that might risk losing your rocks.
Yep.
So,
yeah.
but you want to think about that. I mean, if they can somehow kind of clear it up, that with hammer they do have the opportunity just to kind of.
Absolutely. I'll be interested to see what this shot is. It definitely looks like a bit more of a risky play, so.
But again, short tournament like this, risky plays are going to be seen more frequently, I think.
Yeah, and at this point in the game, at this point in the end, that's what that last curler is really there to do. It's to kind of save the end, put that team on their back and all of that.
Yeah, I think SAIT might be looking to maybe clear out some of those other stones just so Red Deer's not sitting more than, there's no opportunity to maybe steal more than one.
Oh, here we go.
What? Oh, my goodness, what a shot. that will put SAIT in the shot rock position. So
looks incredibly close from my angle.
it is very, very close. So Red Deer are about to throw their last rock, so
Red Deer has a pretty good line if they want to sneak in there.
definitely. I mean, with those guards have helped them be able to place plenty in a good position.
Yeah, we'll see if they decide on finesse or power here.
So Cassidy Blair is gonna Red Deer's last rock. Unfortunately, the last rock for them last end did not go well, but I mean, we'll see what they can do. I mean, with this many rocks in play, it's definitely gonna. We might be seeing a score of 2 potentially.
Yeah.
Because so far, first 3 ends, it's just been trades of 1. And here comes the throw. Looks like a good weight. I think they're just gonna kind of ease that one in. Oh my
yeah,
goodness,
perfect.
this, oh my. Oh. Man, that
A
is,
little high. I think they could have used like a little bit more weight on it.
that's a
But
crowded
depending
house.
On those close measurements inside, that
Yeah,
might be great for them to keep SAIT from getting another rock in there.
Yeah, well, SAIT's got to be smart with this, and because this definitely isn't the kind of situation for a risky shot. Because if they're sitting shot rock, then they don't want to wreck anything else. They want to even up this game at the very least.
Yeah.
They're making their pick. I wonder if they're maybe thinking that they can maybe try sneaking one in, but that would be very tough. You'd have to have a very large curl to try and get close.
Yeah, they don't want to risk hitting Red Deer's last rock, but it would be great if they could capitalize on the success that they've already had.
These are definitely the tough moments as a curler where it's a tough shot and they're still discussing it. Definitely looks like they're going with perhaps they made.
Yeah,
like,
really weighing all their options right now.
Yeah. I think they're maybe looking to just maybe tuck it in there if they can. So we'll see what Brady Johnson can do.
Yeah, they don't seem entirely confident with their decision, so.
I mean, it's a tough shot, so they just need to not wreck any of their other rocks.
Yeah, and also be sure not to push any of those Red Deer ones any closer than they already are.
Yeah, and that was Red Deer's, and Red Deer did a good job of that to make it difficult, making the last shot really tough for your opponent. And so definitely the kind of weight we were expecting, you don't want to overdraw, because if the red rock is shot rock, then they're already. So yeah, they'll just place that there. So it looks like
think it's what they wanted, but certainly didn't hurt them at all to try that.
We'll see how many points they got. As kind of just.
I can't hear you.
I know. Maybe we should have playback, but I don't know why there's not.
You can't hear me either.
That's why my ears off. So we're just gonna wait for the score because I believe it is SAIT will have one, so we'll just go 8. So and it looks like Red Deer's just gonna maybe get another one into the house. And there's looks like a decent weight.
I swear her shots have thrown me this whole time. They always look so heavy coming out of her hand, and then they just slow right up to the perfect weight. They've been throwing me off all day.
I know, like
already. Look at how that's sitting.
Oh man, that's gonna be just in for a third rock. Yeah, when she pushes off, she's definitely got that kind of strength, but then she has a way of just kind of slowing up the rock, so
yeah.
I'm not sure if, then here's a shot with some weight to it as well, so we're gonna
hoping to replicate that last one.
And they'll, oh man, that was pretty good, and they get one of the rocks out of there, and that positions those blue rocks that maybe might work out for SAIT.
Yeah, I'm going to assume Red Deer here tries to place. Yeah, and there we go. You can see it. They're trying to place that one back that SAIT just cleared out.
Yeah, and SAIT retained hammer from the steal from Red Deer, so they will get last rock again, which they're hoping. But now that they're down by 2, they're gonna have to. They can't just go for ones. They're gonna have to score 2 if they want to. Even this game up, so
if they want to stay competitive, they definitely have to try and score a few in an end here.
Yeah. And that other rock, but
SAIT's got to really turn it on if they want to try and stay competitive in this match.
SAIT has 4 guards right now, so that's definitely going to make it interesting for Red Deer and the kind of shots that they need to make. And another light shot. Very light. Ooh, is it going to have enough to get past the line? Oh, is it going to? No. Oh, man. Too light. Not what they wanted. A lot of their shots that have been light have been very good, and they kind of place pretty good, especially when they're placing guards. Especially in that last end with that very high guard that had just caught past, but no, they just not enough weight to it. So almost somewhat of a forfeited shot, pretty much.
No doubt. We saw that early in the first end with some heavy shots, but we haven't seen it yet with a light shot.
So SAIT will bump their own rock out. I'm not sure if that was the way they wanted to. Probably not the way they drew it up.
And that's SAIT catch-up game. Red Deer kind of has a lot of freedom to kind of do as they please so far, but SAIT's got to really turn it on and get past those RDP shots and get in there.
So far all the rocks are at the top, so we'll see what Red Deer does here with their second to last shot. And it looks like they might be just trying to, once again, because you can't. Right now there's not really an option to get shots on the right if you want to get into the house.
No doubt.
With that's kind of SAIT with those guards. SAIT's kind of forcing the hand of Red Deer to do that, which maybe is kind of like is definitely a play to go with, and a pretty good strategy, because then you kind of know what kind of shots they might make.
Yeah.
And Red Deer will get a third one in there.
Red Deer just replacing that same rock that SAIT has been trying, like getting out every time. They've got to make something happen now or never.
I mean, they're down by 2. Obviously, they want to go for 2 if they can, but they want to get. They want to score something.
Yeah, or at least keep Red Deer within a close distance, so they can still fight for it in the remaining ends.
Yeah. Looks like a pretty good weight. Is it curling the way they want it to go? It'll get past the guards. Oh, it just nicked it there. They nicked their own rock and then hit the wrong Red Deer rock. The wrong Red Deer rock. I don't think that is not what they wanted to do.
I think if that one is either just a little bit lighter and sits in there, or just hits that one Red Deer rock at a different angle, that one stays. But
it just ever so slightly clipped their own rock, which got, just deflected it into that other rock for Red Deer.
I know,
which is not the rock they were aiming for.
Then it flew right through that gap in between the 2 Red Deer ones as well.
So that is the downside of having a lot of guards, it's also tough shots for you if, even if they're your guards.
Yep, you're playing Minesweeper out there, just trying to avoid everything on the way in.
So Red Deer, with their last rock, they might be looking to sit 4 and put. Well, I mean, SAIT can only really be, they only. At most, SAIT can score 1 because they have no other rocks in. And so, but Red Deer wants to maybe position 4. So if SAIT doesn't get the shot they want, they could be potentially stealing 3 or 4. This shot looks a little. And it'll have enough.
Yeah, I think Red Deer's trying to sit one at the top, get 1 more point, and
so
also
Red
keep SAIT.
Red Deer sitting 4. But SAIT with the hammer, maybe going to try and. This is going to be perhaps the Hail Mary shot you were mentioning earlier. Something that.
There we go.
Just to get 1, the downside is then you have to steal 1 or blank an end just to prevent Red Deer from getting more. So this could be another discussion. But Red Deer's been, these last 2 ends, Red Deer's just made these.
Impressive.
They've made it very tough for the.
Yeah,
SAIT.
I think Red Deer has found the game that they have to play against SAIT, and it's clearly working. SAIT is struggling, so Red Deer keeping with this formula, I think will bring them a lot of success in this match. Clearly, it already has, and yeah, in this end, this just shows is only getting better. So.
So it looks like. They will try and just tuck a rock in there and just maybe try for 1, but at the very least limit the damage.
Absolutely.
Because, if they're down by 3 or more, they do still get hammer, so for the next end, but they want to get back within 1. So we'll see what this shot is.
Here we go. Game face is on.
Got a bit of more of a mid-weight. And might be slowing up too much. Will it have enough? Does it have enough? It will. Oh my goodness. I think that may be a steal of 4. Perhaps. I'll have to Red Deer playing the strategy.
And that's a huge end for Red Deer. If I'm SAIT, I'm thinking of how they can change up their game, how they can kind of switch things up to keep off that strategy that Red Deer has now
Okay,
found.
so it's a steal of 3. So SAIT with their last shot got one a little, disrupted enough so that the damage was limited by just 1, but it's now a score of 7-1. So that is now a 6-point deficit. That is a very tough thing. A tough, tall order to get in just the kind of the very few ends we have remaining. Yeah, 6 points is a tough. That's really tough. I mean, that might be having to get 2 points in each end, which means they'd have. But I mean, they have hammer, so they'll try for 2. And it looks like Red Deer's just going to keep with this strategy. They're going to put. We've seen this the last end or so, where they'll put a rock in close to the button, and
it's working for them. I think SAIT kind of recognizes their mistakes in the last couple of ends, or their differing strategies against this Red Deer attack. But I think SAIT's kind of hopefully going back to clear house, get in there. That's how they got that point.
I mean, having hammer for this end, that gives them kind of. They want to score as many points in this end that they have hammer, because if they want to have a good chance of coming back, they will have to steal the next end if they score in this end.
Yeah.
Which, again, 6 points. That's definitely not easy.
And SAIT actually just sent in the same. So we'll see if this end is different, but I do think Red Deer has them figured out.
And that's definitely, the sign of a good team. They're able to, find their, what their opponent's tendencies are, what their kind of typical strategies are, and, tweak and adjust their own strategy. It looks like they'll put a bunch of guards.
Yep.
From almost pretty much from there on out.
But.
Yeah. And SAIT's got to get more aggressive with the being down. They're going to have to make those risky shots, the aggressive shots, because they can't, they don't have the amount of ends to just slowly chip away at it. They gotta make some big plays here.
I agree. Yeah, at this point there's kind of nothing to lose, so.
And a good way on that shot, it'll just curl in. So they got a rock in there, but that rock is pretty much unprotected.
Yeah, I don't think it's quite what they wanted. I think they were pushing more for the button, but still not bad by any means. But it does open Red Deer up to stacking a few more in there.
And that's what worked last end, is they just kind of crowded the house, and it's very hard to be able to hit multiple rocks out. It can be done. It's done. Players can do it. It gets done, but it's definitely much more difficult to kind of get those pinball plays.
Ooh.
Oh, they just barely miss. Oh man.
And that's been uncharacteristic in the last couple of ends. So
now, this is SAIT's opportunity to try and maybe see if they can knock that blue away.
And we see the SAIT coach in the background signaling for a timeout.
Yeah, there's definitely a very... This game's getting very interesting, despite now it being a pretty one-sided score. It's definitely...
It's still entertaining. It's still competitive. Yeah, both teams have a lot to offer. I don't think the score speaks to how close this game has felt.
Oh yeah, it's definitely, the scoreboard is a little misleading. It's definitely not felt that,
No,
lopsided. Both teams, they're making some good shots and occasionally missing some of their shots, but both playing fairly consistently, with just a few hiccups, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm always an optimist in saying that, you know, if there's rocks left to throw in multiple ends, there's still a chance that they can get back.
No doubt.
You know, it's definitely not impossible. So until we hit the minimum ends, until the game is over, it's not over.
Yeah.
They still, and they're SAIT Athletics. They're never the ones to give up. They push until the end, no matter what sport it is.
Yep, that is very true.
You know, this is definitely one of the most intense yet calmest sports out there.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm on the edge of my seat, but it's funny because everybody's out there playing this finesse game.
It's the curling, the perfect mix of finesse and athleticism and just, I mean, great sport to see in collegiate athletics. So
Definitely. I think having like a wide array of sports that are offered at a college level is just so lovely to see. Like, there's something for everybody.
oh, what a shot!
There we go.
I don't think they got enough on it to get that blue rock out of there.
I don't think so, but it makes it a little easier. Even if they want to hit their own red rock in there, makes it a little easier for them to get kind of that ricochet that they'd like.
Yeah, I don't think Red Deer could really get both those rocks out. I think just the one.
Yeah.
Because that's the benefit of having that placement is they can hit both definitely, but again oh man, but that's the kind of weight you might want. A heavy weight. And got enough. Oh, that opened things right up. And they are sitting one now. Well, they're sitting at least one, I think. They do have that other one in the back, so. Oh.
This is a wonderful opportunity for SAIT. They haven't had an opportunity like this in the last two ends, so.
Well, the last two ends, anything close to the button, it gets real. It's been really crowded, but now it's complete. It's pretty opened up.
Yeah.
And not a lot of guards up like there was in the last end, so it's really this could be a good opportunity, but SAIT's got to play their cards right. I guess play their rocks right, but tish. So we'll see. So they'll just kind of put up a guard here, which is smart. They've opened it up, but they don't want to, because if they can take advantage of an open house, then so can Red Deer.
Exactly.
So putting that guard up could allow SAIT to maybe have a little more. And one of the Red Deer players now going without the jacket.
Oh, couldn't be me. I wish I had an extra layer right now.
Yeah. But I mean, that sweeping does. I mean,
yeah. Oh boy.
And we got. Look at this weight.
That's that speed you got to go down the ice at too to keep up with that.
We'll see if he placed it well enough.
Oh, wow.
Oh, it got it through. That was risky. And we can see the smile on the Red Deer's face. Yeah, I think they're kind of wiping the sweat off their brows.
Yeah.
A few moment.
Yes.
Because that, I thought maybe they were going to bump their own out and keep the Red Rock in there. That was very close, but they made it work.
Yeah, that's an incredible shot. And that's yet another, that's Red Deer's all-conference selection right there for their mixed team who made that shot. And there's clearly a reason why, and I think he just proved that. Even if he kind of doubted that it was going to happen, he did it.
And it looks like a good weight here. Oh, man, this is going to draw very close. That is close. I can't tell who has shot rock now.
From this angle, I think it's SAIT.
I think just barely, but it is very close. Very, very close. But they do have two right in there, so again, with hammer, they play it right. Both teams still have a few rocks to throw.
Yeah.
Both teams with 3 rocks to throw in this end. And so we'll see what the shot they're going with. Looks like they're just going to maybe try and get those SAIT rocks from, maybe kind of split them apart, make them easier to.
Yeah, we'll see if they can pull off that shot again.
So we got a fair bit of weight on this shot. It's going to curl quite a bit. Ooh, just gets past theirs, and that's what they managed to avoid in their last shot. But then, oh no, that's each team still has 2 rocks in there, but I don't know if that's quite what they were hoping for.
Yeah, I think they were hoping for that exciting shot that they pulled off last time.
Yeah, they wanted to get the SAIT rock out of there, but now I do think they do have shot rock now, though, so they did put them back into the potential to score.
Mm-hmm.
SAIT's gonna have a
We'll
light.
see. Yeah, this is SAIT's 3rd to last stone, so
That's pretty light, but we'll see where they place it.
if this can curl enough and they can kind of bounce that Red Deer one out, that would be perfect.
Oh my goodness! No, that's not bad positioning, because
Not bad.
SAIT's allowing themselves a bit of wiggle room to try and get multiple, and they're setting up that they have multiple rocks in the house, that if they can try and force Red Deer to only be able to put one, to have one in like potential scoring position to.
Yeah. And this is a much better end from SAIT. I'm happy to see how they answered after kind of a tough one.
It's definitely very disheartening to let a steal of 3, and I mean, so to be able to bounce back is.
Exactly, and to see that competitive spirit, you see like they might be down, but they're not out, and they're willing to work to prove that. And I think they're doing a great job in this end. I think it's a lot more competitive. So
We'll see the second to last rock coming from Red Deer. And maybe they're going for try and knock their rock further in. They'll have to clip it pretty lightly.
that's a pretty heavy one.
They got the angle on it. Maybe will it? Oh, that's gonna be. Oh my!
Oh wow.
So and that was a good shot. Now they're sitting 2. So Red Deer now, they're trying to make it difficult for SAIT to get anything, because when you have a lead, that's, curling's you have to sacrifice some points sometimes, especially. But when you have this lead, they just need to put rocks in the right positions that won't allow SAIT to get much more than like 1 or 2 points.
Yeah.
So this could be a pretty smart play.
I know. Hopefully SAIT can come back with an answer for that one.
So it looks like maybe they're going to try and knock their own stone further in. Have to get a good curl on this throw to be able to do that. So here's the second to last stone for SAIT. And they're still maybe. Here comes the throw. Not sure if. I mean, you definitely don't want too much weight on it, so this weight this might actually be a pretty good weight. They just gotta curl it out if they can.
Yeah.
And pretty much just hold SAIT to maybe one, if SAIT would be able to draw to the button. So here comes the final shot for Red Deer. So definitely not a weight that would really knock the rocks out, but maybe try and maybe even just set up a bit of a guard even.
Yeah. I think Red Deer must be sitting at 2 right now. So they're just trying to keep SAIT from sneaking in there at all. Yeah, they're happy with that one.
Yeah, but I mean SAIT, there's still perhaps a shot for SAIT. If SAIT can maybe bump their highest rock there on the left, maybe just
I agree.
To have if you get the right weight and just get it and just kind of slide it in, knock it into the close to the button.
They're thinking the exact same.
I think
thing
that's what
as
they're
you
doing.
are.
Yeah, maybe I should be playing.
I know.
Maybe I should be. I never played curling before, but maybe I should.
You've got the brain for it.
I've got the brain for it. I mean, I've watched plenty of it with my dad, so. Well, we've got SAIT looking to get some points. They have not scored since the second end, so looking to maybe at least chip away at the lead ever so slightly.
Oh yeah.
You take the points where you can get it, so we'll see what kind of weight he has on this shot. Oh, well, it's kind of mid weight. Oh, this might be a decent weight to just knock it in. Does he have the angle right? That's the question. Will it be? No. Oh no, that's another steal. It looks like it might be 2. Oh, it looks like we're shaking hands. I think that might be. Yeah, it looks like that will be our final score. It looks like a steal of 2. Final score of 9-1. A tough. It looked so close, and I mean it was a very close game. But just towards the end there, SAIT wasn't making their shot. The shots that they really needed to make, they were not making it. So.
And I'd say they went stone for stone the whole time, and then it was just those final couple of stones. They just couldn't capitalize.
Exactly, but it was not like SAIT had a lot of promise in that game because they were making some good shots, but when it came to the final stones, they just were not able to.
Without a doubt, and I think that just shows how impressive Red Deer has been, and there's a reason why they've gone undefeated in these regionals, and they showed it again here today.
So that'll do it for this mixed matchup at the first draw of the day. Check out some of the other games going on here at the Airdrie Curling Club. Find the streams live on YouTube. I've been Kevin Kratz with Caitlin Purcell. It was a pleasure, and it was a fun game to call with you. So everyone, make sure to tune into some of these ACAC Curling Championship games, as we've had some good ones. The next draw for this third stream will be at 3 p.m., so remember to tune into that. But go check out some of the other games, as they've been some good ones. Thank you for joining us.
Black History Month mean to you?
Black History Month is very important to me. Like, a lot of people would kind of relate it more to the U.S. and kind of their struggles that they had with that, but I think for me, it really just gives a certain month to really show my heritage and be proud of my culture.
I feel like it's just like a time where you can feel really proud in your own skin. Like, I feel like there's lots of times where you can like walk around a little bit insecure, feeling judged, but like, I don't know, during Black History Month, I just feel an extra level of confidence.
Black History Month means togetherness, because I feel like as a community, you can recognize the Black athletes in our school and in society, and like what we've been through in the past, you know, how it affects us in the future, like how we could like push through adversity.
Why do you feel Black History Month is important?
This is kind of like a reminder, so you don't forget that what we kind of been through.
Black History Month is important because it's important to recognize the culture and history behind the Black people, because I feel like we all have a really beautiful culture.
It is important because we acknowledge all of the things that people of Black descent have done or are still doing that make us who we are today.
I feel like Black History Month is important because it really explains our past, but it could really show a difference in our future for where to come in the coming years.
It means like what our people have been through, and like people that don't know about it really have to like know what we've been through, basically.
What does being Black mean to you?
I think being Black to me is, I guess, beauty. Like, that's kind of what my parents have kind of taught me growing up. Like, when I was a bit younger, I didn't really see it as so, just because how I was kind of portrayed as towards other kids. But then as I grew older, I started to learn that really, like, Black is beauty, and I kind of now am starting to embrace it a lot more.
I think it means
All right.
All right, talk for me.
Hello. Oh, yeah, maybe.
Go ahead.
Hi there. I'm Kevin. 1, 2, 3. I'm testing the microphone.
Okay, so when we pot it down during a commercial break, you'll need to remember where you are. And
Okay.
mine is maxed out. That's where I need mine. So,
Okay.
Okay, so we can turn them down until we start.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I am talking. Cool.
Yo, testing 1, 2, 3. Check, check, check. Testing 1, 2, 3. Jesse looks fantastic today.
and welcome to the second draw of this Saturday as the ACAC Curling Championship rolls on. We've got the men's Nate Ooks and the Red Deer Kings here at the Airdrie Curling Club. And we've had the first few rocks thrown. I'm Kevin Kratz alongside Richard Strobant. And what are we looking at for these teams?
Well, both of these teams are 1-1 right now, so the winner of this is going to be moving on into second place, depending on what happens with the first place teams, of course, in their record. Earlier this morning, we had these teams playing their match in the 10 o'clock draw, and Nate lost to Concordia 5-3, and Red Deer beat Lakeland 7-5. So again, both of these rinks are sitting at 1-1 with their record. We've had we've had lead rocks go already. They started a little bit earlier than the 3 o'clock whistle for them to begin. They're on this one hard. Beginning of the first end here. So playing the blue rocks are the Red Deer Kings, and playing the Redstones will be the Nate Trojans. Well, maybe not the Trojans, the Nate Ooks.
Yeah, a bit of a typo on the...
a little misnomer there.
Yeah, so... And it looks like Red Deer only has 3 on their team.
Yeah, I noticed that earlier. I was wondering why only one gentleman was sweeping the rock, and then looked back and saw that maybe the fourth one isn't in town today.
Yeah, so
not able to make it, or not feeling well after the first draw.
Yeah, I mean, so playing shorthanded, we'll see if that is a factor in this game. And we've got, so no rocks in play right now.
Yeah, their last rock that was that the Nate Ooks had, they did a takeout, clean the house. So it's a clean house right now. Looks like throwing the first of his 3 rocks. Looks like it's a little bit light, leaning on it all the way.
Oh, does it have enough? I think it might be, yeah, we'll just get just over.
Just barely, trying to take it as far as it can go. They were on this, well, the one gentleman was on it as soon as he could.
And some good sweeping to get it all the way.
Yeah, only one sweeper for most of that, but he was able to carry that a good distance, that's for sure. Unfortunately, the Red Deer Kings do not have their names on the back of their sweaters or jerseys, so we're going to get somebody on to try and find out exactly who's missing and who's playing today. Again, another takeout by the Nate Ooks, but this time they're sitting on top of the rings there, just barely biting.
Yeah, so we're looking at another simple start to the game, just pretty straightforward. The Kings maybe going to take it out. Usually for these first ends, there's only about 1 or 2 rocks in play, but as we've seen from many games, we'll get it. We'll have the more interesting and complicated shots. And still the Red Deer rock in play. And send that one down. Gonna maybe another takeout. They can get a good angle on it. And they do a nice play once again. A clean house. Here comes
All right, we got some clarification exactly what's happened with the Red Deer team. As it turns out, Aiden Berube, who was their normal lead for this team, has had to fill in and go over to the mixed Red Deer team. So the men's team is going to play with just 3 for today. And those 3 are going to be Sam Goody throwing the first 3 rocks. Nick Wozniacki will be throwing the middle 3 rocks. And then Jaden Morlock, the usual skip, he'll be throwing his 2 skip stones. So that's how they're going to be playing today's game.
It's definitely going to be interesting. I mean, when you have, like, when you don't have that extra sweeper and you have to, after the throw, you got to run up there and help sweep, that's definitely going to, I feel like that could be an interesting dynamic as this game goes on.
Yeah, it's something I actually do quite a bit myself when I'm curling. In the mixed league that I'm in as well, what we'll find is that, you know, the 2 sweepers, Sam and Nick, are going to, as the game gets longer, they'll get a bit more tired and you'll see them helping each other out and getting up. But it can be rather distracting rather than having a complete follow-through on your delivery to then know that you got to get up and try and catch that rock about, you know, halfway down the rink and help out for the last half. But these are all pretty young athletes, so.
Well, that's why it's always fun to watch the mixed doubles when you know, there's only 2 players, so.
So, and that may be the issue, is they had something happen with the Red Deer mixed team and they had to get him to fill in. So we've got Jaden's first rock here being delivered for the Red Deer Kings. Jaden Morlock in a second-year practical nurse diploma. He's again helping out his own rock and getting up. Very clean house again, nothing in play. Looks like this one's going to be coming in. The shot that Jaden called. Looks like he's trying to get to probably, looks like just over the button, a little deeper than he probably wanted. But again, Nate, they like playing with a clean house. So it didn't take Nicholas very long to put the broom down and say, I'm going to be doing a takeout here. Nicholas Oak curled for 14 years. They finished 3rd last year and got a bronze, the Nate Ook men's team, and then went on to the CCAA championship and also got a bronze in that competition. So Nicholas is no stranger to some pressure shots, that's for sure.
We're definitely going to see a lot of takeouts, especially in these first ends, but as the game goes on, there's going to be those kind of more interesting shots and a little bit more of a packed house.
Yeah, well, they're waiting for this one to curl. They're just kind of cutting the rock right now with the 1 sweeper. Looks like he's got it nose on. So now likely another takeout. Yep. And we've got Nicholas heading down. Nicholas is the alternate skip on this team. Cole Rivard is also a skip for this team. And as a matter of fact, Cole was not at the rink yesterday for the first game. He's now here, but from what I understand, he just flew in from Mexico. And so Cole is going to be the alternate for the team for this competition. But he was a huge part in how they did in the regionals, with a 4-1 record in the fall and then a 5-0 record in the winter regionals just last month in Edmonton. Here's his stone as it comes down, Nicholas Oak. They're waiting on it to sweep. He's a little bit outside, and he's, you can see the cutting the rock as well on the outside, just getting it and rolling out. So not a big surprise here that with 1 stone left for Jaden Morlock, that he probably is just going to blank the end is my guess. Or sorry, Nicholas Oak for the Ooks, likely just blanking the end. Kind of just waiting the game out and seeing how good your opponents are at one thing or another.
There's always you have to do some feeling out.
Yep, and that's exactly what he's doing here. He's blanking the end, and they're just throwing a nice takeout down, give the broom, and see what kind of curl it is on it. Put a little bit of sweep on it, but a pretty pedestrian first end, just a blank end, and Nicholas and the Nate Ooks will retain last rock going into the second end. The Nate Ooks actually, we had the banquet last night where they announced all the winners for the Coach of the Year, and as it turns out, the Coach of the Year is the coach for the Nate Ooks, Karen Flory. That name might sound familiar to some people, Kate and Flory Simmons. She's a Nate alumni, and she played for the Nate Ooks in 2012 to 2016, but her roots for curling go a lot deeper than that. She's curled for 20 years, and in the 4 times that she went to the ACAC provincials, she medaled, and also at the CCAA national competitions, also medaled there. She's also played in the Scotties Tournament of Hearts 4 times. So, you know, we've got a very competitive and very well-skilled coach with Corinne Flory Simmons coaching the Nate team.
And that first shot was a little heavy, and it goes right through.
First stone delivered by, again, we've got Sam Goody for the Red Deer Kings delivering 3 rocks, and then Nick Wozniacki will deliver 3 as well, making up for the one player, Aiden Berube, who's not going to be playing for this team today. He's over on sheet 1, it looks like. Playing for the mixed team. Okay, so the first rock there thrown by Nate, and they're playing the Redstones, is sitting at the top of the house. Red Deer Kings are not able to take that out with the five rock rule. So says he's a bit outside on that one.
There's another somewhat light shot, but I will have enough, I do believe.
Yeah, they're trying to get this to curl in, but obviously no guard there. A little deeper than I think where the skip had his broom in the intention. It's going all the way, just almost to bite the blue into the 4-foot there. Nicholas pretty quickly just taps on it and says, I want to hit this one and roll behind that cover. So that's hopefully the rock that gets delivered by Chase Lazinski. Chase in his first year of forestry up at Nate, and a 2018 Alberta High School champion. And you're seeing that more and more for a lot of the athletes that are here at the ACAC, that they played for their high school teams as well, and they played in the U18s, and some of them even in the U21s. So most of these, nice hit there, nice hit behind cover, and he stops it right behind a gorgeous shot there. Well done. Yeah, you'll see a lot of these curlers have 10, 12, 13 years experience while they're playing in the juniors, and then they're coming into the ACAC with a fair amount of experience. So, although we've had a few that the first year, Chase, first year in his forestry, 13 years curling, but we have had a few people with just a few years experience, including a game yesterday where we broadcast one of the ladies on, I believe it was the Augustana Vikings team, is in her first year. They're leaning hard on this one. Again, getting a second sweeper to come and help on this to try and get around that guard and draw up to that one. It looks like he's going to just wreck on the guard. In fact, split it in. So now it looks like they've got both the red and the blue as biters.
And they're sitting 2 now, so an interesting shot. But, I mean, they've kept a lot of that house open to get one in there. So we'll see what Matt Hanna.
Looks like he's calling it just above the red one that he's got in there. Both sweepers are just waiting for this one. Not sure about touching it. She's a little bit heavy. They're trying to cut it. It's coming over a bit. Tries to draw to the open side to split it, but you really want to have those rocks parallel, Kevin. Makes it much more difficult for them to be able to try to pull off a double. So it's a little deeper than he wanted, but still in play and still fine.
Yeah, I mean, they're still sitting 3 in the, but still a fair few rocks to throw, and but definitely we're seeing this. We're going to start seeing this strategy come out of, do you play more of the get rocks in the houses, or maybe do you put up some guards and play that kind of defense?
Yeah, I mean, we're early in the game right now, so I mean, they're still a little tentative. They don't want to, be too risky and put themselves in a position where they've got a big hole to get out of. So he looks like he's trying to come between the two and get the red one. They're off of it right now, waiting for this rock to curl a bit. Looks like he just gets it through, and wonderful shot. He just barely razored that red guard.
Ooh, that's a close one. I'm not even sure who. I think the Red Deer has the shot rock just by
it's so hard to tell from this. But there's still a lot of rocks to play in this end, and pretty doubtful that both rocks are going to be sitting there by the end of this. So, and as a matter of fact, that's exactly what they're wanting. The Nate Ooks are wanting to get rid of that one, so he's going to try and come through that same hole. But they're sweeping this one when they weren't sweeping the one before. Also makes it through, a nice little roll over, all the way over to his other one. And this is an opportunity now for Red Deer to try to get a double on this. He'll need to hit the one that's closer to the center line first, though, for him to be able to come over, just because it's a little bit farther ahead.
Definitely keeping the house pretty open. All the rocks are mostly on the outside.
Yeah, and that's a big advantage for the team that has the last rock, when you keep the kind of that middle strip area open without any guards and with nothing there. You can easily hit the 4-foot at any time with your last rock.
Quite a bit of weight on this throw.
Yeah, he's got to try and move a bit of granite here, so he's trying to just wick off of the one and roll over, and he's going to get them.
Oh, what a shot.
Very, very nice. He's sitting one. It looks like that red one at the top is probably second shot, though. So, and that's exactly what the Nate Ooks are going after, to try and get this and roll a bit. So unlike that first end where it was really clean, we've got a bit more stuff for them to worry about in this end.
I mean, both teams they're trying to put their opponents into a situation where they have the tough shot to make.
Mm-hmm. Again, both teams are 1-1 after their first two draws, one last night and then one this morning. So this is a key match for them to go 2-1 to try and move on in the playoffs.
And as we get towards the end of this end, and we're seeing the house clear up a bit.
Yeah, they're just exchanging rocks now on that one side over there. Again, the red one being the shot stone, and then second shot as well for them.
That second shot, it's barely. I mean, it is very close.
Yep, it is. So Nick Wozniacki here, the third in his second year in his Bachelor of Education. He's curled for 17 years. Well, it looks like he's about 18 or 19, so he started pretty young. They're off of this rock, waiting for it to move a bit. He might have been just a bit outside, and it does look like he's going to roll out. Just barely gets it, but enough to get rid of it.
And so now
So draw behind cover is now what Nicholas Oak is asking Chase Lazinski to pull off.
it looks like they're just going to try and put that kind of close to the center.
Yeah. Again, just to the other side, just where they lost one on that last shot. Wants it a little bit higher. He'd rather not have it in the back half of the house. Before the tee line is where he's hoping this one to stop. They're not laying much brushing to it at all, waiting for this to kind of slow down.
And it curled an awful lot to the left side.
Sure did. And again, a quick call to try and get this one now. Shooting skip stones. Jaden Morlock is going down, ready to deliver his first of his two stones here in the second end. Score still 0-0, as you can see. Blank on the first end. Nate deciding they wanted to keep last rock. Jaden attending the Red Deer Polytechnic in his hometown of Red Deer. I was talking to him last night. He's a bartender, and he says he likes to bake cakes. And I said, well, Jaden, I like to eat cakes.
It'll be an interesting combination if they served cakes at a bar.
Yeah.
It is a heavy shot.
Yeah, he's waiting to this one to move over again and just misses it.
By a hair.
That wasn't much.
That's tough.
So now Nate is looking to capitalize on that big miscue there.
Well, with their rocks being so far apart and with only the one shot left for Red Deer, that's going to be they are probably going to come out of this with maybe one.
Well, no, yeah, we're looking at Nate probably getting with last rock on this. You can, they're trying for 3, and that's what they're doing right now, is putting this third one in, and then hopefully have a rock exchange on the last rocks for each of the 2 skips after this. So he's trying to get his draw weight down. Remember, he hasn't thrown one yet, right? He's thrown 2 takeouts in the beginning, trying to blank that end, and then his first rock was obviously a takeout as well. So let's see how his draw weight is the first time he's getting a chance to do that here. He just needs to really get it almost anywhere in the rings to beat out the blue one. Again, wants to keep that on top of the tee line, because if it's behind, you can bet that Red Deer is going to just draw up to it, and they still might call that. Yeah, they've got that shot where he's tapping that rock and kind of looking, what about rolling over? And that's what they're going to do. They're going to try and hit that and roll behind his own guard, the blue one that's just barely biting the rings.
Well, this is they can execute this well, and that puts a really tough, that's going to be a tough shot if they can nail this, and we'll see if they're able to do it.
Well, this Red Deer team, or this Nate team, I should say, did exceptionally well this season. A 9-1 record in the regionals. Now, like I said, they lost earlier to Concordia, but their only loss earlier was to Red Deer, and that was 9-1 as well, a score back in the fall regionals. You can see the sweeper switching sides to get on the other side to try and get this to cut it over and sweep. He does hit it, but he doesn't get the roll he wants. It moves the other direction. And he's wide open there, so it's an open hit for 3 for Nicholas Oak as he's speeding down the rink. He can't wait to get rid of this one.
Well, this has been very well played by Nate, just kind of setting this up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, taking advantage of that one missed takeout is huge for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take much to put you in a tough position where you might be giving up 3. Oh, the shot's coming.
Sweepers are watching the line, just barely keeping it clean there. Not a lot, and now they're moving on it a bit more. They don't want to have much of a roll on this. They can afford a little bit, but it's got to stay in the rings for them to sit 3, and it looks like he's got it. Yep, it's 3-0 for Nate now, with taking 3 in the second end, and that's capitalizing having last rock right there.
Yeah. Well, now Red Deer's going to have last rock, so we'll see what they can do with it, if they can get some points now.
Yeah, Red Deer's kind of behind the 8 ball. They do have last stone, so they're hoping to get 2 in this end and just cut it close, and then maybe steal 1 in the fourth end. But you know that Nate now with this lead is going to try and keep the house a bit cleaner than they would if they were the ones behind.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to see a little bit more guards from Nate, just a little more defense.
Yeah.
Ooh, this looks a little light.
Well, and that's what they want. They want to put these ones all up front.
But is it too light? I think it'll make it.
Yeah, this rock should get into the first third, maybe even the second third, but these guys are pretty strong. They're really leaning on these brooms. You sometimes wonder if they're going to break. And that happened to me one time, believe it or not. I broke a broom as I was sweeping.
Sometimes the rocks break.
And the rule for that, if a rock does break, which is very rare, but
the largest piece, I believe.
The largest piece is what they play with. So until they can get that, you don't remove the rock and put a different one on. The rest of the end, you just leave the biggest chunk and you pick up all the other little pieces. Although that's a nice way to get 2 points out of one rock if they allowed you to keep them both.
Imagine.
With only one sweeper here, he's having a tough time getting this over. He's going to do it, but
just barely.
But yeah, that beats per minute on his Apple Watch are probably going like crazy. He's he's coming up a little red. Yeah, and that's the issue with having just the one sweeper. They're really going to have to work on these to get these in.
Well, it's twice the work for one person.
Yep. And sweepers have a huge. He's panting a little bit. The sweepers have a huge say in these rocks. As soon as it gets delivered from the shooter's hands, the rock is then in the shooter's control on where they can take it, how fast, how much curl, or not touching it at all. Both of these guys are working on it. Matt Hanna and Chase Lazinski trying to get this over on a guard for his own rock. And you saw that that's exactly what Red Deer did with theirs as well. They didn't go after the one in the house. They decided to put another guard up. And now he's going to call to go behind it instead. All right, again, we've got three players on the Red Deer rink today. This is Sam Goody delivering his last of 3 stones, and Sam's up right away to go and help. He saw his buddy last time on the last rock he threw have to really go, so he knows he needs the help. So they're sweeping this one a lot. Looks like he's probably on his own guard there. Yep, he's just banged it a little bit. They wanted to get around that if they could.
And just a bunch of guards at the moment, so both teams now, after a 3-point end, they're maybe both toning it down again to play a little safer.
Yep. You got that one rock from Red sitting in the top of the 12-foot. Nate is going to be going for another one now. Again, waiting on this one. Tyler Brote and Matt Hanna are the sweepers on this. I like the little gold things that Tyler Brote has on the back of his shoes. They're very flashy.
Well, you mean...
Nice little raise in and gets it to go over. He's got 2 in. Nicely done.
It seems like the look good, play good is coming into play then.
Yeah. So with raising that red one over, now it's not behind cover anymore, and it's an open hit now for Red Deer to go after. And remember, Red Deer has last rock, but they weren't doing takeouts earlier because they're trying to put some junk up front and have some guards, but this one has to get taken out. You can't get to the button without moving this rock, so they can't leave that rock there. So he's on it all the way. He's got a good shot and a little bit of a rollover behind cover, and he's still shot rock, so that's well done.
And he's going to have some sore arms after this tournament.
Yeah, no point going to the gym today.
Yeah, no.
Doesn't need to do an arm day, maybe a leg day.
Yeah.
But they've got another game. These teams, this is a kind of an endurance test. They play 3 games today. One at 10, one at 3, and then another final, the Page playoff game goes at 6:30 tonight. And we'll explain that in a little bit for those that don't know what the Page playoff system, the way that works. But yeah, there's not a lot of sports where you're playing these 3 games all in one day. All right, he just hits his own red one. Wanted to come around but didn't, but ended up moving the guard red now into the top of the 12. So although blue is sitting shot rock, there are 2 red ones that they need to worry about. But they're not going to even bother looking at them. He's just going to try and draw another one in behind cover on the left-hand side of the sheet. Again, they're down 3-0, so they need rocks close to the button. The 2 on the 12 aren't really much of an issue for them right now.
Definitely noticed that both these teams, they're very quick to decide what they want to do.
Yeah, there's not a lot of hesitancy. And that happens a lot in curling. It's a pretty obvious shot sometimes. I mean, in this case, he's down. So, you've got to get rocks in play and you've got to get your rocks closer. And he's trying not to worry about the ones on the 12-foot.
And both these teams are looking confident, though. They're good players and they know what they want to do and they want to win. And
He's around this guard. Now it's just the weight. Is he going to get behind that cover? They're looking hopefully just in front of the tee line, and it did stop. And look at that from that angle of the camera. You can see that the rock is just behind the guards. That's exactly where they were pointing at it. Definitely the shot they wanted.
Yeah, good placement on these rocks.
Well, and again, from just that, that last camera, we saw that they're parallel to each other, and that's exactly what you want. Your rock. This makes for a very, very difficult double for Nate to try and get rid of. So they're just going after the one right now, and maybe hope for a little bit of a roll over to the other one, and get a little bit of protection from it. So not a lot of sweeping on this one. He's going to hit it just straight on. We're on to skip stones now. They're talking over exactly where the best place is to go. So the option they're looking at, they could do a draw, but he's deciding to do a takeout instead. Skip stones now. Looking at a fairly wide open takeout for them to go after, to sit 2. Sweeper's on it right away here. Just keeping it clean now. They're waiting for it to move a little bit. Stone delivered by Nick Wazinski. Goes on the inside. Or sorry, on the outside. Wanted to get it on the inside, but he's still sitting 2, so not bad. Not exactly what he was hoping for, but certainly far from worst case scenario on those. All right, Nicholas puts his broom down. Points to the board. He wants board weight for this. And wants to get rid of this one. Doesn't want to have a takeout. The board weight is really quite a bit, a little bit more for control, to be able to have them not lose their shooter, and that's definitely important for this shot. He wants to keep his rock still in play, but you've got to be really careful. Make sure that you don't put too much weight on it, because it does need to curl. You can see him just kind of cutting the rock and sweeping it on the very outer edge to try and make it curl more, and that's what they do, but he flashes it right by. So a similar mistake that was made by Red Deer in the second end, the very same mistake made by Nate in this end. We've got 3 blue stones left and 2 red stones left. So this will be the last shot before we get to skip stones. This one, again, delivered by Nick. Jaden holding the broom on the other end. And they just want to put one up top there to try and protect this. They're sitting 2. They're hoping for 3, but they want to make sure they've got some protection. Although that one blue is behind cover, it's still very accessible by draw weight or board weight like they tried to throw. Here's the delivery. Again, only one sweeper, with Aiden Berube playing for the mixed team today. Just keeping it clean. Now they're going on it. They want to try and stop it up top, or maybe just a little bit in if they can, but it's just they want it in the way. Where he's holding his broom is where he wants the rock to stop, and that's the communication they have with, between their team. So he puts his broom down and lets the sweepers know this is where I want the rock to stop, and it's about a foot deeper than they had hoped, and lines up a double that's fairly accessible, pretty wide open. Again, doesn't take a lot of time. Nicholas speeding down there, confident, knows what he needs to do and knows what he wants. Cleans his stone, takes a look at the ice, explains it to his teammates, and getting ready to deliver his first of his 2 skip stones. Pretty wide open takeout. They practice these all week long. Just keeping it clean to make sure nothing falls under it. Waiting for it. He's got a fairly good shot here. Looks like he's got the front one, and the back one is out, but the front one kind of hangs around, and hard to tell from this angle. It looks pretty much like the blue does have shot rock here. So Red Deer, kind of a break there. An opportunity for them to get rid of that top red one and just kind of nose it out, and they could be sitting 3. So this is kind of best case scenario for them, an opportunity to get 3 if they can make this shot, but it's not going to be easy. He wants to hit this red one over to the left-hand side and not disrupt the blue one behind. And with that, he may lose his shooter, or it may hit the red that's at the top. All right. Here's Jaden Warlock in the hack, delivers a stone. He's got a decent takeout here, but they're really leaning on it. Sam Goody is really pressing hard, waiting for this one to move. Does he have the shot that he wants? Just noses it, but like we talked about, tough to save that shooter, but he does get rid of it. So now it's blue sitting with 2, and the red are sitting 3rd and 4th on these.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see what Nate's going to want to do with this last shot of theirs.
Well, and that's what they're talking about. I think it's a pretty obvious takeout for Nicholas. Maybe later, or depending on what the score would be, a freeze might be the call. But in this case, he just wants to get rid of it, especially with, an opportunity for him to get 3. He likely wants to hit it on the outside of the rock and then roll it over to the other blue, and give him a little bit of protection maybe behind the red that he's got just in front of that. But if he sits there and stays, he's okay with that too.
Well, I think they're fine with holding them just to 1.
Yes, for sure. Waiting for it to move a little bit, but it's holding on pretty straight. There we go. Now they're going. He does have it hit and sticks. So a wide open shot here for the last stone for the 3rd end. Red Deer needing to get this out and stay to sit 2. And before I can even say that, Jordan Warlock is almost in the hack already.
And Red Deer's just going to go and take out this red one and get their 1. Because 1 point's better than none, so.
True. Last rock here in the 3rd end. Nate up 3-0 over Red Deer, but Red Deer a chance to score 2 here, but he needs to hit and stick. They call him on it right away. He might be inside of the broom. You can see that Sam Goody is pushing down on that broom. They're sweeping this hard, hoping to just hit and stick, and he does. And it's 2 for Red Deer. So after the 3rd end, Nate 3, Red Deer 2. Last rock is going to Nate. We'll be back with ACAC TV at the Airdrie Curling Club in just a moment. All right, we are back. It is 3-2 still as we are now on second shots here. Nate Ooks just wicking that one out for the Red Deer Kings. So the last end, like we talked about, Red Deer able to get 2. So the score of 3-2 we've got. Again, still only the 3 players playing for Red Deer. Jaden Morlock is a skip in the hack right now, delivering the stone. Nick Wozniacki and sweeping Sam Goody. And Sam's getting a workout today, that's for sure. They're just keeping this one clean right now. Now he's leaning on it. The objective here is to try to get it to the top of the 4-foot. But it's not coming around as much as they kind of hope. They're waiting for it to curl now. Now they're going to sweep on it, trying to get this up to nicely. That's exactly where they wanted it to stop. Nicholas Oakes skip for the Nate Ooks. He's had enough of the junk up front, and he wants a takeout.
Definitely a big thing for Red Deer to get that too, because now I think Nate's playing once again a little more aggressively to.
Yep, they sure are.
They're only leading by 1.
He's got plenty of weight on this. He's hoping for a run back and gets it. Unfortunately, there are still 3 blue stones in there, so Nate, not quite the advantage they were hoping back, but at least it's a little bit cleaner up at the front. But they are 2 red rocks, their own, which is good.
I don't think they wanted to knock their own out the back there.
No, they weren't counting on that kind of hit for sure. All right, Nick in the hack, 17 years curling like we talked about earlier. He likes to do woodworking on the side. Delivers it, has a wonderful delivery on it. Again, Sam getting the workout today. Again, trying to draw up. He wants basically the same kind of shot as what he had last time, just sitting top of the 4-foot. They're waiting for this one to curl around the red one there. He's in the house now, and now, how close do they get it up to his own? He likes it right about there. Again, pretty similar to what they had last time. Trying to sit behind cover. Gives himself a little bit more ice. Nicholas deciding to move the broom over a little bit. Maybe they're going to bring back the weight.
Looks like we're going to have a bit of a timeout here.
Yeah, I think he wants to just kind of talk this over with the coach. They're in a bit of a precarious situation with Red Deer Kings sitting 4. So, Coach of the Year, Corinne Flory Simmons, is out talking to the gentleman. Again, she has more than enough experience when it comes to playing curling, with over 20 years under her belt, but so many different medals from the ACAC and from the CCAA, and playing in the Tournament of Hearts as well.
Well, it's always an advantage to have that experience coaching these young athletes.
And these guys are no strangers to winning. Like I said, the Nate men's team is 9-1 in the regionals, and then they're 1-1 here, losing that one game to Concordia earlier this morning, but last night beating Lakeland 7-1. They lost 5-3 to Concordia this morning. And Red Deer beating Lakeland 7-5 this morning. So both teams are sitting at 1-1. This game will decide who is either in second place or in first place. Concordia
And that's definitely not what Nate would have wanted for their shot, they take out their own rock. So that's sitting 4.
Sitting 4 and now about to deliver a 5th to try and get 5 in there. Yeah, they were a little too close on that guard out front. So not exactly the result at the timeout that they were hoping for, that's for sure. Could be a big end here, but the big advantage though, Kevin, Nate has last rock. And all they have to do is draw and put one on the lid, and they're up by 1. Well, up by 2. They're up by 1 right now, but so those 4 stones, although they're somewhat dangerous now, and this is why they're guarding. Red Deer is like, you know what, 4 is fine. Let's get one just at the top of the rings here to protect those 2 that are behind there. A little farther over than they would hope. Yeah, I don't think this did enough for them for sure. You can see on the screen right now that those 2 blue ones are there, and you run that straight back and we could be looking at, in a matter of 45 seconds, Nicholas could be sitting 1 instead of 4 for the other team. His goal on this one is to pretty much hit it almost right on the nose, and or maybe just a little bit off center, just to get the 2 that are close to the center line, boom, boom, out. So expect him to throw some big weight here. Again, Nate throwing the red rocks, up by 3-2 over Red Deer. We're in the 4th end right now. We're at Skip Stones. This is his last shot, hoping to mitigate the damage that's sitting in front of him there. 1 sweeper on it right now. He's on that one for sure. Does he get the back one? He does, but it does not get out. Yikes, so this is a wide open hit for 4 for Red Deer. He was kind of hoping to just get a little bit more onto the back one to get rid of them. So Jaden Morlock puts his broom down, feels pretty confident about this shot. He's only got the 1 sweeper, Sam, but I would not be surprised that if he can go up and catch the rock, he will to try and help if he's inside. Again, an open hit here to get 4. However, he misses, he gives up 1. So this rock could change the whole complexion of this game right now. It's either going to be 6-3 or 4-2. 6-3 for Red Deer or 4-2 for Nate. So an important shot here. Jaden delivers it, and Sam is on it right away. They're yelling on it hard. He must be inside of the broom on this. Now they're calling him off, waiting for it to curl. They need to keep this one around somewhere in the rings. The red is gone, and they sit for 4.
Man, this game really took a turn. That 3 spot from the Ooks, all of a sudden there's a chance for Red Deer to just jump out to a sizable lead. But
well, and that was an important shot as well for the takeout, because now it makes it really doesn't matter if if the Nate team, if Nicholas hits that front one, because he's not going to sit unless he gets the back one. The shot that counts is the one that's fully in the 8-foot. So the rock that he's deciding to throw is not a double takeout like he just threw. This one's a draw to try to get to the 4-foot. He needs to get into the blue paint. So the sweepers are on this one, waiting to get, just keeping it clean for now. As the rock is coming over the hog line, coming toward the house. It's got a good line, but what's his weight like? They're waiting for this to slow down now. He
may be heavy. Just
he's got it.
Oh no, he does! Wow.
So pressure shot to face 4, and Nicholas. Oh, nothing like it. Right on to the 4-foot to sit 1. So 4-2 is what we're looking at for Nate after the 4th end. You're listening to ACAC curling on the ACAC TV. We are back at the Airdrie Curling Club. Richard Strobant with Kevin Kratz. A really good game going here. That last end was nail biter. A chance for Red Deer to pick up 4, but Nicholas Oak comes down with his skips rock, draws to the 4-foot, and we are looking at a 4-2 game for Nate.
Yeah, and definitely that last shot, definitely had to wipe this, a breath of a sigh of relief just because of how crucial that shot was to avoid letting the steal of 4.
Yes, indeed. All right, so we're into lead rocks here. 2 rocks have been delivered so far. The first rock by the Nate Ooks, they put at just inside the house, almost close to the top of the 4-foot. And now Red Deer's rock, they leave it just outside the top of the rings there. Nicholas puts his broom down and just wants another draw. Sweeping this one just over the hog line, wanting to get a guard for the red one that he's got up at the top. And he does a pretty good job of it. Not going to get a biter out of it, but that's fine too. At least she's there and waiting to protect that one a little bit. Now they're calling for this one to go off to the side. He thinks he can kind of get a piece of it. It looks like he's going for a takeout here. Again, Sam Goody, Nick Wazinski, and Jaden Morlock, only 3 players playing for the Red Deer Kings. Sam delivers the rock, and now it's a chance for them to sweep. Trying to get this past that front guard, but no, he's on it and just misses his own and goes into the house and probably out. They're removing the rocks and putting them back because they call that the tick rule. And what that is if one of the rocks in the very beginning of the end is on the center line, you're not allowed to move it off. So they'll put the rock back to where it was, and the stone that was delivered gets removed from play. It's basically a total miss. So you cannot move the rock if it's touching on that center line. The tick rule is what they're playing in this competition. So they've moved the rocks back and put them where they belong, and now Nate is delivering their next shot. Again, those gold heels on the shoes, their lead. Tyler Broder blinding. Raising the first rock in and trying to get a bit of a guard for the one that's behind, and they've done a really good job of that. As you can see, the one on the center line guard is protecting the one that's just in the McKee Homes logo there, and then 2 rocks off to the side, one red off to the left, and one blue one over onto the right. Now we are past the 5 rocks. So they're going to be throwing a takeout here. It's the first time we've seen that in this game is that tick rule for that first few rocks that are delivered, not being able to get moved from the center line. Waiting for the delivery here for Sam. This is his 3rd stone. Again, nice big heavy shot. He thinks he's inside. Yeah, they're calling him hard on it. He might miss this one. He did flash it off to the side. As soon as Sam let it go, his head went down, and you could tell that he was not pleased with the delivery of that rock.
I mean, that definitely would have been a good shot if he just got it where he wanted. He had the good weight, but just not where he wanted to put it.
No, and this is a big break now for Nate. They've got one in the house and one right on the center line. And they are trying to steal this end because they do not have last rock. So now he's going to go over to the other side of the house and get rid of the only blue rock that's in play. And they want to try and hit it and roll in. And it looks like, yes, he did get a biter out of it. So now we're sitting at 3 red rocks in the house. Kind of a turn of events compared to what we saw the last end with the 4 blue rocks. Now, Red Deer's kind of behind the 8 ball.
Well, I mean, this game seems to just be a kind of a seesaw of...
Yeah, a battle back and forth for sure.
Which is definitely the best games to watch. It's very entertaining to have these lots of rocks in play and see what kind of tough shots that these... Oh! A little stumble there on the push-off.
Just gets rid of the guard, yeah. Just kind of a bad slide coming out for sure.
Yeah, leaning a little hard on his left side and just kind of went down. Don't see that a lot.
No. Sometimes a lack of concentration or just, a lack of balance. And remember, they've played a lot of games already. 2-1 this morning. This is their second. They've got another one coming, so a little fatigue maybe as well. But remember, we're playing on ice, right? So the fact we don't see more people falling is maybe a bit of a surprise too. All right, the Nayukes looking to throw another guard up top like they had. Again, they want to steal some points here. They just want this one over the hog line is fine, but as long as it's touching that center line and it's curling in nicely, she's on the center line and a great shot delivery there. Well done.
That's like dead center. Very nice.
Yeah, he's got a really good delivery. Nice effort there. Chase Lazinski, their third, delivering a gorgeous rock. And good sweeping as well from Matt Hanna and Tyler Brote. Tyler from Sherwood Park and Matt from Red Lake, Ontario.
And there goes the guard.
Yep, the guard that they spent so much time and so much effort moved within 30 seconds from being there. All right, let's take a look at his delivery on this one and see how he does. In the hack again. Just wants another guard again. And having just delivered this one, he should know the weight. The sweeper should also be able to judge the ice really good here. Tyler Broad and Matt Hanna. Matt, like we said, from Red Lake, Ontario. In 2022, they won the ACAC silver medal, finishing second. And then Matt and Tyler, both of them last night, were awarded the all-conference team. Tyler Broad was voted for the lead for the men's all-conference team, and Matt Hanna voted as the second on the all-conference team. And then, as it turns out, Cole Rivard, the alternate skip who is not playing today, he won the skip for the all-conference team. And I guess that's what happens when you play the regionals 9-1. You have three of your teammates going all the way and making it to the all-conference team. Tyler, of course, being on the team last year, also won the ACAC bronze. All right, a nice heavy delivery here on the red, trying to get a double. Peel down, hits it, and a gorgeous shot. He gets them both.
Very, very nice. So now it's just two. But they're right on the edge, so.
Yes, and they're nothing that they're going to worry about right now. He wants to get behind that guard, behind some cover, but they needed that. They needed to get rid of the one that was shot rock for sure. It would have been great to have the little bit more of a tick and maybe even get a triple, but he got the two and they're happy with that. Nicholas Oak in the hack with the first of his two stones, just wanting to draw behind the cover. And the all-conference team sweeping Matt Hanna and Tyler Broad. Watching this one, looks like he's got enough weight. It looks like they may play a little bit of a wick off of the one that's in the front. Is it going to hit or is it just goes past it and misses the wick, and now it's going a bit deep. And this stops right on the button. You could see before the rocket even stopped that the third, Nick, was tapping in front saying, we want to draw right up to it. And he's absolutely right. That's the call here. Put one just on top of it. This is going to be up to Sam to take it. Freezing is one of the harder shots to make in curling because you need the weight right and you need the line to be perfect just by sitting on top of it like that.
Well, it takes it's a shot that requires a lot of precision.
Absolutely.
And if the weight is off and you hit it too far or you don't hit it at all.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to be more than, ideally you want to be sitting right on top of it, but anything more than 6 inches or just a couple inches, it can get wicked out. If you push the other one too far back, then there's that gap and it can be taken out. So Sam's looking at it saying, we got enough weight. We need this to curl, and they're waiting for it. He's asking them to cut it. It doesn't look like it's going to come over. It's probably going to hit the red one. Just misses it and just hits it. A little bit too much weight. Had he had maybe 2 feet less, that rock would have been perfect. But now he bumps the red one back and he's sitting wide open. There is a hole there. You can kind of see there's a way for them to get through. But we'll see when he's in the hack what type of look he's got on it. He's got 2 good sweepers, obviously. I think they can make this coming through that hole, and it's going to be tight coming through. He's just barely got to miss the blue one in the front and the red one just at the top of the rings, and then hit the shot rock that's blue in the 4-foot.
And huge weight on this.
Yeah, he doesn't want it to curl much, so the more weight you throw, the better. We'll call him off. It looks like he's got this shot. He's through the one, past the other, gets it, and nice roll over, but he does lose his shooter. But that's inconsequential for him.
Yeah, sitting 3.
He got the shot that he wanted, that's for sure.
But the middle's kind of open, and might just try and draw to the button and get one.
Yeah, we're on our last stone here, and that's pretty much all he can do.
Those guards are definitely going to play a factor because you have to get around that top blue guard.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing his ice just on the outside of the red rock, and it should curl past that. He's got to make sure he's not outside, or he's going to raise the red in, and they're already sitting 3, so they'll get 3. Where he's got to be really careful is making sure he's not tight to that top blue one, because if he nicks that, then it's 3 again for Nate. They're out sweeping both of them right away, waiting for it to curl now a bit. He's cutting the rock. Now they need the weight. He needs to sweep on this. No, he's not going to make this. Unfortunately, he's just going to tap and raise it in. Nope. We're looking at 3-4 Nate.
A steal of 3, not what they wanted.
No, that's a hard pill to swallow right there, because if he's able to draw in, then he's sitting with a score of 4-3 without last rock. Now it's 7-2 with last rock. So that was a very, very key shot there to miss, unfortunately, for the Red Deer team. They're disappointed at that for sure. All right, had a chance to regroup, consider what they need to do in the next 3 ends. They've got 3 ends and they need to get 5 points. So this end, if they're not going to get 3 points here, we might be seeing them shake hands after this, I'm afraid, Kevin. Again, Nate, one of the strongest teams in the men's division, definitely 9-1 record during the fall and winter regionals.
They're just going to start out with a guard.
No, he wants this one in the house.
Oh, no, it does have enough weight. It was looking a little light, but he had enough on it.
Yeah, they wanted this in the house. The more guards they throw up, Kevin, the more that is an advantage to the Red Deer team. So he'll likely be putting either every rock in the house or taking everything out that he can. But again, if the rock that Red Deer throws here is a guard, he's not able to take it out for that 5 rock rule. That 5-rock rule basically is the first 5 rocks you're not allowed to take out if they're guards. And it's an opportunity where, again, the more rocks up front, the more chance there is an opportunity to score some points and do draw rounds in that.
Oh, just gets it past the hog line.
Yeah, and that's okay. He's fine with that. Again, Nicholas calling, just putting this off to the side there. He wants this biting. He does not want it to be a guard. He wants this in the house. He wants him to go after him and keep the pressure on. And this is pretty consistent with this NAIT team. You can see how they had such a great record. They're incredible at their shot making, and their strategy is sound. So just lightly brushing this one. They don't want it to be light and give a guard. Now they're going at it hard. Looks like he's going to just fall a little bit short and not get it in. So there's something that they can start looking and taking advantage of. So Red Deer calling for a draw behind that guard that just got thrown. Sam, who's getting a break from all that sweeping duty, delivering one of his 3 rocks. Again, only 3 players playing for Red Deer. Aiden Berube had to move over and is helping out on sheet number 2 for the mixed team from Red Deer instead today. But even though Sam is shooting, he still gets up and sweeps his own rock. Just nudges the front red one and spins it in. Again, you start wondering if he had 2 sweepers all the way, Kevin, if they could have held that straight all the way, right?
Yeah, you have to think with this kind of game, with how this game has gone, that having just 3 players has maybe played a big role.
Yeah, you don't play with less stones. Like we were talking, the lead in the second will end up throwing 3 rocks, and then the skipper will throw 2. So it's not like they have less rocks, but the sweeping is a disadvantage with only having the 1, or that distraction of having to quickly jump up and sweep your own rock to try and get it to where you need it. Nicholas keeping track of the time on this one and gets a really nice shot. Keeping the pressure on. Nicholas and his team want to shake hands here before they have their game at 6 o'clock and have a bit of a break. Sam delivering the last of his 3 stones here in the 6th end. 7-2 for NAIT over the Red Deer Polytechnic Kings. Sam says, I've had enough of sweeping for this end, so he's up, leaving it for his 1 sweeper. Just coming into the house now, maybe a little heavier than he had wanted it to be. Now they're going to carry it back a bit farther, and he stops. It looks from here like he's got second shot, with the red one at the top being the shot rock. And again, NAIT being up 7-2, they're throwing takeouts, and they want to start getting rid of some of that blue granite that's in the way. Whether it's the guard up front, which looks like he's going to hit, or, yep, that's what he got. He's kind of hoping for maybe a little bit of a wick on the back one, but he didn't get that. So we're still sitting 1 red with the blue just off to the side there. Again, Red Deer needs some points. Red Deer with the blue rocks. They're sitting 1. He's going to call an angle raise takeout here. Wants the blue one that's just on the center line to go back and hit the rock that is the shot rock, the red one at the top of the 4-foot. These are the shots I don't like doing, Kevin. Because you've got to be really precise with that angle. And if you don't, there's a chance that he hits it a little too thin and he hits the blue one onto his other blue. And then all of a sudden, it's 2 red instead of just the 1.
Well, that house is getting a little crowded.
Here he comes. Sam is on top of this one right away, hoping for that angled takeout. They're sweeping hard. Now, it's probably better that he hits it fat than if he hits it thin, because then he can just go past it. Does get it, but not enough weight, and doesn't move it enough to get it to be off of shot. So you can see at the back now, it is behind the tee line, which is an advantage for the Red Deer team for sure. They've got second and third shots. So in his next shot, he's hoping to have a kind of a raise onto that back red one that we saw. But the unfortunate part, Nate gets to shoot first. And what are they going to do? Like we talked about earlier, it's time to do some cleanup on aisle 3. Takes this blue one out, hoping to get a second one as well, and just misses it. Rolls off to the side, but does open it up now. So we're still sitting 2 blue stones. And instead of going into the house, even though the red has a shot rock, Kevin, they're going to throw guard up. Still a lot of stones left, right? There's 4 left for blue, 3 left for the red team. So instead of going into the house and getting rid of that red one just yet, don't worry, that's his plan. It's going to happen, or at least they hope to. But right now he wants to put the junk up front. Try and protect what he's got in the house right now. So just a little bit of a guard in the middle area between the hog line and the house. Sam watching this carefully, not really sweeping hard. Either that or he's really tired, Kevin.
Well, I know I would be after how much these guys have been just sweeping.
Well, playing lead and second is my favorite position because I do get to sweep a lot. But like I said, I had one sweeping accident where my broom actually broke in 2, and then I headbutted the rock. Yeah, it was quite the sight to see. I had to get stitches over my right eyebrow, and the funny thing was they had to pull me off the rink and take me to the hospital to do that. And I'm like, no, I got to keep playing.
Well, I mean,
but I didn't have a broom to play with anymore.
Use your hands.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a pretty funny day. It was a media curling bonspiel that I was in. And, yeah, you've seen a lot of people fall curling, but I headbutted a rock. Too funny. All right. We are down to 3 rocks left for each team on sheet 3 with the score of 7-2 in favor of Nate, hoping to put this one away with this end and shake hands and have a little bit of a break. They will have a game at 6 o'clock. It looks like Concordia is going to finish either first or second. We'll get a score in their game. They're playing Lakeland right now. So we'll get a score in their game in just a few minutes. But yeah, Concordia is sitting with 2 wins, and these 2 teams, Nate and Red Deer, are 1-1. All right, they're waiting for this one to kind of curl in there. It's slow coming in, a little bit of a raise, bump, and just taps it in, but not enough to really do much damage. It's still 1 for the red, which is Nate, and then the second and third shots are Red Deer's.
They definitely starting to make a bit of a mess here around the house. A lot of rocks in play, and
so a bit of a surprise happening on sheet 5 in the other men's game right now. I know we don't have a screen on it, but the score is 5-1 for Lakeland. Concordia, who are 2-0, are a little bit behind the 8 ball here, and they've got a bit of a tough shot coming up and to try and get some points. There's a lot of rocks happening on one end of the sheet there. But yeah, a bit of an upset brewing over with Lakeland trying to make a game of this. Although they've lost 2, they lost to Nate 7-1, and they lost to Red Deer. These 2 teams we're watching today on our sheet, 7-5, they lost to Red Deer. There's our third stone. Sam Goody is sweeping this one to try and get this in. They're trying to go to that back red one that we talked about earlier, but is he going to wick the guard? Is he going to wick the one in front? No, he gets it through, and a wonderful shot. Gorgeous. Makes the takeout, and look at that. There's a lot of blue stones close to the blue McKee Homes logo. So it's 3 rocks right now. But Nicholas, any guess what he's going to do here? Get rid of some blue stones, especially the shot rock there.
Well, when you have this kind of lead, I mean, you have a cushion to not always go for the scorers, just kind of keep the amount of the opponent's rocks out of the house.
Yeah, he's okay with giving up 1 or maybe even 2 today in this end to Red Deer. But he wants to get rid of the chance that they can have a big end, because he knows he's got this game, under his control. Comes through the port, gets it, loses his shooter, but he's okay with that. He's gotten rid of the shot rock. And we've got 2 stones left, skip stones now for Red Deer. Jaden Morlock, the skip in his second year of practical nursing. We talked about him liking to bake cakes and being a bartender, which is an interesting mix. Deciding what to do here. I think they're just trying to put one in, but where's the best spot to put this? Do they put it up top like he's tapping at the top of the 8-foot, or does he come over and try and draw behind? Remember, he's got 2 rocks left, so he's trying to think for his, just like chess or playing pool. Well, they do. I had a feeling they were going to call a timeout because they'd been talking a while about this, and sure enough, they're going to call in their coach, Brad Hamilton, to come out and give him a hand. Brad, obviously the head coach of the Red Deer team, and has been for over a decade. He was the head coach since 2010, and then the assistant coach for the 2 years before that. And again, we talked about this Red Deer team. They won the men's gold in the ACAC in 2011 and 2012, and then in 2022. Brad's coming out and giving them a few pointers on where the best spot to put this is.
It's definitely tough to say because there's a lot of rocks that are in play that, but you have 2 shots, so do you set up to try for your last shot, or do you set up to make it difficult for?
And that's what they're talking about, is right now they've got that 1 blue stone at the top of the rings, at the top of the 8-foot there, that's the second shot, and it's directly behind cover. Then they've got the other one on the other side, and though our screen doesn't show it, the overhead cam that we have right now, there is another red stone at the very top, just over where the skip was just sliding past. Just above, near the hog line, there's another red rock, and that's why that other blue stone on the top end of your screen there, just on the tip of the little M on McKee Homes in the 8-foot, the shot stone, that one is not accessible. So what they're doing is he's calling ice right on the center line, and I don't believe they're going for a takeout on this. I think this is probably more of just trying to put a guard up because he's worried about the Reds being raised in. So no, this is just an opportunity to come down, and he is going for the Reds. More of a board weight or hack weight on this to try and get this. It looks like he's coming down just over the hog line now, raises it over and moves himself in, gets rid of the one, and now protects it a bit. So we've got 2 shots left, 1 for each team. Matt Hanna, Tyler Brote sliding down to the rink, having a look. They're the lead in the second for the Nadukes, while Chase Lazinski and Nicholas Oak discuss exactly what to do here. They've just had their timeout, and we're talking with Coach of the Year, Corinne Fleury Simmons. trying to figure out exactly what the right call is, having a good discussion about it.
Well, with these last two shots, this could be the game decider.
Yeah, he wants to put the nail in the coffin here, so he's calling his ice on the outside there, just in the middle of the 8-foot. And it looks like he's going to try to draw in between the red. If you can kind of see there, just the 4-foot and the button are open, but it's a pretty small hole to come through. The red that's on the right-hand side and the blues that are on the left-hand side. Kind of funny how it's all blue on one side and all red on the other, except for the top red one just over the hog line there, you can see in that angle. So he's going to try and come down and either, if he's inside, maybe even raises his own in or try to come through the hole. So they've got a plan A and a plan B here. They're calling that the weight's fine. They're not sweeping it. They're just waiting for this to curl where they need it to curl, but you can see that they're looking at what the opportunity is for a raise. It doesn't look like it's going to curl over and get between the hole, does it? Is it moving now? It is. Now they're sweeping it. Now they're getting it to the top, trying to get a biter into the blue, and it looks like he does have shot rock. A wonderful shot on that. Nice weight. Maybe wanted it a little bit deeper, but again, not too shabby at all. The issue with this, though, Kevin, one shot left. It's for blue. They need points. The shot that he has to make is a nose hit and stick for 3. And if he does that, then we got a ball game again with it being 7-5. So that's the call he's making. It might be a little deeper than they wanted it to be. They wanted it behind a little bit of cover, that Nate Rock, so it's more wide open than they had hoped. Just a little bit of pressure on this shot,
I was about
isn't
to say, lots of pressure. He's got to. I mean, this might be the game, or it might not be if he can.
Yeah, they need this one definitely to try to get to. I mean, they've played a really good end. They've played it strategically well, and you know there is a shot possibly, but I wouldn't count on it for them to get 4 here. But that's getting out both of these red rocks. So we'll see.
A lot of weight on it.
He is throwing it. There's a little bit of anger behind that rock. It's coming fast. Here we go. A chance for them to be able to get 3, possibly 4. And he does. He gets out both of them, but is that top rock? Yes, it's a bite. 4, 7-6.
Oh my goodness.
Way to come back. I guess that timeout was well planned there at the end of the 6th stone in that end. Even the Nate team is congratulating them on a really good shot. 7-6 is what our score is after 6. You are watching ACAC Championship Curling from the Airdrie Curling Club on ACAC TV. We are back at the beginning of the 7th end as Red Deer has a dramatic 4-point end in the 6th for them to get back in this game 7-6. Delivering the first rock here, Sam Goody. Normally playing second, but he's throwing the first 3 rocks because we have Aiden Berube not playing for the Red Deer men's team. He's one sheet over playing for the Red Deer mixed team today. Throws it right on the center line, which is exactly where he wants it. Again, for that tick rule that we had talked about earlier. Sam in his second year taking kinesiology at Red Deer Polytechnic. hometown is from Lacombe, and he's curled for 12 years. Like I said earlier, we've got a lot of these curlers who have now in their double digits curling through juniors and through high school and U18. Nate Stone, a little bit heavier than they wanted. They wanted this one in the house. Looks like it's going to get to the very, very back and just hang in there into the 12-foot. Sam in the hack again. Tyler Brote, a little bit heavy. He's curled for 10 years, and he's from Sherwood Park. Again, three players on Red Deer. So Sam and Nick will be throwing the 3 stones. Maybe a little bit lighter on this one than what we had earlier. Lots of sweeping going on here. Just wants to try and come around this, but is he going to get to the guard? No, he's around it. Now they're trying to get it in behind that cover. Again, a really big comeback in the last end for Red Deer to get 4 to make it 7-6, but they're still 1 point down, and they do not have last rock. So we're in the 7th end, 2 ends left, obviously all of the 7th, and then into the 8th. So you can kind of get that Nate is either going for 2 here or hoping for a blanked end. So Nate coming down. Tyler delivering this rock. We've got Matt Hanna and Chase Lazinski sweeping this. They're just coming down up to it. Want to try and get just past this blue one. They're going at it hard on this one and just freezes it up next to it. A nice looking shot here. Quickly, the Red Deer skip calls for a freeze on top of those 2 and just put it in that little pocket there where he's putting his broom. That's where he wants the shot stone to stop. Icy's calling is going to be pretty identical to what we just saw in the last shot delivered by Nate, because they want the exact same thing, about the same amount of weight as what they threw on the last rock. Sam coming out. He's just thrown that kind of weight earlier, so he should be pretty close. Although it's going to need a little bit of help, and Sam is up about halfway up the rink, and he's sweeping with, again, only the two lead guys, and then also the skip with only 3, but a little bit off to the side on the outside. That's not curling in. His weight was fine, just maybe didn't curl as much as they thought it was going to. Perhaps maybe a smidge too much ice. So Nate, again, a 1 point lead and last rock with the second last end. He's asking for a takeout here from his front end. Hoping to get rid of some of those blue stones. There's a couple that he'd like to get rid of. The opportunity to get both of them out is there with this shot. He's got to hit it on the outside, but he looks like he's probably just dead on. Just hits it and moves over. So he gets rid of 1 blue and gets rid of his shooter. And now we're looking at it. Looks like it's only 1 red from the top cam that we just have the view of. Pretty close between the blue and the red, but again, lots of stones left to deliver in this end, so it's doubtful we're going to be looking at this after the 2 skip stones. Sam getting ready in the hack to throw his next rock, waiting for... Oh no, so that's right, Sam threw his 3rd already, so now it is Nick's turn. Just drawing to the open side of the house there, behind their blue stone that's sitting right on the center line. Sam's calling out, has enough, he thinks he's good. They're yelling out numbers. And the numbers correlate, Kevin, to where they want the rock to stop or where they think the rock will stop. The 1, 2, and 3 are in the front. The 12-foot is a 4. Inside that's a 5 for the 8-foot. Then the 6-foot the 4-foot is a 6. And he stops this one just where the broom was. Nicely done there. So yeah, there are 10 different zones for where you can have the rocks, and that's the numbers that they're yelling out when they're calling out. And you'll also see a lot of these curlers here and in professional curling all have stopwatches to kind of time these shots, especially for the draws to kind of know what kind of weight they need to throw. You'll notice that Tyler Brode has matching gold stopwatch for the color he has on his shoes.
Wonder if he's a Golden Knights fan.
I don't know, but I got to put my sunglasses on every time Tyler's sliding down the ice this way.
Yeah,
It must be a matched set, right? The shoes and the stopwatch.
Yeah. Well, now that this game is just a 1-point deficit, we'll probably see this maybe go for the full 8 ends.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. We're not going to see an 8-ender in any of this competition here where somebody just gives up after that. So, yeah, we're going to be seeing all 8 ends. And Red Deer is hoping that we may get to a 9th end.
Yeah, but that 4 spot definitely changed the complexion of this game.
It sure did, yeah. And they needed that. And to be honest, they played a really good game, and they deserve to be in this game. They had a couple of unlucky hits and unlucky shots, but I wouldn't say that the game was any indication when it was 7-2 that that's what the score should have been. Red Deer just waiting for this one to die down a little bit. They're waiting for it to come around and go up to the red one, and just freezes next to it. Parallel to it, the Redstone still has shot rock, but again, still a lot of rocks to come and a lot of opportunity for them to be able to get rid of that. Nate wants to get rid of that rock. Been a lot of takeouts that Nicholas calls here.
I mean, those are some of the most satisfying to watch because you get the loud sound and.
I'm telling you, as a curler, they're also some of the most satisfying to throw. He's got a lot of weight on this one. Just wanting to hit that front guard where it's starting to really, get in their way. Wow, what a gorgeous shot. He gets 2 blues, although he puts the 1 blue rock on the back one. He does get rid of a lot of the junk that's up front, replaces it with a red rock of his own, and he's sitting 1. So a terrific shot there.
A lot of finesse in that.
Yes, and you can see in behind the glass, a lot of the people were clapping at the end of that. Well done by Nate. Again, this team knows how to play. A score of 9-1, and overall 10-2 score of win-loss record in the ACAC this year. They may only be 1-1 this week, but yeah, they're pretty used to playing. Again, the Concordia Thunder and the Lakeland College men's team are battling on sheet 5, and we still have the Concordia Thunder leading 5-2, so a potential upset where we could see a couple of teams at 2-1. Concordia currently at 2-0, hoping for a 3rd win today to get first place wrapped up. But Lakeland College says, not so fast. Red Deer's rock coming down. They're waiting to get this draw, and they're calling the sweepers on. Sam is giving it everything he has left after 7 ends of sweeping all by himself. And it looks like he's on top of the red one and just noses it a bit. Now, if we see the angle of that, if we hold on to that top view for a bit, the blue that's at the very top of the 8, or the top of the, top of the 8 foot, the red one was just behind that, and in a direct line, the blue one at the back of the house was right there. So if they want, they've got the opportunity where it's lined up for them to be able to get a triple, but we have to wait for Nate's shot first.
And there's a mess of rocks to the lane beside us.
Yeah, there's hardly any rocks that are out of play in that.
Well, there's 7 blue for that lane 4 game. That's the mixed game with the SAIT and Nate. The age-old rivalry.
Yeah, and we've got SAIT winning that game right now at 6-4, but like you said, there's a lot of rocks in the front there.
Well, absolutely no blue rocks out of play, so that's a very messy thing. But on our sheet, it's a little more clear in the house. Still a few rocks in play, but
Nate wanting to get this one a nice draw over and hopefully behind the blue one that's just at the top of the 8-foot. You can see it coming down now over the hog line. Just starting to curl in, they're waiting for it. Looks like it's just going to die just before the house there, and yes, we've got a ways to go still. So Nick and Jaden are discussing what option here, and like I was talking about, they're calling that possible raise back. They need to get their blue rock as close to that middle as they can, and for them to do that, they have to get rid of the red rock that's the shot stone right now. So the shot that they're kind of looking at is just off to the side. You can see that there is, we don't have the camera angle on it, but there is a blue rock just at the top of the 8-foot, and just above that, just outside the house, there is a red rock, and they want to have a triple raise takeout. Again, not the kind of shots that I like to make. They make a lot of noise, but the angle raise on them needs to be perfect for them to be able to do that.
It looks like they've picked their shot.
We've got close games on all 6 sheets. All of them are either in the 6th or into the 7th end already, and nobody's shaking hands yet. We've got the SAIT ladies team leading 4-2 over the Augustana ladies team, playing in the 6th end right now. Here's our shot on our featured rink on sheet number 3. Red Deer delivering what they hope is to be an angle raise. He's a little bit off to the side and just misses it, but he does get rid of the guard, which they're pretty good with.
And once again, having only one sweeper comes into play. That second or two of him having to switch over is losing time on sweeping to get the rock going where you need it to go.
Yeah, they're definitely, like we were talking about earlier, at the beginning of the match, you're okay, but as we get farther and farther into it, that one sweeper, like Sam, he says he likes to go to the gym. When we were talking to him last night at the event, the awards dinner, we were asking what he does to keep busy. He says, I like going to the gym, and I'm going to talk to him after this game going, you don't need to today, pal. You've been doing a lot of bicep work with the sweeping, that's for sure.
Yeah.
All right, Nicholas coming out here. 4th-year carpentry student, hometown in St. Albert, delivering his first of his skip stones. He wants to put another guard up top there. Why? Because he's got shot rock and he does not have last rock. He's a little bit outside on this, so it looks like he's going to have to bring this in, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're leaning on it hard now to try and get this into the blue. It's coming into the house, and he does have shot rock. How far back is it going to go? Just a perfect shot there, just fully into the 4-foot. He's created a problem for sure for the Red Deer team. Again, Nate leading 7-6. They do have last rock, so they want to get 2 or more. Red Deer hoping that they can only take 1 or maybe even tie the game up and steal 1, and then head home with the chance of maybe stealing again. Again, Red Deer coming back with a big 4-ender there in the 6th, but that doesn't mean that this game is theirs by any stretch of the imagination. Nate had played a very good game up to that point and are still in control of this game.
Well, I mean, every end we always see these kind of messes in the house that have just been very tough. So, it's really gonna come down to who gets that advantage in the end of the 8th. We'll see what kind of situation we'll have after the final rock for each team is thrown for this 7th end.
Yeah, we have 1 rock left for each, so they're trying to go, okay, where's the best place to put this? And I think what they're trying to do is mitigate them to 1. If they can control the damage where Nate only gets 1 point, then the score becomes 8-6, and Red Deer has the last rock, and they're hoping to get 2 or more in the 10th. So it looks like he's just going to have this rock come up to the one that's the shot rock.
Definitely one of the few sports where you have to be willing to give up a few points in terms of the strategy. You certainly wouldn't do that in hockey.
No,
like that.
That's certainly you're right. It's such a different type of strategy here at, in curling, where, you don't want your team to score in any other sport. But in this, it's like, okay, we'll let them have one, but we want to get two, and it's our last rock.
It's kind of like an intentional walk in baseball. That's what makes it such a unique sport, is the strategy plays such a big factor in it.
Well, I mentioned this yesterday, but it's so true. This is very much like playing billiards. It's not so much the shot you make, it's the shot that you leave. And that's exactly what he's done here, is leave them, yes, one rock in for Nate. So they're counting one. But what he's done with his shot stone is just sitting there at the top of the 4-foot, the blue rock, and he's got a second shot, right? He's sitting second stone. For Nate to be able to get more, they would have to get rid of the one. But he's put it in such a precarious situation that Nick, the skip for the Nate Ooks, doesn't want to even deal with it. He knows that if he goes after that, he could really wreck things for him. So this call is just drawing into the other side of the house that doesn't have any guards. And all he needs to do is be fully into the blue, and he has two. So our sweepers, Matt Hanna and Tyler Brote, on the all-conference team, sweeping or just watching for now, waiting for this to get cut over. And it's not going to move, and he's a little heavy as well. Is he going to make it? He does. It just comes to play and just comes to stop in time. Talk about pressure, putting it right into the 4-foot there. So there's two for Nate. They're now up 9-6. With one end left to play, Red Deer having last rock. We've got an opportunity for Red Deer to hopefully tie this up and go to extra ends. But you can watch more here on ACAC TV. We'll be back right after this.
So here we are, the 8th end. Depending on if the Red Deer Kings can score 3, they do have last rock, so definitely possible. You may be seeing Nate go to 2-1 in this tournament, and the Red Deer Polytechnic go to 1-2. But I mean, Red Deer put up a 4 spot in the 5th or the 6th end. Looks like they're just gonna put up a bit of a guard. So fairly light. He's got that guard up there. That first shot centered, but right at the top of the blue. Now the Ooks have one coming. Another light. Looks like they might be going for a guard.
Yeah, Nate delivering their first rock into the rings, and now this one here, again, always going for the juggler, putting it in the rings. They're up by 3. They do not want to have guards. They would rather it actually be out of the house and out of play than up front and getting in their way. So in light of not having them up front, they're rather just put them into the house instead. And of course, Red Deer, who's down by 3 now, 9-6, just hoping to try and catch a break. And they're going to throw stuff either up at the front or behind cover. Just covering a couple of the other sheets that are happening in draw number 3, we've got the Concordia ladies team beating the Red Deer ladies team 9-5. Concordia, that ladies team is sitting at a 2-0 record, so hoping to go undefeated here. Again, that Concordia team for the ladies, 10-2 during the fall and winter regionals, so a strong team there. On sheet number 2, we've got a mixed game going on. The mixed team from Lakeland is leading the mixed Red Deer team 3-2. So the Red Deer teams on sheets 1, 2, and our featured rink on sheet 3, all of them are losing right now, unfortunately. Here's Nate's third stone for the end, and they've decided to put a guard up front. A little surprising. But if you look at the way that the end has looked, they've got that shot stone there sitting in the red. So they're like, okay, let's just start protecting it. Red Deer deciding to call a draw here. He's going to try and sit just on top of that one. They're going to really need to sweep this one as he's trying to prevent it from curling. But it's too late. He's already onto that red stone that got delivered, and Nicholas ready to go and sweep that one in. Decides just wants to leave it, and yes, it is going to be a biter. So now that they can get rid of rocks, that's exactly what Nicholas is doing. Let's start getting rid of the blue stones. Because as soon as he can get 6 blue stones behind him by the hack, this game's over. They need 3. And hopefully they think one is gone here. And he's got a kind of an iron behind him, thinking there is one behind there I wouldn't mind getting rid of too. But he definitely gets rid of it, gets a nice little roll to protect his shot rock. He's happy with that. There's one. 5 more to go is the way he's counted. So on our feature sheet, like we mentioned, it's 9-6 for the Nate Ooks over the Red Deer Kings. We do have a final on sheet number 4. We had the SAIT and Nate mixed team playing, and I believe the final score on that was 8-4 for the Nate team, or sorry, for the SAIT team. A little bit of a upset still brewing on sheet number 5. The other men's division teams, it's Lakeland and Concordia. And currently still Lakeland, who are 0-2 going into this game. They're up 5-2. Over on sheet 6, the last one where we have competition going on, we have the SAIT ladies team playing the Augustana Vikings. And they're down to just starting the 7th end. They haven't marked up the score yet for the 6th end, but we'll get that to you as soon as we can. All right, back to our feature sheet. Sheet 3. Nate versus Red Deer in the men's division. 9-6 for Nate. Here's Red Deer delivering their 4th stone of the end. Sam Goody, again, getting his workout on those biceps. Just laying off a little bit from the sweeping now. And trying to just bump it out, but just backboard weight or hack weight, and does get it out. And now he's sitting there with his blue stone at the top of the 12, which will be very useful for him later to be able to just raise in. Nicholas, like we talked about earlier, just wants to get rid of blue rocks. Doesn't matter where they are, doesn't matter what they're sitting. He'll go for the ones in the house first, and that's exactly what he's doing.
At least that makes it simple in terms of the decision making for right now.
Yeah, and this team is exceptional at takeouts. Again, you don't get 3 of the 4 all-conference team for the men's side as we have in this with this team. You don't get those guys doing that with not being able to play and not being able to take out. 2 down, 4 to go. So similar to what we saw in the last shot where the Red Deer Kings just wanted to tap the red Nate rocks out and sit on top of them. That's exactly what they're going to do here. So Nick's in the hack, hoping to pretty much replicate the same shot he just threw, just 1 foot over onto the other red rock now. If he can hit it and just piece out the rock that's in the very back that's belongs to Nate, he'll do that too. Not a lot of weight on this again. Again, Sam pushing hard on this. It's curled too far. It looks like it's going to be on his own now. And it's pushed his blue one too far to the back. Are they going to get this out? No, it's still going to hang on for a little bit, but it's a biter and barely there. Yeah, not the plan that they were hoping for. Instead of sitting the second shot, now it's 3 for Nate. Nicholas isn't too worried about the 3 blue granites that are sitting in front of him. He's like, I've got 3 in the house. Let's go for 4. Beautiful delivery again. Chase Lazinski playing third. The 2018 Alberta High School champion from St. Albert, delivering this stone, wanting to have a bit of a guard up front. But this one's coming in again. He's got a little bit too much weight on it. He's just going to tap the blue slightly. It's probably about 3 feet deeper than they wanted, but it's still in a good spot, and they're happy with that. That back blue stone could be the key for them for Red Deer. They're hoping that that rock can still stay in play if they can. So it looks like on this rock, they're just going to get Nick to throw another draw. We've got this game going on here, and then at 6 o'clock, we're doing the page playoff. So let's explain a little bit about that for the people that aren't aware of what a page playoff system is. They will rank all the teams in the men's and the women's and the mixed divisions from 1 to 4, and Team 1 will play Team 2. The winner of that will go straight to the final on Sunday at 2 o'clock to play for the championship. The loser of that game from the Team 1 versus 2, they will have to play tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, and they'll play the winner of the 3 and 4 teams that are playing. So really, when it comes down to it, when you've only got 4 teams in the division, like we do here at this Bonspiel, even if you finish 4th, all you need is a 3-win streak to be able to go, winning the 1 game that they'll play tonight, and the 1 game at 9 o'clock in the morning, and then the 1 game again at 2 o'clock in the afternoon to be the champion. But that's a big tale, and that's a tall order to be able to accomplish. But the page playoff system has the 1 versus 2 coming up tonight, and the 3 versus 4. So we will have this stream available for you, along with another one where you can watch it on ACAC TV. And this YouTube stream will be available for you to be able to catch the game tonight that we'll have as our feature game. All right. There we've got Nate getting rid of another blue stone.
It's getting crowded again, and once we get down to it.
Well, there's only 2 rocks left for Red Deer to use now. They've got the one at the back of the house. That one still counts in the rings, but it is 4th. It's the 4th stone closest to the center. Right now, Nate is sitting 3. Then they've got their own 2 shots that are sitting there at the back of that have not been delivered yet. So Red Deer's trying to think, how can they maybe raise their blue one in? That's what they're looking at. The blue one is just about to tap it there on that center line. How can they move that in? Because they need to get rocks into the house. And there's only the one sitting out front there. and 2 in the hack that they've still got to throw for the skip stones. So yeah, you can see he's saying, let's tap that one in and move over here and try and get that. But regardless of how many rocks they get in for blue, they've got to get rid of those red ones that are there closer. They need 3 closer to the button, not just 3 in.
Yeah, it's definitely going to take a pretty impressive pinball-like shot to be able to stay in this.
Well, and if you look at it from the angle we're at right now, that far outside red one is inconsequential, but the 2 that are lined up, you could make a takeout and do a triple raise takeout. But you know what you do with that one, Kevin? Your blue one is not in the house anymore, right? They need rocks in the house, and that's what they're talking about. I wouldn't be surprised they call a timeout here, because the 3 Red Deer players are just kind of all talking about this and where to go and how to do this. But yeah, you're right. It's high percentage time, right? And sure enough, there's the coach. You can see him in the screen. What do we call? Time for a timeout for them to discuss exactly what to do with this.
Yeah, they're going to need some an experienced voice to come and figure out, because...
Well, even splitting that top blue one that's just outside the rings isn't going to get them deep enough to get points. They need 3 in the house closer than any of the red ones. And this is not going to be easy.
Yeah, but I mean, that's kind of good on the part of Nate for not making it easy.
No, I mean, that's exactly what they wanted to do, right? They want to try and that's the goal for curling. You want to make sure that your opponent has the toughest shot that they possibly can. And right now, I like the way that Nate has it set up for them to win this game, because quite honestly, I can't see a way for them, for Red Deer to be able to pull this shot off, to be able to make it. You know, they're pointing at different rocks and they're trying to find a way to get 3 blue stones in, but they're facing 3 red stones already, and you've only got 2 shots left. So sitting in the hack, you can see that Sam Brode is sitting in the hack and kind of giving an eye to what they can see from how as far back as they are. We've got Jaden Morlock coming down the skip, ready to face what is almost the impossible dream here. But he did get 4 in the 6th end with a terrific shot, so it's not out of possibility yet, but this game could be over by the time this rock comes to rest. So here we are, 4 stones left in the 8th end. Red Deer skip in the hack delivers a fairly strong takeout weight. They're going for this top blue one, hoping for a little bit of pinball luck, and no, he doesn't. He takes his own out, and that's the ball game. Final score will be 12-6. Not really indicative of how close this game was. The 3 stones that they get counting in the front there will add to the 9 that they had, but 12-6 is the final for Nate. They go to 2-1. Unfortunately, the Red Deer team falls to 1-2, so they'll be playing in the 3-4 game, and Nate will be playing Concordia in the 1-2 game, and the winner of that, well, they get the morning off and they get to sleep in tomorrow.
It's always nice, but yeah, this was a very back and forth game.
It was very close, and I expect the same tonight. We've got a feed coming up at 6 o'clock, so please join us on the ACAC TV. Thank you very much for joining us for this game, and we will see you in just a little bit.
And we're approaching the close here on day 2 of the ACAC Curling Championship with our feature game here at the Airdrie Curling Club. The Concordia Thunder women's team against the SAIT Trojans women's team, with the Page playoffs getting underway. First rock has been thrown through. A little bit heavy on that first throw. And we've And so first 2 shots, both for both teams, a little heavy, but it's still a clean house.
SAIT delivering their second stone.
Yeah, so it's the late game here. It had to be delayed a little bit because of some delayed games. So
yeah, previously on sheet 2 they went into extra ends, so the Iceman needed a little bit of extra time to texture the ice, pebble it, and then of course each team gets a little bit of practice time on the sheet just beforehand. So starting a little bit later than the normal start time, but that's okay. They got nowhere to go after this. The game after this is not until tomorrow morning at 9. So we are here on your featured game between the SAIT Trojans women's team and the Concordia Thunder, who finished first and second in the women's division. Concordia finished first, and the SAIT Trojans finished second. So we're in what's called the Page playoff system now. Watching this rock being delivered by the Concordia Thunder, a takeout on the back of the SAIT stone, and they got a nose hit. So the way the Page playoff system works is team 1 and 2 will play each other. The winner of this game gets a bye to the final. They will not have to wake up early tomorrow and play a 9 o'clock game. Also happening on sheet 3, which is just next door to the sheet that we're watching tonight, sheet 2, are the 3rd and 4th place teams in the women's. And those 2 teams, the Augustana Vikings and the Red Deer Queens, are battling in a 3-4 battle. SAIT Stone coming down now, and they're going to be doing the same thing, hitting a takeout and just hitting and sticking. So the way the Page playoff system works is whoever wins today on sheet 2, the first and second team, they will advance straight to the final. The loser of that game will go to play the winner of the game between the 3rd and 4th place teams. And that game will happen tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. So all the round robin parts of what we've accomplished in the first 3 draws now go to the wayside. They're now ranked 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. One plays 2, the winner goes to the final. Loser of that game plays the winner of 3 and 4, and then they go on to the final tomorrow. So that's how the Page playoff system works in curling.
And right now it's kind of just a bit of a knockout game to start for this first end, playing it very safe.
Yeah, they played this morning, and it was a very close game. Gabby Wood skipped for the Concordia Thunder, made her last shot, and they finished with a 3-0 record here at the ACAC Playdown so far. But again, it all goes by the wayside, and now it all comes down to winning here. So they're just playing shot for shot, back and forth. You can see that Gabby's a very decisive skip, and we watched her on a featured game yesterday, if you were watching the stream then. And very decisive, a very good skip with a great strategy, and she's got a wonderful team in front of her. Of course, the Concordia Thunder finished with a 10-2 record. SAIT finished with an 8-4 record, but they were 5-1 in the winter regionals, and obviously 2-1 here. So SAIT peaking at the right time for sure. Concordia strong all year, so This is going to be a great match for us to watch tonight. Thank you for joining us. Stay with us. It's going to be a great night of curling, and we'll also keep you up to date on the other games that are happening in the other page playoff systems with the men's and with the mixed and the other women's game, like I said, which is just next door, the Vikings and the Queens. Bailey Scoffin's first shot coming down. Another called takeout, waiting for it to curl. We've got Madison Mallow and Samantha Atkinson who are waiting on this. Great shot from Bailey. Takes it, rolls out, which is fine. They do not have last rock.
Oh. Here comes the shot from the Concordia Thunder. It's definitely been a busy club the last few days. Right here in Airdrie. And that one will just go all the way through the house, so you can almost maybe expect either just a score of 1 or a blank end. Depends on how things will go. It's definitely always interesting to see what kind of strategies these teams will come up with, and some teams, their strategies change throughout the game. Sometimes they'll go with, and actually the strategy end to end, we'll see some defensive ends, sometimes we'll see some aggressive offensive ends, but definitely for this first end, it's just going to be kind of playing it safe. As they'll probably put them out.
All right, we've got Peyton Sonnenberg, who is a phenomenal draw. A phenomenal at drawing. Let's see what her takeouts are like. Just as good. As a matter of fact, when I say phenomenal at drawing, I'm not underscoring that point at all. Peyton Sonnenberg, Kevin, they have a competition at the beginning called a draw to the button, and Peyton Sonnenberg, right on the button, 0 centimeters. Out of all of the curlers that were here for the 12 teams, so that's 48 different curlers that are here, plus alternates, so over 50 curlers, Peyton Sonnenberg, first place out of all of them. She knows her weight, so.
Yeah, and if you've been playing long enough, like, a lot of these, they might be young, but they've been playing since they were very, very young.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're going to have, it just becomes almost muscle memory. And you've been curling for a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
It definitely takes a lot of time just to kind of get that feel for it. I feel like, it's like, because it's not really it's not as much of a measurement. It's more of just, it has to feel right, but obviously that's not always the most accurate.
It's just like anything. Any sport, any athlete, it's repetition, right? And getting comfortable with it. And it's not just the shooters, it's the sweepers. And we've got the camera on those two sweepers right now. Raylan Halston and Madison Below, the lead in the second. It's getting comfortable with where the ice is at. A wonderful shot by Kaylee Shanahan, maybe a little bit deep, a little too far, and out. Oh, again, Peyton Sonnenberg. She can sweep, she can draw, she can take out. Phenomenal third, and a great teammate for Gabby Wood, who's the skip. We watched Gabby last night, and her team with Brenda Balassi and Rachel Jost. A wonderful game that they played against Red Deer. So an open house right now. Gabby's got last rock. This is the first. She's obviously, when you have last rock, you're trying to get more than one. She's going to try and just put one in the house. Don't be surprised if she does, that Kaylee Shanahan just takes it out and sits there, and then the next rock we'll be seeing from Gabby just to take out and roll out. Probably a blank end is what they're probably playing for. Following this stone down, just waiting for this to kind of slow down a bit. You can kind of see that Brenna Balassi is just kind of scratching at the ice to try and slow it down a little bit. And that one's going to hang on for a biter there at the back. Just barely enough. Up to the red one that's over there. Again, boom, first call. Kaylee Shanahan, broom down. Bailey Scoffin playing third here. She's just asking for a little bit more ice as she heads down there. Kaylee Shanahan, another excellent skip. Great strategy, wonderful touch, fantastic at her draw weight. But that's not the shot she's got to do now. SAIT playing the Redstones, which makes sense because they're wearing red. Concordia Thunder, their outfits are blue and yellow, so they've got the Bluestones, so makes it much easier on the broadcasters when that happens.
Too bad. I mean, they're wearing the two colors that rocks typically are, other than red, is blue or yellow.
Yep.
So it would have worked either way if we had Yellowstones like they do in the major tournaments like the Scotties and Briar.
Now I can tell you, just from experience, and we'll wait for this shot here, and hits it and does stay in the house. Is she? No. It's going to roll away. So it's an open house. Gabby's just hitting the boards on this one. Now what they will do, although this is just a throwaway shot, just for them to blank the end, they're going to be putting the broom down, and they will be looking to see what type of reaction the rock has. They don't have to do a takeout now. They can just hit the boards and it's over. But at least this gives them the information. So in the third, fifth, and seventh end, when they're coming down this way, what type of action does this, this is basically an extra practice shot for them. So you can see only one sweeper, and they're just barely leaning on it. Rachel's just got the broom in front of it, and they're watching to see how much curl with normal takeout weight, where it's going. All right, first end over. A blanked end between Concordia and SAIT. We'll be back with ACAC Curling, the championship, here in the Airdrie Curling Rink in just a minute. We are back. SAIT's first rock, the lead rock coming out, delivered by Madison Malone. She's curled for 10 years, and Bentley is her home. She's taking the business administration course at SAIT, and like I said, curling for 10 years. We talked about that earlier. There's so many of these athletes that have started before they're even a teenager, starting to curl, and picked it up at a young age and continuing to move forward. So a nice guard at the front, the perfect spot to put that, Kevin, right on the center line, so that Gabby can't get rid of it, can't tick it out. Even that tick rule we talked about, that if it gets moved at all, even an inch, they're allowed to move it back, and whatever rock struck it is removed from play. So it's kind of an advanced five rock guard rule that they normally have in competition. So Gabby staying away from that, and with her having last rock, she's just like, let's just put it in the house. Kaylee Shanahan waiting to sweep this out, and she's going to likely go, just barely holds on. The overhead cam shot will show that she's just got a biter on that one. So Concordia's lead shot there coming from Rachel Jost, just on the edge. Kaylee Shanahan putting her broom down, waiting for lead Madison Malo to deliver her second stone, the first one sitting up at the top. We'll have an update on the scores in just a few minutes as the first ends are wrapping up on some of the other sheets. Again, this is the page playoff system for all the men's, women's, and mixed teams. The first place team will play the second place team and advance to the final. And third and fourth, the winner of that will have an early morning matchup at 9 a.m. The loser, whoever does lose that third and fourth place team, will, I guess they get to sleep in, but they do have a 2 o'clock game to play for the bronze medal. And in the ACAC, whoever the first, second, and third place teams are, they'll get to go to the CCAA Nationals being held in Fredericton, New Brunswick, later in March. And in the men's side of things, it's the top 4 teams. So the 4 teams that are here will have the option to go, but some of the smaller schools, unless they finish medal in the medal position, they won't send them. And then that would institute an opportunity for the SAIT Trojans men's, who finished 5th, to take over the fourth place team and go to the final. So my understanding is only Nate would send them if they finish 4th. The other 2 schools in the men's will decline sending them, and the SAIT Trojans will get a chance to go. All right, the first stone delivered by Rachel, her second stone, I should say. Just draws up to the one that's sitting in the 4-foot. Kaylee Shanahan skipped for the Trojans, has her broom down, waiting for a takeout. This is Raylan Helston playing second. You may recognize that name, Raylan Helston. She was playing with Bailey Scoffin for Team Yukon in the Tournament of Hearts. That's just down the road, 20 minutes away from the Airdrie curling rink at Winsport. And of course, that tournament is still going on, unfortunately, or fortunately for us, I guess. Both Raylan and Bailey are playing in this Bonspiel because the Yukon team did not finish in the playoffs. So both ladies are now playing for the SAIT team instead of the Yukon team. But pretty cool that these young ladies who are curling for SAIT also qualified for the biggest women's tournament in Canada. And as a matter of fact, when this game is over, we're going to have a conversation with Bailey about what that experience was like and do a short interview. So after this game is over, please stay tuned for that interview with Bailey and find out exactly how that was for her and for her teammate Raylan, and what she learned and what it was like to play against people like Jennifer Jones.
In her final tournament, no less.
In her final tournament. And Bailey winning that last game for Yukon. Her last game, she ended up with a 1-7 record. Again, didn't make the playoffs, but you know, the Yukon has not had a strong team in the Scotties Tournament of Hearts for a while, but the experience is just invaluable for her to be able to go and play in a tournament like that. So, all right, our featured game here, shot by Raylan Helston, who again represented Yukon. Just putting a guard up because they've got 2 red ones in the house, and again, they do not have last rock, so they're looking to try to steal here. Nicely put there, blocking both of those. It looks like from that overhead cam for the Cam Clark Ford. Great advertising with the speedometer there. She's got a great guard in front there, so Gabby doesn't like where that's sitting. Her broom is right next to that rock saying, get rid of this. Waiting for it to curl. Brenna Balassi, the second, delivering her second stone. Shooting exceptionally well this tournament, and that continues by knocking that out. So again, another guard to go up top usually. Yep, that's what she's calling. Kaylee Shanahan now waiting for Bailey Scoffin, her first rock. Bailey taking her Business Administration Management course at SAIT, and Whitehorse is her hometown, hence her representing Yukon. Her brother actually is going to be playing in the Brier as well, representing Yukon. Another accomplished curler. So there's Bailey delivering her first stone in the second end. It's tied 0-0 with that blank end from Concordia in the first. Waiting for this one to slow down. Both sweepers are just trying to get it to curl, so you can see they're scrubbing it just on the edge there. When they only sweep on the one side of the rock, they're trying to make the rock curl more rather than across the face of the rock. And with these types of brooms, you'll notice that they're all the same on all of the sheets. Everybody has that mustard yellow skin that goes over the broom. So Take a look at that on all the brooms you see. They're all the mustard yellow, and that's the certified Canadian Curling Association regulation type of skin to go over top. And believe it or not, each one of those, it's just a piece of nylon, $24. And when they just get a little bit dirty, well, you know, curlers like to have nice clean brooms. So they go through those fairly quickly. Those hardline brooms hardly weigh anything, Kevin. Nice takeout there, and pushes it back and gets rid of everything behind. So there goes the two Red Rocks. Again, Peyton Sonnenberg is just playing lights out this tournament. She has really, really, really shown her ability here. Looks like we got an update on the out-of-town scoreboard here. Kevin, what do we got going on in the other page playoff systems?
Well, not quite out of town, I would say. But
yep.
So far, we've got, for the other women's game, Augustana Vikings and Red Deer had a blank end. For the men's, Concordia and Nate on the sheet right in front of us on sheet 4 is 1-0 for Concordia after one end. The men's game with Red Deer and Lakeland on sheet 5, 1-0 for Red Deer. The mixed team on sheet 1, Red Deer and Lakeland, blank end. And then the mixed SAIT versus Nate, the age-old rivalry on sheet 6, 1-0 for SAIT. So it's been a lot of just simple, close games with just scores of either tied at 0 or a 1-0 game.
Yeah, and that's pretty indicative. As the the first end is over now. 1-0, 2-0, 0-0. All the teams know that these are the games that matter now. So you don't really want to give up a 3 or 4 or a 5 ender.
And they're playing to sleep in tomorrow, so.
Yep, that's exactly
that's
it.
definitely.
Well, if you win, you sleep in the first and second. If you lose, you sleep in. They want to sleep in and sleep well rather than having a restless night. So. All right, again, Peyton Sonnenberg with her second shot here in the second end. They're scrubbing this hard, wanting to get it to curl. They're trying to get it around that front red rock, or front blue rock, to get onto the red. Is she past it? Yes, she is. Is she on it? Just barely touches it and rolls out of the rings, but the rock that's back there kind of provides a cushion for her, so her shooter isn't lost completely. So she's got Kaylee Shanahan has shot rock, but she is worried about that one back there. So here's her thought process on this, Kevin. Although that one is barely in the house, what she wants to do here is she wants to take this one out, this way limiting Gabby's opportunity to score, but more importantly, if she can just sit on top of this one or roll to the inside rather than out toward the board, if she can roll to the inside, she'll have first and second shot with this. So a great call. Let's see what the execution is like here. Kaylee Shanahan with her first stone. Take out, they're just leaning on it. Raylan Helston just brushing it to keep it clean. Just clean is what they're calling. She wants to roll to the center, and she does. And there we go. She's got first and second shot. It's close between that top blue one and hers, but if I had to put my money, I'd be putting it on the one in the red. So an excellent shot by Kaylee Shanahan. Great sweeping, great strategy. You'd mentioned that we've got the men's game in front of us and the men's game behind us. So the way that the rink is designed is Kevin and I are kind of between sheet 4 and 5. So if you hear a lot of men yelling to sweep, okay, that's the reason why. Our microphones are much closer to the two loud men's teams that are going to be screaming than the mixed or the ladies teams that are a few sheets over from us. But we have a really good vantage point here that we can see both houses really well, and we've also got the advantage with the camera angles and our monitors to be able to see everything. So, all right, here's Gabby's first shot, trying to punch the blue one back. Just a little bit off center, but what she does is she does open it up. All right. Bailey and Kaylee are talking this over. likely want to just put a guard up. But there is the opportunity to maybe split this over and get 3 in the house. And looks like that's what she's going to do. Again, a lot of times we talked about this last game. Kind of like pool. It's not necessarily the shot you make, but the shot you leave. And what she's thinking here is, plan A is let's hit this one, just tap it and move them around a bit and have 2 in the house and make her go after one of them. And if she rolls too far, then she's going to sit. The other strategy is that if she's somewhat light on this, and remember, she just threw a takeout, so her draw weight might not be there exactly yet. If she throws it a little light, then she's got a guard for that one. And that's what they're doing right now. Just sweeping this, trying to get it in. Bailey is calling for them to do the split. It looks like it might be a little bit light, just at the top of the house. Yep, that's what they're doing. They want to just barely get this in if they can, to get 3 if possible. It is barely biting, but a gorgeous guard by Kaylee. So there, like I said, plan B to put it just up top. And plan C is, if she does have it a bit heavy and hits that back one, a lot of the energy transfer will go to the back one, hopefully not get completely out. So, made it a little bit difficult for Gabby. Gabby's got 1 shot, and certainly one that she can make. She's asking for the broom to get moved over just slightly there, the way she was pointing with her fingers. She figured she maybe had too much ice. Her shot here, Kevin, is to just put it into the paint. Try and get a biter of the button fully into the red 4-foot. So here's her shot. We've got Brenna and Rachel sweeping this, and now they're off waiting for it to die a little bit. They do have the backing of that red one that they can bump up against, but it's got to be around the guard first. She looks like she's around the guard, and there she is. Just fell short.
A steal of 1, yeah.
Just barely. Yep. So we're looking at 1-0 now for SAIT, stealing 1 point there. Just about to start the third end. Quick little team meeting right now between the Concordia Thunder and SAIT. Gabby's just talking to her team just off on the side about what happened on that one. We've got Madison Malone playing lead for SAIT. She's taking her business admin. Ready to deliver her first rock. Bailey on the left there, and Raylan on the right. First stone here in the third end. Both of them are signaling, yeah, it's got lots. Yeah, they think it's got too much. A fair bit of weight on this. This one is going to go into the rings, it looks like. Kaylee's just looking at looking at the time. We mentioned that earlier, that they'll all have a stopwatch. This one stops just at the back of the 8-foot. Gabby asking for a shot just at the top. Rachel Jost into the hack here. She's the 2023 AC champion, along with Peyton Sonnenberg and Gabby Wood. All 3 of them won the ACAC last year, and then they went on to the CCAAs and finished bronze. So the only new one on the team is Brenna Balassi, who came in. We're watching this one come down. Waiting for it to bend a bit. They just want to guard. It's guarding the outside. Not really much in play for this particular end so far, but something they may be able to use later. Madison ready to deliver her second shot. The first one ended up in the back of the 8-foot, a little bit deep, not quite as far back as they wanted. She's got her broom held halfway into the 8-foot. Another great delivery from Madison. Bailey just keeping it clean. Yeah, we were talking earlier. You can see that both Bailey and Rachel are using those purple hardline brooms. Kevin, I got a chance to pick one up just between the second and third draws, and they are light as a feather. There's hardly any weight to these brooms at all. Great shot there by Madison, sitting at the top. Not quite a biter, but definitely providing cover for the one in the back.
I'm sure these light brooms beat the old kind of horsehair brooms or whatever.
Well, I'll tell you, when I first started curling, push brooms were, they were around, but I like they called it a rink rat. And it was a big foam one that wasn't one of the straw brooms. But when you swept with it, it was loud. And I think that's the reason why, a lot of the curlers picked it up, because it was noisy.
Yeah.
And it was whoop, 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 whoop. And then the push brooms came in. And obviously with science and technology affecting everything in the world, not just the curling aspect, but showing that the push brooms and these hardline brooms and the constant contact, providing a much better surface and, allowing to keep them straight, and in some cases now as they sweep the one edge of the rock, allowing them to curl a little bit more. So there's Kaylee with her broom out, looking for an out turn. Waiting for Raylan Helston. Taking open studies at SAIT and has curled for 12 years. Madison is just keeping it clean, trying to cut it a bit. That's why we've only got one sweeper on it. No, generally, if you only see the one sweeper, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to cut the rock to be able to get it to curl. Now they're both on it, trying to get some distance out of this. They're behind, or they've got it past that guard. It's coming in now. Just stops at the top of the rings. Again, still provides cover. A little bit shorter than they were hoping for, but again, we're early. Everybody's still trying to learn their weight. Gabby asking for another draw in, just up to that red one that's there. They're sweeping hard on this one. Just trying to nudge that red one out that's sitting just on top of the button there. She's got to pass the guard. Oh, it just rubs and spills off to the side. So we can see now that guard moved over. That red one that's just biting the button there is kind of open for her. So, Kaylee, let's plug that hole. They do not have last rock. They want to try to steal. They stole in the first one. Still early though, just the third end right now. Raylan Helston delivering her second shot here. Nice weight on this one. They're just looking to keep it clean again. Kaylee's calling them off it, saying try to cut it. Letting it move over and wanting it to die a little bit. They do not want this one deep. Just at the top of the house is perfect, but it looks like it's coming in. It's past that guard. They're going to bring it in now. Sitting totally into the 8-foot. Looks like that one's third stone. So, but more importantly, it's providing that cover for the one that is shot rock. Brenna Balassi, the second for the Concordia Thunder. She's curled for 15 years. St. Albert's her home. A wonderful provincial champion in 2013, 2014, and 2015 in the under 18 area. So as a 16, 17, and 18-year-old provincial champion, I think Brenna knows what she's doing.
Well, I would think so.
Yep. And here she's delivering a nice takeout. Peyton Sonnenberg on it right away, along with Rachel Jost, trying to get this first one out. Taking out the guard out front. Not necessarily the call, but it's certainly not a lost rock. But these are the advantages that SAIT has to take advantage of now. Things like that. Again, you can hear the guys on sheet 4 and sheet 5 that we're closer to really calling for the sweepers. Here's Bailey Scoffin's first. Again, as you've seen in a lot of these, keeping it clean, wanting to try to curl it, trying to get that or want it on probably about 4 or 5 feet in front of the house. And they want it just to move a little bit more so it's a bit better of a guard. It's starting to curl now and just covers it wonderfully. Nicely done. Tough to come around on that side. So that's exactly what Gabby's doing. Fine, I'm going to go to the other side. Puts her broom in about middle of the 8 foot there. Her goal with this blue rock for the Concordia Thunder is to land it just in front and freeze it to the red one that we see that's biting the button. Maybe bump it back a bit, but if it just sits on top of it, that's exactly what she's hoping for. We've got a scoreboard update coming for you soon. We've got all the sheets are now finished their second end and starting their third. Rock is coming in, comes around the guards, and just on top, wonderful shot. Again, Peyton Sonnenberg has just played lights out, and she has needed to make a shot. Gabby has given her that opportunity and a perfect shot where Peyton is now sitting on the button and has obviously shot rock. Kaylee is asking her third to come down and talk about this for a little bit. So Bailey Scoffin, who skipped Yukon in the Scotties Tournament of Hearts at the Winsport Complex just this past week, is now here in Airdrie. I don't know when this girl has time to do homework. Taking business admin and curling night and day. So she's asking for a very similar shot where she just wants to sit on top of it. Excellent delivery from Rachel, head up. Really good. Again, Raylan Elston just keeping it clean. They're waiting for direction on for sure more. Now they're trying to cut it. You can see her sweeping vertically rather than across it, trying to cut that rock, trying to make it curl more, trying to get it in. It's past the trap guard, past the second one, and now on to the blue. Another wonderful shot, moves it just enough that she now has the shot rock. Blue sitting second.
And these teams are determined on crowding up that house.
Yeah, we are very lucky. The feature game tonight has two incredible teams that are very, very, very good and on top of their game for sure. Those first 3 games are a good warm-up to get used to the ice, and now we're seeing a couple of teams that are not going to make a lot of misses tonight.
I mean, so far, each team only has one rock out in this end.
All right, so Gabby Wood asking Peyton to just get that one out, and what she's kind of hoping for, and we'll get an upper shot when we get to the camera overhead of that particular house. She's asking her to wedge that one red one that's the shot rock and bump it out. She's going to lose her shooter, but what she's hoping is that the second one that's red in the house also gets wedged out. They're not touching this one though. Might be outside. They're not even trying to get this to curl, so just waiting on it. It's past the guards. She does hit it, but then she hits her own and kind of wrecks on the cards that are there. So SAIT looking like they've got one, trying to eye to see if they've got more. It looks probably like it's, geez, that's really close between the back blue one and the front red one for who's got second shot. So Bailey and Bailey and Kaylee are discussing where to put this one. She originally tapped her broom kind of just near the red one she's got up front, and that's where it looks like Kaylee Shannon is going to put hers. Kaylee from Lethbridge, taking her business admin program. We're near the end of the third end. Scores 1-0 right now for the Trojans as they stole one in the second after a blank end in the first. We're not going to see a blank end in this one, Kevin. Somebody's going to get some points here. Too many rocks in play to get rid of. First skip stone here for Kaylee Shannon. They're waiting on this one, just keeping it clean. Said the line looks good. Line looks good, wait. Just waiting on this to move a little bit because if it's too far out, it doesn't help them. They want it just at the top of the red in the 8 foot there. Need it to slow down a little bit. It might be coming in too far. It's right on top of it. Well, I guess you can call that hitting the button. If we had turkeys, that would be a turkey for her. Turkey shoot. So 2 stones, first and second shot at least, possibly third for the Trojans. Time for Gabby to do a little bit of cleanup on aisle 2 here. Expect her to throw, looks like control weight for the type of ice she's got, just a tap to get it out rather than get rid of them all with a big takeout. She probably doesn't feel like she can get rid of everything. So rather than just plow through there like a bulldozer, she's just going to push things back a bit and have her be the shot rock again. Gabby has last rock here, so this is the first of hers. Brenna and Rachel sweeping this a lot to try and get it. It might be a little bit light. They're trying to get it past the first guard at the top, but I think it might be on it. I think they might be that top guard, and they are. Oof. A miscue, a rare miscue by Gabby Wood. Again, they went 3-0 in this round robin before, and in the games we were watching, again, like I said, a rare miss on Gabby's part there. Maybe not enough ice, maybe not enough weight. The ice sometimes a little bit different from sheet to sheet, and I don't think they've played on ice 2 yet. We got 2 rocks left in this end, and then we're going to give you a scoreboard update on what's happening with the men's mixed page playoff, and also the 3rd and 4th place games for the women's that's happening on the sheet next. All right, last stone here for Kaylee Shanahan. She wants a guard up front. She's sitting first and second, maybe third. I think they just called a timeout too. Yep. Shannon Kleibrink, coach for the SAIT Trojans. You might recognize that game if you've been following curling for a while. Shannon Kleibrink represented Alberta a number of times in the Scotties Tournament of Hearts, 5 of them. She also went to the Olympics in 1998 and also in 2010. Finished second at the Scotties in 2008, and also 2 Grand Slam victories in 2007 and 2008. And Shannon won 2023. Last year she won Coach of the Year here at the ACAC. Shannon has pretty much grown up in a curling rink and has played this particular rink quite often. In fact, somewhere here, I'm not sure where it is anymore, but somewhere here there's a banner with Shannon's name on it. So definitely an important timeout already. Looking at 2, possibly 3. Shannon's talking it over with her team. You guys got this. You've set yourself up for a very good end. Let's put this guard up and put the pressure on Gabby early. They're hoping to be up by 4-0, but there's one important blue stone sitting over on the other end that Gabby's just waiting to deliver and tie this game up. And that's all it takes is 1 rock, Kevin. Looks like they're just going to put it up top. Just wants it up front. Kaylee's got the ice down, and maybe that's one of the things that Shannon was telling. Make sure you've given yourself enough ice, because if you're over too far, it's not accomplishing much. Don't forget that the blue stone that was delivered earlier this end, sitting on that tee line, is providing quite a bit of cover already. What this stone needs to do is block the other side of the center ice, making it even more difficult for Gabby to get around. You don't want to get it too deep, though, because then it provides an opportunity for a raise back. Here's Kaylee Shannon's last stone here in the third end. Beautiful SAIT Trojan jackets that they have as well, although the sweepers have been sweeping a lot, so they've been taking it off because it's hot for them in the rink. They're waiting on this one. We've got a bit too much weight on it. It looks like she's coming in. They're going to have to come up with a plan B here on what to do. They're trying to cut the rock to try and get it to go in, but no, it is heavy. She's back of the house, going through, all the way to the back of the 12-foot. Gabby's got an open chance here to get sit for one. You can hear those men screaming on sheet number 5, can't you? We've got an update just after this rock here from Gabby. Gabby just wants to push that red one back 6 inches. That's it. But remember, the last shot she threw hit that guard. A rare miss. An opportunity for Gabby to make up for that now with this shot. She just needs to throw a little bit more weight, I think. That's why that other one bent so much, because she had a little bit light on it, and it curled a little more than they thought. Here's Gabby. Last shot of the third end. 1-0 SAIT for now. Gabby needs this to make this, take the pressure off for sure. They're not touching this at all. Now they're going to start cutting it and start slowing it down. Maybe this sheet has gotten a lot quicker here. Bailey Scoffin is ready to sweep this out, and it's not stopping at all. It's going right by, oh my, a minimum of 2, possibly 3 for SAIT as they steal. Wow, that's a big game changer there. And again, a back-to-back miss from Gabby. I don't think she's done that definitely all tournament here and probably earlier. So, yes, it was a steal of 2. So it is now 3-0 for SAIT. They still do not have last rock, though.
All right, we've got some scoring updates, of course. We've got all these games going on right now. So for the other women's game on sheet 3, we've got a 1-0 lead for Augustana after 3 ends. Concordia for the men's on sheet 4. It's 2-0 Concordia after 3 against Nate. The men's on sheet 5, Red Deer and Lakeland, still 1. Oh no, it is now 2-1 for Lakeland. And so for the mixed on sheet 1, Red Deer and Lakeland, it is 2-1 for Lakeland as well. And then for the mixed on sheet 6, tied at 1 for SAIT. Or no, now it is 2-1 for the Nate Ooks on sheet 6.
Excellent. Thanks, Kevin, for the update. Still lots of curling to go. We're only just finished the second or third end, and our feature game is a third end. They're actually the fastest one out of them all so far. Guess these girls just want to get this game over with. So a big 2 ends, or a big two-ender in the third for the Trojans to go up 3-0. But that's by far not an insurmountable lead for Gabby Wood and her team from Concordia. Concordia winning 5-3 over Nate, then 7-6 over Red Deer, and then beating the Lakeland 2-7. That was on the men's side. On the women's side, Concordia beating Red Deer 9-6. They beat SAIT 8-5, and then a 6-5 victory over the Augustana Vikings. So all fairly close games, but 3 wins for Gabby Wood and her team. starting to deliver our second shot here from the leads. Madison Malo for the Trojans and Rachel Jost for the Thunder. Madison in the hack, listening to the instructions from Kaylee. Kaylee wondering which side, a out turn or an in turn, which does she prefer? She goes to the left side of the rink. So an out turn for Rachel, or for Madison, sorry. Her front rock is the one just barely at the top. We'll take a look and see if it's a biter when we get the overhead shot. Lots of weight. The ladies are putting their hands up in the air. Needs to stop. Trying to get it to curl by just cutting it there. Maybe trying to get a split on the front rock. Let's see what the overhead cam says on it. Is it coming in? It just goes past it. And yeah, so we don't have a biter. And it goes all the way to the back of the forefoot. I like the speedometer look there for the Camcard Forward logo.
Yeah, it's creative.
Now, in a school zone, definitely that's a speeding ticket.
Yeah, 85, I mean.
Yeah. All right, Gabby calling for board weight here. The tapping the edge. So she wants control. I think Gabby's done with having a bunch of rocks. She just wants a clean house. She doesn't mind the stuff up top because that gives her something to draw around and get in the way for some of the takeouts. But this one's a little lighter than I think they expected. They're all sweeping hard here. Gabby calling them on it. They're sweeping this hard to try and get this in. It's now past the red one and not going to hit that guard, but can they get it into the house at least? Great sweeping by both of the lead and second. The lead and the third, Peyton Sonnenberg and Brenna Balassi. We've watched Brenna sneak on that for sure to get that into the 100s kilometer an hour area. I don't know why they don't do that on more of them. All right, Kaylee Shanahan calling for an out-turn draw here. It ends up being a little light, but you can tell that the sweepers are already putting their hands up saying, we've got lots. As they're going across, they're trying to get this to curl. Now they're trying to carry it. It looks like they're calling for it to come in now. They do not want to hit this guard if they can help it. Just past it and drawn behind it. Nicely done. It's not buried behind the front guard, but it sure is providing a lot of cover for the one behind. And that's exactly why Gabby wants to get rid of it. That is a problem, that stone right there. So let's throw 44 pounds of solid granite at it and get rid of it. Big weight here from Brenna Balassi. They're trying to get a double hit on it or maybe even a triple. She's got one. Oh, she got two. She got a double, but unfortunately, the second rock hit her own blue and knocked it out. So we're still sitting 2 for the SAIT Trojans. But things up front look a little bit more Concordia-like with the 2 blue out front. 2 red are in the house, but lots of time left. Kaylee Shanahan putting her broom down, waiting for another out-turn draw, trying to get around that blue one. The ideal spot for her now is behind the blue, just into the 12-foot, so it gets in the way so they can't do that raise back again. A little bit of a push there at the end from Raylin. Normally the rock just flows out of her hand, but she gave it just a little bit of a push, maybe realizing that she might have been a bit light. They're trying to work this around this guard and trying to curl it. You can see that Madison is trying to cut it. They want this to curl a bit. It's a bit heavier than they expected, so they're just going to take it back now. And they've got 2 at the back of the 4-foot. certainly not a miss, just not exactly what they were kind of hoping for that. They wanted it a little bit up front. Here's Brenna Bolassi's second shot. They've created a nice little pocket for Brenna to come in and just plant that rock just on top of that. And that would make it really difficult to get rid of this rock, but it has to be in the right spot first. We're waiting for this to curl. They were on it earlier, waiting for it to come around the guard. It is past the front one, but is it? Looks good. The line looks good as it's coming in over top of the button, and she sits right where she wanted. Wow, an excellent shot by Brenna, right onto the button. Kaylee wants the exact same shot from her skip, Bailey Scoffin, in the hack now. And again, another smooth delivery from her. They're on this all the way. Trying to get the line. They say the line is good. What's the weight like? And it might be a little bit short. They're trying to drag this as far as they can. They want it right on top of the blue, but it's not going to make it. It's going to stop into the 8-foot there. Just the edge of the 8-foot. Gabby needing to get more than one with this last rock. Is pretty happy where that ended up. So she's going to draw around on the left-hand side of the rink. Around that blue guard, trying to get it in. And look who's in the hack. Peyton. The winner of the draw to the button contest. So she knows that she's got somebody who knows how to hit this for weight. Great control on her weight. Excellent delivery again. The rock again just flows out of her hand. Brenna Balassi just keeping it clean, communicating down to the other end. Rachel Jost letting her know what the weight is like. Peyton is telling them to hold off, try and cut it in, so they're just kind of sweeping that, trying to make it curl. Now they need to carry it in. They want to put it just on top of their own blue. Here she comes, just on top. Wonderful shot.
Once again, we're getting back to the crowded house.
Yep. And not the rock band from the 80s. Bailey Scoffin needs to talk to Kaylee about this. I think sometimes when you know you're all the way down at the other end of the rink, you need to kind of see what exactly you're looking at and who the shot rock is and where you want to hit it. And that's what they're trying to converse about right now. It's like, where's the best place for me to put this rock? Because there is a double possibility here. When we were on the overhead cam, and you'll see it when this rock comes down, there is a chance to get the red onto the two blues and scatter them. But they don't need to be that aggressive. They're 3-0 right now without last rock. They do need to get rid of one of those blues, though, because as of right now, it's 2 rocks in there for blue, and they still have 2 more rocks that you can see on the screen there over on the side, on the right-hand side of your screen. And those are Gabby Wood's skip stones waiting to get delivered. Here's her shot. She's got big weight at this. They're asking them to sweep hard. They're trying to do a raise, an angle raise takeout here onto the red one. Has she got that? She's past the first. She's got that. Wow. What an excellent shot. And this one's frozen, as you can see, just to the top of the face of that, Kevin, which makes it incredibly difficult to get rid of. And Gabby's looking at that. How frozen are they? Gabby, that's frozen like ice cream in -40.
It's frozen like me in this curling rink.
That's right. We are out. All of our technical crew from the SAIT Trojan Athletics Department, we're all out in the rink. Pretty cool experience for me as well, having an opportunity to work with some of the grads of our program and current students like yourself and the other people on the stream. what's really cool is most of your students have been in my classroom, so it's been pretty cool to be able to watch you guys perform and know that you were trained well.
And our other broadcasts, I mean, one's got a parka on.
And mitts, I'm surprised they don't have a toque on, actually.
I mean, I got my gloves right here in case my hands get cold, but I'm fine for now. Got my sweater on, so.
I've spent many a time in a hockey rink and a curling rink, so I'm used to the cold. But normally I'm moving around a lot more. Here we just get to sit and enjoy the game and bring the commentary to the people who are listening. Thank you for joining us. We really appreciate you joining us on YouTube and on ACAC TV. We will have 2 more games for you tomorrow. The 9 o'clock game if you're up that early, and that will be the semifinals on who will take on the winners of the games tonight in the 1-2. We have a scoreboard update that we can give you as well for the other games. So in the other the other women's, we've got, this is the 1-2. What are the other women's team doing on sheet number 3?
Well, it's now even at 1 apiece. So there was the first 2 ends were blanked, but then in the third it was Augustana that scored, and then Red Deer tied it up. So that's a really close game. I mean,
yeah, and the winner of this will go to face the loser of the game that we are watching. So, and how are we doing in the men's side of things? The 2 rinks on 4 and 5 on each side of us. We've got team number 1, that was Concordia, playing Nate. What's the score in that game, Kevin?
Well, Nate's on the board, so it's 2-1 after 4.
Okay. And then the sheet behind us, sheet 5, the other men's, it's Red Deer versus Lakeland. They finished 3rd and 4th, respectively. What are we looking at there?
Well, it's still 2-1. They're currently in the 5th end, or the 4th end, not finished just yet.
Excellent. So again, the winner of that game will go to the morning game. The loser will wait for the bronze medal match that comes up Sunday afternoon. All right. Here's Peyton Sonnenberg's delivery of her stone that they had the timeout for, waiting to see what she's coming around, wanting to hit this red one slightly, just to tap it out and give a little bit of separation. She does that, but she loses the shooter off to the edge. It looks like that shooter is probably the 4th rock. So right now it's 1 for SAIT with the red one just over that Ford logo, and then the back of the button, the blue rock, is 2nd shot. And then just behind that is another SAIT rock. So Bailey and Kaylee discussing what their shot is. Likely this is just try to get that front red one back a little bit onto the blue and get theirs out. It's more of a draw, and again, like we talked about, it's the shot you leave your opponent. So having a plan B if she's a little bit light, a guard is not a bad idea here. But that's not the call for the shot. She wants to get in. But always nice to have a plan B. Kaylee Shannon in the hack, ready to deliver her first of 2 stones here in the 4th end. She's up right now 3-0, but she's facing a team that is far from out of it. They were the best team in the women's division for the fall and winter regionals. So this game is far from over, even though they've got a 3-0 lead. We've got Raylan and Madison the lead in the 2nd, just leaning on this a little bit, waiting for this to slow down a bit. Yep, we're looking at a guard for this, and a fairly high guard as well. Perfect position there to get in the way. Gabby's looking at coming down and hitting her red one, her blue one, and maybe driving it straight back. You know, Kevin, if she's able to punch that blue one at the angle she's got her broom at right there, if she's able to punch that back straight, that would get rid of the red one that's covering up that Ford logo, and she could sit 3. So Peyton is kind of looking at the angle. Where do I have to hit this? When do I call the sweepers on? How much can they hold it? How much can they curl it? Not much when it's a takeout. She's looking behind her to make sure that she's got the right angle. Gabby in the hack, ready to deliver her first of 2 stones. Needs to make this shot. She pushes it just a bit. Looks like she's inside. They're calling her really fast on this. I'm not sure. She's definitely got the front one, but she doesn't get the back. What she does is hit her own blue, and it gets rid of one of them. So now we're looking at, again, SAIT's rock just at the front there, on top of the button. Then we've got a second and third shot. So Kaylee wanting to play really defensive here. No point for her to go in. You can see that side of the house over where Bailey is standing, Bailey Scoffin on the left, it's wide open. And so she wants her rock in the way. She wants to put 12 inches of granite to make Gabby have to go around or have a more difficult last shot to try and get something. And she definitely does not want to let her take 3 here. I think that Kaylee would be fine if she gave her 1. It's a little bit light on this one. On the last one that she threw was also a guard that ended up at the top of the guard zone. This one she's definitely a little bit deeper, but they don't want it too far. It's more of the placement. Now they're asking to curl it. Move that rock over if she can. It looks like it's going to come in and just be a biter. Nope, just stop short. Perfect spot. That's where they were tapping their broom. So she's going to try the same shot, Gabby. This is just a straight raise back, and if she can raise it back, that blue one stops, and we've got a tie game. Gabby very confident in her ability. She's been like that the entire tournament. Very decisive, very confident in what she's doing, and just a rare miscue that last end that cost her the 2. But this changes this entire game with this one shot here. Here we go, last rock of the 4th end. Gabby Wood delivering this stone with power. One sweeper going at it hard. Peyton Sonnenberg calling the line. Hits it, but not quite the way that she wanted it. And we are looking at another steal of 1 for the SAIT Trojans. It's 4-0 now with 4 ends done. You're watching ACAC TV. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back to ACAC Curling, our feature game. The women's first place team, the Concordia Thunder, playing the women's second place team in the round robin, the SAIT Trojans. A bit of an upset if you look on your screen so far right now. The Trojans up 4-0, but that's not really indicative, Kevin, of how close this game has been.
Well, it's come down to these crowded houses, and it just comes down to the tough shots and just being like ever so slightly off.
Yeah, we've had some very difficult shots for Gabby Wood to make at the end of each of her shots, and they've really put the thumb screws to her, so to speak. So 4-0, although that sounds like a big lead, it's not. Gabby will be looking at getting a 2 or 3 in this end, and she's got a stellar cast of people in front of her, with Rachel Jost lead, Brenna Balassi second, and Peyton Sonnenberg third. All of them are incredible curlers, and A 4-0 lead with this type of team is not that insurmountable at all. And the Trojans know that. They know that from playing them all year long. They lost to them in the fall regionals, where Concordia Thunder beat SAIT 9-5, and then in the winters they beat SAIT 14-6. In fact, this team here, the Concordia Thunder, has only lost 2 games all year. And those 2 games were against Red Deer and Nate in the fall regionals in November. So yeah, for 3 months they haven't lost a game. So this is an awkward and different situation for them for sure. All right, we've got the lead rocks here coming down. Second stone from Madison Malo. She's got her first one that's in the 4-foot, as you can see, and her second one at the top of the 12. A beautiful guard for that. A bit of a change of strategy here from Gabby. She's deciding to put it off to the side rather than go after these. In past games, we would have seen Gabby come down on that red stone that's on the center line and punch it back and get them both out and stick for one. But she knows that she needs to have rocks in play to try and have an opportunity to come back here. So she's got a blue rock over there, and I'm not saying that raise back is not going to happen later, but she wants to get this stone behind cover. As you can see, there's a guard there as the rock comes from the top and comes around. Just stops about on the tee line, a little bit past. Yes. So she's got second shot, and that's what she wanted. But look at that top rock on the very right, or very left-hand side of your screen there. You can see that it's a gorgeous guard behind there. And we've got Kaylee Shanahan, who wants almost an identical shot. No, she's not. She's actually changed it. She wants a guard up at the top to guard those two. So we're looking at a guard at the top. This one looks a little heavy to me as it's coming by. Yeah, this one I think is going to be going in. And they're trying to cut it and make it curl. Yeah, this one's coming in, and now they're saying, okay, let's raise that and get it over. Keep it straight is what they're saying. Slows down a bit and just barely misses the house, but she's good. Right there, another gorgeous guard to get in the way. Gabby's seen enough red stones. Time to get a little bit of power behind this, and she's got Brenna Balassi, who's wonderful at takeouts. She's hoping for a triple raise takeout, which sounds very difficult, and it is. But I've seen Brenna make these before, so she's got to come down with a lot of weight. As you can see, this rock's got a lot of velocity. You won't see a lot of curl on this rock, that's for sure, but she wants it to go straight back and hit that one. She's got it on the front, just barely misses the takeout on the other side, but at least now she's got that blue rock again as a little bit of guard for the one that's behind. Kaylee Shannon up 4-0, 2 rocks in the house. She's got shot stone. She wants a guard. Got some incredible action happening on the other sheets that we'll cover with Kevin in just a minute here. And we're waiting for this stone by Raylan Halston. Represented the Yukon territories at the Scotties Tournament of Hearts just this past week. You've got to think, Kevin, that can be a little intimidating playing against the Jennifer Joneses of the world and Manitoba rinks and Ontario rinks that are just these legends in Canadian women's curling. And you're this, I don't know, I think Raylan's like 20, 21?
Yeah, I think she's slightly younger than I am.
Yeah.
And in a 3,000 seat arena, no less.
Yes.
And,
so,
it gets pretty crowded when the big names are playing.
Yeah, and like I said, a little intimidating when you've got these legends of the game who've been around forever, and maybe a little awe-inspiring as well that you're playing against some of your idols, but unfazed, and ended up winning the last game that they played at the Scotties there on Thursday. Raylan Helston playing for the Yukon Territories and Bailey Scoffin, who skipped that team. And although they didn't show a lot of, they're calling a timeout here. Although they didn't show a lot of the Yukon Territories games on TV, in fact, I didn't catch any, we did see a lot of last stones from Bailey Scoffin being delivered. And a kind of a cool thing as well, we'll be talking to Bailey after this game is over, what that experience was like for her to be able to play against some of her heroes, some of the women curlers that she's watched on TV and grown up with and heard from Shannon Kleibrink what it's like to play against them. So we'll have that interview with Bailey Scoffin after this game is over and what that experience was like for her, and also to be able to take her friend and teammate for the SAIT Trojans, Raylan Helston, to go and talk about and bring that experience forward. We will be seeing Bailey Scoffin representing Yukon for a number of years, is my guess. Her brother's done that, as he's going to be in the Brier here coming up in just a few weeks. He'll be representing the Yukon Territories as well. So the conversations are happening. As we look at the house here, you can see that we've got a fair amount of red rocks from the Trojans all peppered across that center line. The top one just outside the rings, and then one in the 12-foot, and then one in the 4-foot. And then on the top of your screen, we have the 3 blue ones. Again, the very tip of the camera, we can see the blue stone there as a guard. Then we've got one kind of second shot just off of the rings. And then the last one in the rings there in the 8-foot, which is the second stone. So an important call here from Gabby on what to do. She's got Brenna Balassi in the hack, Peyton Sonnenberg on her left, Rachel Jost on her right, ready to sweep this. They're down 4-0, knowing that they need to do some work. And Gabby's conversation with her skip resulted in a call to get rid of this front rock. And look at the speed on this one. There's flames coming out the back end as Brenna just delivers a rocket. Bang, 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 boom, boom, head on for all of them. Wow. Okay, now that's exceptionally rare, Kevin, that none of those rocks really splintered off or rolled in either direction. It was a boom, boom, boom.
Well, she hit her right head on, and I think that's probably the fastest rock I've seen today.
Yes, well, she knew she was moving 88 pounds of rocks, right? So it's like, that probably weighs more than her. So she really chucked that one. But to not have any roll at all, I mean, you've got to imagine that even just a slight, minute quarter of a degree on either side would end up in a completely different shot. So here's the stone by Bailey Scoffin to come down, and her objective is to get rid of that one that's on the edge there. And the reason they did that is to go and look at that blue one that's sitting there in the 8-foot behind the tee line. Now gives them an open line to do that. Peyton Sonnenberg in the hack now. Gabby knows that she can give her a draw, and it's going to be right on the button. And Gabby also knows if she gives her a takeout, it's right on her broom. Peyton has been shooting, like I mentioned earlier, just lights out during this tournament. The model of consistency. Big reason why they finished 10-2 this year is having somebody like Peyton Sonnenberg setting up the sheet for you when you come down, and Gabby doesn't have many stones to worry about. This looks like a nice draw coming in here. She's just going to want to put it just up to that red one and freeze up to it and get ready for her second shot, which likely would just be a bump out the red. She's coming down. They haven't put many brushes onto this, and here they go now to try and get it just past the red one. Now they're moving it in all the way to the side. Again, what did I say? Peyton Sonnenberg, you give her a draw, look where she ends up. How many turkeys has Peyton won today? They call it the turkey shoot. They used to do that at a curling rink. They have a bunch of turkeys, and everybody gets one rock, and the closest to the middle around Thanksgiving wins a turkey. Well, Peyton has won plenty of birds today, I'll tell you, with just in this game alone. I can recall at least 3 where she has been having to put it on the button and does. A wonderful curler. We're going to be seeing her in a lot more bonspiels for sure. So Kaylee Shannon asking Bailey to kind of hit it on the edge. Just come down on it. You don't really need a lot of weight on this, Kevin. Just wants to get this just out. Doesn't have to punch it too far back. And that's what she's asking for her. Just move that stone. Maybe 1.5 feet, 2 feet back. Sit on top there. Broom is just close to the edge of the 12 or the 8 foot, sorry. Just a little bit inside there. Bailey now delivering her second shot here in the 5th end. They just want to sit on top of that blue one, maybe bump it back a little bit. A little bit light on Bailey's shot, so they use it as a guard, and that's fine. Again, they're up 4-0, Kevin. Their objective in this end is to either steal another point or give up only 1. Then they're up by 3 with last rock in the 6th end coming back. So not at all a bad second shot to put that up. Gabby very decisive again with her shot. She's Peyton. Put another one on the button for me, would you? And Peyton with an incredible delivery. Great control. And let's not take away from her sweepers as well, hey? Brenna Balassi and Rachel Jost are just wonderful at judging the weight, the curl, the speed, everything on this. Just going a little bit past. Now, here's a rare miss by Peyton. Not just heavy, but completely out of the rings. Wow. Maybe I jinxed her by saying how many turkeys she'd been shooting before, but you know, that outside ice is much different. There are different paths on the ice, Kevin. You know, you can almost look vertically down the ice, and there's, 3 different sections. This is a great shot, as you can see. The middle path from the 4 foot all the way down to the other 4 foot, those 8 feet in the middle, all the way down the rink. That's where almost all the action happens, down that kind of path. It's where all the footprints will go. It's where all the sweeping happens. It's where most of the rocks will originate from. And then you get on the 8 foot paths on the outside. So from the edge of the red to about maybe the edges of the blue, or maybe half in the blue. Those are the 2 outside strips that not a lot of action happens on, and really only the footprints will go through there. Not a tremendous amount of sweeping. So what happened likely on that last shot for Peyton is she was looking at, having to up her weight a bit and trying to get a little bit more. Maybe it's not that light or not that heavy down there. Okay, just catching up on this here. We've got a shot by Kaylee. Comes down, and wonderful to get that blue one out. So now, and then a gorgeous roll from Kaylee. Again, we were commenting on how Peyton Sonnenberg has just been shooting lights out. Kaylee Shannon is not making this easy for Gabby, I'm telling you. She's made almost every one of her shots. Watch me jinx her now, too.
Announcer's jinx. It's the well-known fact.
Yeah, never say that a goalie has a shutout going, right, eh?
Shh.
So Gabby in the hack now. But yeah, that's probably what happened with Peyton's shot there, is they're playing on that outside third of the rink, that strip that hasn't had a tremendous amount of action so far. So Peyton knows, I need to lift that weight up slightly and give a few more feet onto it. But it did not react the way that they had hoped. All right, Gabby's first shot here. She's got a second one coming. This one looks a little bit inside. That's why they're scrubbing it, to try and get this in. They want to try and get this coming in around. They need to get points here. Here she comes. You can see it start curling now, Kevin, as it moves around, and they're trying to get it up to that red one, but it goes, just past it and wide open there. Okay, a couple of different options here. She can try to get rid of that, but there's really no point because she's sitting second and third. It doesn't look like she's trying to go after that front one. I think she's willing to let her have 1 point and just put a guard up top. If she's heavy on this, then she'll accept raising that one in at the top. Last shot here for Kaylee Shannon in the top, or the back end of the fifth end. Madison Malone, Raylan Helston, her sweepers just on either side of her, ready to sweep this one if it's needed. Another smooth delivery by Kaylee Shannon. They're on this early. They know that they got to get this over. It needs to be a guard for them. The line's good, Bailey says. Just one sweeper needed. Just make sure that's over. We need it to curl. Now they're going to get on the one end of it to try and scrub it. You saw her turn her broom there to try and just scrape the outside of there and curl it over a bit. Right in the way. Look at that. We can just barely see it with the overhead cam, but that's a gorgeous shot, knowing full well that this is going to be a very difficult shot for Gabby to try and get, and she needs to get fully into that red circle because she's got two red stones, one on the right-hand side that you see there and the other one on the left-hand side of the house. Kind of the cameras should be more of straight, but you get the idea of what we're looking at. There's one at the top of the rings and one at the back end of the rings that are not quite fully into the red. Gabby needs this to get two and make the score 4-2. She knows she's got one right now. And with the called shot that she has, it's doubtful that this is going to change that from and raise anything in for SAIT. So she knows she's got one coming. Now she needs to draw to the full 4 foot to get two. Brenna's calling out that she's got enough. It's just clean. Just clean, they're asking. Peyton is waiting for it to curl. They're waiting. Now they're scrubbing it because they don't want this rock to die, but they also need it to curl. You can see it coming in. It's missed that front red one, and now is she going to stop in time to get to the red? It looks like she is going to do it. 4-2. Not surprised Gabby pulled that one. 4-2. Nice draw to the 4 foot to get 2 points. We're now finished 5 ends. SAIT gets last rock, and they've got the lead, 4-2. You're watching ACAC Championship Curling from the Airdrie Curling Club. And we'll be back right after this. And we are back at the Airdrie Curling Club. The start of the 6th end. This is the first shot here by Rachel Jost. This is the first time that the Concordia Thunder do not have the hammer. They took 2 in the last end, but in the first they blanked the end. In the second they gave up 1. In the third they gave up 2. And in the fourth they gave up another 1. Time for them to get a little greedy, so they took 2 that last end, and now they've given up last rock. Let's go to the other ice scoreboard to find out the other 5 games that are going on. We're watching the women's game. Let's find out what's happening in the 3rd and 4th place game for the women that's happening on sheet number 3. What do we have going on, Kevin?
Well, Augustana's got out to a 3-1 lead over Red Deer.
That's right. They're up 3-1, finished the 5th end. They're about to play their 6th.
And we're looking at the men's division, sheet 4, with the first and second Concordia and Nate. Concordia has jumped out to a 5-1 lead over Nate.
Wow.
So
Concordia we watched earlier this morning, and Nicholas Oak, who's delivering his rock here in the top of the 6th end. Yeah, a 5-1 lead. They've got a pretty commanding lead to be able to sleep in. What about the 3-4, third and fourth place teams in the men's division?
Well, Lakeland has a 3-2 lead over Red Deer on sheet 5.
Excellent. Let's just catch you up on our feature game here. We've got the Trojans rock is just sitting behind cover there in the 4-foot. Gabby's got her broom down, and she's asking her lead, Rachel Jost, to take this one and draw up to it. They just want to keep this clean. Again, they need backing. If they were leading this, they would go after that rock and take it out. But right now, they just want to draw up to this one. So let's see what this one is before we head off to the results in the mixed scoreboard. Just pulls up to the top of that one, bumps it back a smidge. Nice looking shot. All right, what's happening in the first, second place teams for the mixed?
Well, it's Red Deer and Lakeland. Red Deer's up 3-2. So kind of a flip of the score in the men's game with Lakeland and Red Deer. So Red Deer leading that. Then in the third and fourth game, SAIT is leading 5-2 over Nate.
5-2 over Nate. So again, to explain this page playoff system, all the first and second place teams are playing here tonight. The winner of that will get a bye and go straight to the final. The loser is not out of it. They will play the winner of the third and fourth place games that are happening tonight. And that game will happen in the semis tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. So kind of a little bit of a penalty for losing. The second place team has to get up and play at 9 in the morning. The first place team, if they win, they'll get a chance to sleep in and get a little bit of a break, and then only have to play the one game for the gold medal. But in this page playoff system with the four teams, really any team, even the fourth place team, even if they lose tonight, okay, their opportunity then is to, even if they if they win tonight, they still have an opportunity, the fourth place team, to play for a gold medal because they'll play the second place team tomorrow. So any team really here goes on a 3-game win streak, winning tonight, winning the 9 a.m. game, and then winning the 2 p.m. game, they would win the gold medal for their respective divisions. So no team is out of it, that's for sure. All right, back to our feature sheet. We got Brenna Balassi in the hack, Peyton Sonnenberg just over to her left there, and Rachel Jost over to the right, waiting to sweep her rock. Skip down at the other end is asking for a draw into the 4-foot or near the button to try and get shot rock. Sweepers are just holding off a bit now. Thinks he's got more than enough weight, and they're probably right. This looks like it could be going through. Yeah, she's got a fair bit of weight on this. The sweepers are kind of just backing off. They're just hoping that this stops. You can see Kaylee Shannon just waiting to scrub this one. She wants it out. She's not going to get it out, but she's definitely going to put it to the back where it's hitting the third shot. All right, Kaylee is looking at just off the screen. You can kind of see just the back end of the rock. There is a guard there, a blue guard, and that's exactly what she wants gone. For the people watching on TV, it may not look like it makes much of a difference, but it really is blocking that center line, and with SAIT Trojans having last rock, this rock is just going to get in their way. So they're asking Raylan Helston just to peel this one off and roll away, and that's exactly what she's done. Nice shot. Excellent. Now it's wide open. The only rocks in play are the ones you see on the screen right now on that Cam Clark forward speedometer. And the one that matters is the one that's just nibbling the button there close to the Ford logo, the red SAIT Trojans rock. And that's exactly what Gabby's going after. She wants to raise her blue one back onto it. But she's not giving ice for a takeout. She's just giving enough ice just for a bump back. In fact, that also could be enough ice just for a guard. With how many rocks still to play, I wouldn't be surprised that she just wants a guard out of Brenna Balassi's second shot here. waiting for this one. They're not touching this one at all. They're wanting it to die. They know that this is a little deeper than they had hoped. Waiting for it to slow down. Yes, it definitely was a guard. Moving, getting it to move over. Yep, that's exactly. So the takeout that we saw earlier, it's exactly what Kaylee Shannon is doing with this one. It's in my way. Let's get rid of it. And they've got a 4-2 lead, so they can be a little bit more aggressive. We're not going to see a blank end with this with all those rocks in the house. But Kaylee is playing for 2 with her hammer. She wants to get 2 points. And she's not going to be able to do that with that 1 rock in play, so she's just going to get rid of that. Another gorgeous shot by Raylan Helston. Shoots 100% on this end, that's for sure. If we get a chance to talk to her tomorrow, well, like I mentioned earlier, we're going to be talking to Balin Scoffin tonight after this game is over, so please stay tuned for that interview. But if we get a chance to talk to Raylan, I'm really curious what her perspective was about playing in the Scotties Tournament of Hearts this week and playing against some of her idols. Because she's always been a fantastic curler, but I wonder how much more that kind of focuses you in and realize that, you know, you watch these people on TV and you idolize them, and then, you know, you're on the same sheet of ice with them and you're competing against them, and it's like, you know, I'm not that far away from that, you know? Kind of like me playing against Wayne Gretzky. Okay, maybe not.
I know the closest I got was a picture with Joe McGinley, so. Which was, I mean, awesome to meet him. So
absolutely,
you know, childhood hero right there.
And mine was Lanny McDonald. A chance to, I got a chance to meet Lanny McDonald, who's just been released from the Foothills Hospital. He had a bit of a heart issue on a plane ride coming home, as some hockey fans would know. But one of the nicest guys you could ever possibly meet, Lanny McDonald. All right, this Bluestone coming to rest just at the top there, a little deeper than they had wanted. Kaylee's kind of just shrugging her shoulders and not sure how to get the best result out of this. What do you think? If she hits that top blue one straight back, Kevin, and she's talking to Bailey about right now. Bailey's come out of the hack and just kind of conversing with her, and she backs up back into the hack. She's talking about that front blue one and coming straight onto it, and that's exactly what she's called. Kevin, she wants this blue one to go straight back and get rid of the other blue one that's behind it. That rock a little deeper than Gabby probably would have wanted. It's not a guard now. Now it becomes a tool. And yeah, they're calling a timeout. They're not convinced that this is either the right shot or what the angle is. So again, Shannon Kleibrink, the SAIT Trojans coach, is coming out to talk to her ladies team. And Tanya Smiley, the Concordia Thunder skip, is also coming out to kind of give some direction to her team. So if we get a chance to look at the rocks above, that's exactly what they're trying to figure out from the overhead cam. If we can switch to that. You can see that the red rock is the one that's in play. The one that is counting, just barely biting that Ford logo in the middle there. And the rock before the timeout, Shannon's talking to him right now, before the timeout, they were looking at maybe taking that front blue one just at the 70 and 80 kilometer hour mark and driving that straight back. Of course, if they do that, it would just barely nudge the other blue one and bump it out. And that's what Shannon's saying. She's saying, if you move that one this way, that other rock is going to go that direction, and you're going to split these. And if you hit it dead on, your lead rock, the one that you throw, your shooter, is going to sit right there. So that's what Shannon's kind of looking at the side. Shannon Kleibrink, the SAIT Trojans coach, represented Alberta in 5 different Scotties Tournament of Hearts. And now she's coaching 2 young girls who just played in that same tournament, saying, yeah, I think that's probably the shot, is to drive their blue one onto the blue one and get it out of there. You've got a 4-2 lead. You've got last rock. This is the first shot you're throwing. There's 4 rocks left for the Trojans, but only 3 left for Concordia, and that's exactly what they're going to continue to call. I think it's more of Kaylee just, are you sure? Is this the right call? Making sure that she's got the right strategy. But as we know, Kevin, strategy is one thing, it's execution, right? We can all have great plans. It's how do we execute? And you know what? If I'm going to put my money on anybody that's playing here, my money's going to go on Bailey Scoffin to make this shot. Had a chance to watch her play at the Scotties Tournament of Hearts, and under huge pressure with 3,000 people and television cameras. And I mean, all of that in front of the, playing against your heroes. And they're on this rock right away. She's telling them hard. She wants to drive this straight back onto the blue and split them. Did she get that? She got the one. And her shooter just kind of stays right there. So certainly not the call that she wanted, but by far and away not a bad shot either. It didn't really ruin anything other than get rid of that blue one. And now it's really set up for her to be able to get rid of that in the next shot if she has to, just driving her red one straight back. And here's Peyton Sonnenberg in the hack. 2022-2023 ACAC champion, 2022-2023 CCA National Bronze Medal winner, second team All-Star last year for the CCAA. And all those accolades well-deserved in watching her curl this weekend for sure. Waiting for her rock to come to rest here. It's just coming into the house. They're wanting this one just to be passed, and they put it right almost exactly where the other one was. Again, all those accolades well-deserved by Peyton for sure. Kaylee's got the whole team there asking, okay, what do you think? Except for Madison. I know the camera's not on her, but over in the hack is Madison Malo, and she's giving them an idea of what they can see from that end. What do you see? How much of the rock can you see? Because, we've got the three ladies standing over the rings right now, wondering which is the best one to hit, what angle to come off at. Does she hit the one blue one that's sitting right on the top center line and drive it back? What type of ice? But on the other end of the rink, we've got Madison, who is sitting in the hack going, okay, this is how much you can see. And if you try to go for that blue, you've got to avoid the red that's on the side. So a little bit of a discussion to try and figure out what the right shot is and what she feels confident. And here's the thing that, Kaylee has tremendous respect for her third. What do you feel like throwing? What are you confident throwing in which turn? Because you can come at it from either side. So the call that she's got here, Kevin, is she wants to raise that front red one that's just near that 70 kilometer speedometer, that little red arrow just there, the very front red one. She wants to drive that back. That's the shot that Bailey wants to play. That's the turn she wants to make on it. And Kaylee's like, just make the shot. Don't care how, don't care what side. What do you feel like? And here's her delivery. Big weight at it. They're not touching it. They're waiting for it, trying to cut it. They're trying to cut it. You can see her vertically sweeping at it to try and make this curl even more, to try and get this to come over. And she does hit it. Doesn't upset the shot rock, but does get rid of the blue one that got delivered earlier from Peyton Sonnenberg. So we've got skip stones waiting to get delivered. Gabby Wood, the first of her two, and she's trying to call, what do we do here? Likely the call is to drive that back. Does she do it now, or does she wait for her next shot? That's the interesting part, because she's got to get rid of that red one. But do you do it now? And it looks like she is. She kind of just give me backline weight here. Just push it back to there. Yeah, and tap it there. If we sit there, we're fine over on the side. So what angle? Do we hit it kind of just on the edge? Because not all of the rock is showing. She's got to be really careful she doesn't hit the red one first and transfer a lot of the weight there and then just come across it. So she pretty much needs to hit this nose on or just on the right-hand side of it. Again, Gabby's shot a lot of these this year. This pressure is nothing for her. I don't expect her to throw huge weight at this either, Kevin. Okay, she's just talking this over with her crew. Getting comfortable in the hack now. Ready to deliver this stone. This is her first of 2 to come this end here in the 6th. Not big weight like I thought. She just backline weight. She just wants to tap that red shot rock back about 4 feet maybe. Maybe not even that far. They're sweeping this one knowing that she can't hit that red one first. She's definitely got the blue one. It moves the red one back, but not enough. The weight wasn't there for her to get them both. So, now we've got 2 shots left for the SAIT Trojans. Kaylee Shannon still has yet to throw hers. She's talking down to her lead and second to her over in the hack. And now Raylan Helston is coming down to come to talk to her. So they're just having a little discussion here. Waiting to see exactly what's going to happen. And what they want and what's the best shot for them to do with that. They've got 2. Waiting for a little bit of action. On this one at the front is what they're kind of calling. They want to get 2, Kevin. They're up 4-2. Yeah, they called another timeout. Shannon's not getting a chance to have much of her hot chocolate today, I'll tell you.
Man, having those. And so, yeah, we have some scoring updates, of course. And we're looking at the other women's game. It's now 3-2 for Augustana, so Red Deer's gotten back within 1 for the 3rd and 4th in these Page playoffs. The men's Concordia Nate game, it's currently 6-1 now for Concordia. The men's game on sheet 5, that's the 3rd and 4th. It's 6-3 for Red Deer over Lakeland. After 5 ends, the mixed game between Red Deer and Lakeland on sheet 1 is even at 3. And then the mixed game, SAIT and Nate. Nate's got within 1. It's 5-4 after 6 ends.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Kevin. Waiting to figure out what type of shot to call here. They're happy with 1. They'd rather have 2. I don't think there's a way they're going to get 3, though. They're sitting first rock, but the 2nd and 3rd are those 2 blue ones, and there's no way to get that 1 blue one without upsetting your shot rock. And it's been close. They've had a couple of shots come down that have been close. Shannon Kleibrink is saying, okay, where can we somehow get 2? Because if you come around if we're looking at this shot here on the screen, you're coming down on the left-hand side just at the top blue one and try and come around it on your last shot and just get a biter of the button. You could do that. But I think what they're doing here is, let's get rid of that one right now to make your next shot an easier shot. And that's exactly what Shannon asked them to do. So Kaylee Shannon coming down with a fairly strong shot. She needs to be careful not to disrupt the red one that's just sitting behind it. She just wants to get rid of this blue rock at the top, and she'll worry about the second blue one or worry about drawing in around later. She's trying to open up the front of that house, the front of the 4-foot, so she's got an easier shot. Coming at it from an out turn They're not on it really hard. Oh, now Bailey's calling them to really sweep on it. Does she have it? Yes. She's opened it up. And again, there's not going to be any way for these SAIT Trojans to get rid of that middle blue one, but that wasn't the goal. The goal on this was to try and open that up and give them a chance to draw in. But don't be surprised if that's exactly what Gabby Wood wants to do too. Now the call that they're looking at is Gabby's asking this top red one, can it go onto the blue one and then bang onto their back red one, and we'll be sitting one, and that's the call she's going to make. This is a bit of a risky shot for me, and I'll tell you why, Kevin, that if she makes this, the red one that's sitting shot rock is going to go back and clear out her blue one, and then they'll split off. So then the blue one will be shot rock, but there's nothing behind it for backing. And all that Kaylee Shanahan has to do is hit the blue one that's going to get delivered right now onto the red one. So we'll see what happens here. Again, they need to be a little bit aggressive because they're down by 2 and it's already the 6th end. So she just wants to hit this one. And that's exactly what she's done. She's cleared both of those out. And that's exactly what I thought was going to happen here. Bailey Scoffin is telling her, you hit this blue one onto the red one, it gets rid of the red one, and we could be sitting 2. The red that's sitting there by the 110 speedometer sign, and the one that she's going to bump in. She just has to get that blue one that's biting the button, fully in the red there, that blue one. She just has to get that back into the white. As long as it's not touching the red forefoot, she's going to get 2. So that's what I said, a little bit of a risky shot. You don't have backing. Kaylee's going to have another look at it, going, am I sure? Are you sure that this is going to work? It's all mathematics and geometry. Just the angles have to work for her. And will they work? And will she execute? Again, we put the broom down and we have the plan, but until we're in the hack and deliver it and let it out of our hand and give it up to the sweepers, it's out of our control. Here's the last shot for the 6th end. Kaylee Shannon facing 1, needing to get this out to either take 1 or take 2. Here's her shot. She's got the weight. She puts a little bit of a spin on it. Lets the release go. They've only got one person. They're saying, whoa. They're trying to cut it. You can see that they're sweeping vertically on it to try and cut the angle. And now they're just getting it. Oh, no. Not the way they'd planned. Just hit it on the angle a little bit off. And again, the execution. So it's 4-3 the Trojans. A steal of 1 for Concordia to try and get this game a little closer. Trojans keep last rock, though, as they head into the 7th. You're watching ACAC Curling Championships from the Airdrie Curling Rink. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back to the Airdrie Curling Club in downtown Airdrie, Alberta, 20 minutes north of Calgary. This is Richard Strobant with Kevin Kratz, bringing you the action from the ACAC Curling Championships. We've got a great battle going on here between the first place Concordia Thunder, skipped by Gabby Wood. As of right now, they're down 4-3, starting the 7th end to the SAIT Trojan women's team, skipped by Kaylee Shannon. It's been an incredibly close match all game long. No big ends for either team. The most we saw was 2 going for either. A few steals here and there, but we're at a score of 4-3 starting the 7th end, with the last rock being the Trojans. There is a guard just up front. We can't see it in the current shot where you've got on the TV right now, but there is a guard just over the hog line for blue. The first rock delivered by Gabby Wood's lead, Rachel Jost. And you just saw the first rock for the 7th end for the SAIT Trojans go through the house. That one delivered by Madison Malo. The ice is starting to lighten up quite a bit, so that's why you're starting to see these rocks maybe be a little bit heavier than they normally would be. So the draws are starting to get a little bit lighter, and going to have to peel a little bit of weight off of these. We've got the Concordia Thunder second, Brenna Balassi and Peyton Sonnenberg the third, sweeping this in and getting it behind cover. Again, you can't see the rock that's sitting on the center line way up, but it is definitely covered. So Kaylee is saying, let's just put a rock just on top of it and freeze it up to it. They're not allowed to take out that middle guard that you can't see on your screen. So they're just going to draw up to the one that is in the house. So here is Madison Malo's second shot. They do have last rock in this end. So an opportunity for them to blank is there, or take one, or maybe more, or possibly even give up one. This one's coming in the house. It's a little bit heavy. Like we talked about, the ice is starting to lighten up a bit. This one, again, is going through. Another miscue. Yeah, they needed that one in there. Starting to really lighten up, so you can see that some of these rocks are, the sweepers are definitely going to be important for the next 2 ends to try and get these. We've got Brenna Balassi now delivering her first of 2 rocks here in the 7th end. Smooth delivery. This one looks a little bit heavy too, and they are calling it. Looks about the same weight as what we just saw, but it's just on the outside a little bit more, so it might bite a little bit. There we go. Now they're starting to sweep on it. They're trying to make sure that this gets around the guard, and now waiting to curl, and now they're scrubbing it on the one edge to try and cut the rock in. And it does stop in time for them. All right. Kaylee Shannon is telling, please pull it back a little bit. Raylan Helston in the hack. We talked earlier about her and her teammate, Bailey Scoffin, representing Yukon in the Tournament of Hearts. Raylan has got a nice looking takeout here. Bailey is scratching the side of it to try and curl it more, to try and get it around that guard. Gorgeous shot by Raylan Halston. A straight back raise, double takeout, leaves her shooter. Well done. That's exactly what they were hoping for. They've got a nice guard on the top, got rid of 2 of their rocks. Now, the one rock that we do see at the top of the 4-foot there in the red, that is a Concordia Thunder blue rock, but lots of time still for that. Here's the second stone by Brenna Balassi. Immediately out of her hand, the sweepers call light. Peyton Sonnenberg telling her it's light, and it is. They need to get this one over. They've got a little ways to go. It is going to get over, but now is it going to be a useful rock for them? Where is it going to end up? They want it just in front of that other red one. And again, You won't be able to see this from the overhead shot, but those 2 rocks are going to be important. In fact, they are so important, that's exactly what Kaylee Shannon is doing, is getting rid of them. She wants both of these out. She has last rock, she wants an open house, and she's asking for Raylan Hulson to do a second double takeout in a row. If she just gets rid of the 1 blue, she's probably fine with that. But as long as she can get rid of the 1, she's good. And what does she do? She gets rid of both. Oh my, look at this. She's going to just split that red one and just get it into the house. Is it going to hang on? Yes, it doesn't spin out. Raylan Halston has pulled some magical shots out of that and made them. There's somebody who learned a lot at the Scotties. While the rest of us were in the stands watching, this young lady was competing against the best that Canadian women's curling has to offer and holding her own. She's got a smile on her face, let me tell you, after making those 2 doubles. Those are not easy shots, Kevin. Waiting for this one now. They're hoping to have another guard on this one. Gabby knows that that rock that's sitting at the top of the 4-foot there is the rock she wants to use to steal points this end, so she is guarding that with everything she's got. And Kaylee is, all right, I think we can see a piece of it this time. And she can. She can probably see about a half a rock. So here is Bailey Scoffin delivering her first of 2. The weight's there. They're waiting on it to curl now. Don't be surprised if they start cutting this rock, again sweeping just on the left-hand side of it to make it curl more, and she does that exactly to try and get this one to curl in. Did she have it? Yes, she does, and she rolls over to the side where she's got cover, but it just wonderful. I thought it was going to roll out, Kevin, but she was able to hold on. An excellent shot. Again, another lady from the Scotties who learned a fair bit, I'm guessing. Peyton Sonnenberg, who probably will be in the Scotties one day soon, is delivering her rock now. Again, the Concordia Thunder are down by 1. They do not have last rock, so they're not even concerned about those 2 rocks on the outside there that are in by the SAIT Trojans. What they want is they want Peyton Sonnenberg to draw behind cover and put it right on the tee line. And here's somebody who's had incredible draw weight. And even with the ice getting lighter, like we talked about it earlier in this end, Kevin, she's still able to stop that in the back half of the 4-foot. So, and we have seen these rocks, as you saw, the first 2 stones delivered by Madison Malone went through the house, unfortunately, because the ice has really lightened up a lot this end. We really notice it. Bailey Scoffin delivering hers, and she can see just a corner of it again. This one's going to have to be really tight to that center line guard. They're not waiting. They're sweeping now to make sure it goes past that. Now, does she have it? Of course she does. And there's the SAIT Trojans with 3 rocks in the house and putting the pressure on Gabby for her first 2 stones. We'll have an out-of-town update. I guess I keep calling it an out-of-town update because in all the other sports, they're always playing these games elsewhere. But we'll have another sheet update for the other 5 draws here in the Page playoff right after this shot by Gabby as she's waiting to do. No, you know what? We're going to give you an update now because they just called another timeout.
Well, we've got a couple of games done now. So the men's game with Concordia and Nate on sheet 4 is over. Concordia wins. Looks like it was just 6-1. So unable to get the score unless they haven't updated it. I'm not entirely sure, but we'll say it's 6-1.
So they move on now. So Concordia wins that game. So they move on to the final. That game will happen at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Nate now has to wait for the winner of the other men's game. And is that game over?
It is not. It's still just 6-3.
6-3 for Red Deer over Lakeland. So the third place team, Red Deer, is leading 6-3. If Red Deer continues, then they will have a game tomorrow morning against the NAIT men's team. The winner of that will then get the pleasure of facing Concordia for the men's gold medal. Concordia having a record of 6-4. NAIT, a bit of a surprise for them falling. They had a 9-1 record coming into this, and the NAIT men's had a 2-1 record just here. But they did lose to the Concordia Thunder earlier, and they lost again in this game today. So Concordia seems to be the kryptonite for the men's NAIT team. But they will have a chance as the second place team to play either the winner of the Red Deer Lakeland game, and the winner of that game will then face Concordia again. So the rubber match for NAIT to try and win the gold medal. And I guess if they lose, they get the silver, but both teams will end up going to the CCAA Nationals in Fredericton, New Brunswick in just a couple of weeks. We'll catch up on the other women's game and the other games that are happening after this, but a big shot here after the timeout on sheet number 2. SAIT Trojan women's team leading 4-3 in the 7th end with last rock. Gabby Wood delivering her first of 2 rocks. And this is going to be a takeout. She feels that she can see enough of this rock, and they're trying to sweep this one. They're trying to really get it past that front guard. Did they make it past? Yes, they did. Did they get it on this one? Just barely, and it rolls out. So those 2 red rocks of SAIT that we had talked about earlier that Gabby doesn't have to worry about much, now they're starting to be a bit of a pain for her. Gabby obviously still has one more shot, but we have Kaylee Shanahan with 2. So there's a chance for her to get 4 here. Right now, she's just going to get rid of that front blue one. Again, we can't see Bailey Scoffin in either of our camera angles, but if you can imagine, just at the very front of the guard zone, there is a blue rock sitting right on the center line, and Bailey is squatting right behind it with her broom next to it saying, let's get this out of here. And that's exactly what she's doing. She's got good weight at this. They're sweeping this a lot to try and make sure that her rock also peels out. And it doesn't move far, but it does move far enough now. And you know that Gabby Wood's going to try and put one behind there. The ideal shot is just to lay it over top of the tee line behind that other one. Yeah, that's where she's aiming. If we put it there, it's going to be more difficult for her to get this out and get 3. If we put it out in the open, it's an open hit for 3. If we put it behind the guard, then all she has to do is do a heavy draw to bump it back out of the rings. And then there's this shot, which kind of, again, a bit of a surprise to me. For me, I would be freezing up to the shot rock, but Gabby wants to mitigate the damage and try and get rid of the 2. We may see a blank end here, depending on what happens with this. But she's trying for a raised double to try and get these out. There are 2 red rocks in the house, one just barely into the 12-foot, the other one fully into the 12, about 6 feet behind it. And Gabby wants to get rid of both. She doesn't want to have to worry about them. They're sweeping this one, waiting for it. And does she get it out?
I think by a sliver, yeah.
It is out. Kaylee's not sure, though. And neither is Bailey. They can't. They're saying, I don't know if it's in or out.
Well, from our overhead camera, it looks like there's a bit of white between, but I'm not.
The problem is that from the angle where this camera is, it's pretty much, I mean, they try as best they can to be directly over the button. And you can see where the 2 crosshairs are, they meet. It is right over there. But that's a completely different angle than looking straight down. The way that this gets measured, Kevin, is there is a stick with a stick in the center hole, and you can look that Raylan Helston is actually looking to see where the dot is. And that stick is exactly 12 feet. And they'll put the stick into the hole in the middle, and they will swing the stick around. And if it touches, then we've got a rock that's in. And if it doesn't touch, then we've got a rock that's out. So that's what we're kind of looking at. They're trying to decide if it's in or not. Because if it is in, they're sitting 1. And then if they draw, they're drawing for 2. If it isn't in, then they draw and it's only for 1 and they give up last rock. I'm telling you that I think that rock is probably not in, but I think the way they're playing this shot, they think it is. Because it looks to me like they are trying to draw for 1. And it may come down to whether that center line is in fact in the middle of the crosshairs. And as much as the Iceman, we've got a great one here, Don Balboa. Talked to him earlier today. Nope, they're just throwing it out. It is a takeout. Now, they're going to watch this, but it really doesn't matter because they're not going to throw unless they play an extra end. They won't play another one this direction. So they are agreeing with what I think is a shot that's not in. Now, here comes the stone. If we can leave it just on this top camera angle, we'll see Peyton stick that right in the middle. And they'll swing this around, and if this rock moves, now one person will hold it. If that rock moves, nope, it's not in. It's a blank end. Whew. the SAIT Trojans are like, oh, okay, we got that right. Thank goodness. But yeah, the 12-foot measuring stick is the one that matters. So they're up by 1, heading home, going into the 8th end. Trojans 4. Concordia Thunder 3. We are back with the last end of the ACAC Curling Championships for the women's division in just a moment. We are back at the Airdrie Curling Club, the ACAC Curling Championships. The winner of this game between SAIT and Concordia will go on to the gold medal match tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. The loser will have to wake up early and play a 9 o'clock match against the 3rd and 4th place team who wins. And the winner of that game will then go on to play the winner of this game. So the Page playoff system is kind of like that. We'll go over the other scores in just a minute because we do have some updates for you. Concordia Thunder delivering their first rock. The last end, in case you missed it, just barely by less than a centimeter. A rock was outside of the rings, causing a blank end. And you can see just on that rink there, as you saw, Kaylee was looking to see if that one was touching the center line, and it was. So she couldn't even nick. It's called the nick rule, and not Nicholas. They can't nick that guard. If they move it at all, it goes back to where it was, and the shooter, wherever that rock ends up, is out of play. So instead, Kaylee decides, okay, I want you to put it at the 120-mile-an-hour spot, right on the tee line there, and that's where she's hoping. All right, we've got some other games. The men's games, one game is over, so we know the result of that. We know that the Concordia Thunder, who finished first in the men's, are going to go to the gold medal match, and Nate is now sitting on the sidelines waiting to see what happens between Red Deer and Lakeland. Right now the score is 4-2 for, is that correct? There's somebody in the way, so we can't quite see.
Yeah, no,
the
it's
scoreboard.
6-4 for Red Deer.
We have 6-4 for...
so Lakeland's pulled
for Red
back
Deer,
within
yeah.
2.
So that's the result in the men's. We'll give you the women's score right after. Well, we can give you the women's score right now. That's happening on sheet 3. And it looks like it's a tie game going into the... Oh, sorry, it's 4-2. And that's for... 4-2. Yes, for Augustana. That's right. So Augustana is leading right now. The winner of that Augustana Red Deer game will play the loser of our feature game that we're watching right now between the Trojans and Concordia Thunder. close match, 4-3 right now for the Trojans, but they do have the all-important last rock, and they have a rock in play right now. So Kaylee Shanahan to say, why don't we put it over here, like we talked about on her first rock for Madison Malo to put it at the 120. That's exactly where she put it, right on the blue, and right at the 120 mark. So now she's tapping near the 60. I like having the speedometer on her. It gives a really good reference of where they're putting it. Cam Clark's getting a lot of advertising dollars out of that shot, let me tell you. So Kaylee Shanahan just wants to kind of put it at the top of the 4-foot. We'll give you an update here on the mixed results between teams 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 in just a minute. Waiting for this rock here, Madison, her second shot in the last end, or at least they hope what is the last end. They're a little bit light, so they're really sweeping hard on this one, making sure it goes past the guard, making sure she's got enough weight. They do not want this past the tee line, though. It doesn't look like it's going to make it to there. Look at that. Right on the center line at the 70-mile-an-hour dot. Nicely done. How are we doing on the mixed side, Kevin?
Well, right now, Red Deer is up 4-3 over Lakeland after 6 ends. And unfortunately, I'm not actually sure about they have not put the final score up, but the game is done.
Yeah, the game is done. There's nobody on the sheet anymore. The last score that we see on the board is 5-4
for the Trojans.
So
yet they seem to only have played 7 ends, which.
So maybe the Trojans scored quite a few there, and they just shook hands after that. So we'll get an update for you as soon as we can in regards to that. And you can also look on the ACAC website under results, and you'll be able to see the results once they put the score up. All right. We've got back on our feature sheet number 2, we've got Kaylee Shannon saying, let's get rid of this blue one. She's got a number of guards to deal with at the top of that. We can only see the 2, but there is another one just over the hog line, and you'll see that on as this rock comes down. Kaylee wants to get rid of some of these rocks. Again, she has last rock. She's got 2 shots in the house. She's got a lead of 1. The only thing that's going to harm her are the blue rocks that are sitting out front, and now she can finally get rid of some of them, and that's exactly what she's asking Raylan Halston to do, and Raylan has been just incredible at this. Oh, just barely rubs the top one. Of course, I say it, and she just moves the top one over. Again, Kevin's given me the evil eye saying you just jinxed her. But she has. Raylan's been just shooting lights out, and that one in and of itself, you know, she just barely nudged it. Had she had another inch over, she'd have had a perfect shot. So, you know, really, this game is a game of centimeters. All right, an opportunity now for Gabby to start getting Brenna Balassi to start going behind those rocks and start to go in behind the cover. The advantage that SAIT has is they've got that red one that we'll see in just a minute at the top of the 4-foot, guarding that area. There's Brenna Balassi's first of 2 that she's going to be throwing. They're sweeping this one hard. Again, like we talked about, the ice is a bit lighter now, so they're really trying to pull back on the weight. And then that's the challenge of curling. It's never the same sheet and never the same ice two times in a row. Just draws behind right onto the button. All right, what you going to do now, Kaylee? Kaylee's like, let's get rid of some more guards, please. And now she's got the advantage that if Raylan hits this correctly and drives it straight back, it'll go onto the red one, onto the blue. But I think that they'll all be happy if she can just get rid of this one. They're asking clean, and yep, they're asking for a sweep on this one, and they're scrubbing it hard. They just want to keep this and peel it off. Boom, boom. Yep, getting rid of at least one blue. Still one sitting there near the center line, and also one that we can't see on your screen right now up near the hog line that's there as well. And those 2 will cause a problem. We see Gabby just with her broom on the edge of the 12-foot there. She wants Peyton Sonnenberg with her first shot to put it right where Brenna Balassi's last shot was. They need a steal of 1 to force an extra end. But they still would not have last rock. So if Gabby has her choice, she wants to steal 2 here. And Peyton Sonnenberg's delivering her first rock. Again, we talked earlier about Peyton having incredible weight. And these sweepers are really scrubbing this one. They're giving this everything they can. If nothing else, this is going to be a guard, which is not terrible. No, that one works fine. That one's, again, rough to see in the front because it's just so far out of the camera angle that we just had, but it is definitely in play. There's a good shot. You can see the 2 at the front there, Kevin. One just off to the side of where Kaylee's squatting, and then one just a little farther over to the left-hand side of her. Those are the 2 that they're worried about, especially the one right now that she's asking Bailey Scoffin to get rid of. Bailey delivers a great stone here, wonderful release, calling on him right away. They're asking for this to get hit. They're staying on it all the way. And she does just split this off. Nice shot by Bailey, well done. Again, the rocks you see on your screen are the ones that are in play, but there is that one way up at the top. Gabby back to putting her broom just on the edge of the 8-foot. Hoping to get another guard, or if it comes in, that's not terrible either. And of course, Peyton Sonnenberg just played this shot. You can almost bet that she can just lift the rock up and put it where she wants the way she's been shooting today. Again, nicely delivered. They're not sweeping on this as much. Oh, now they are. Yeah, they're having a look each time. They're really good at that. That's one thing about Rachel is she's always got her head up when she's sweeping to make sure that those rocks are going where the skip wants. This one's a little deeper than the last one, but not by much. Pretty close. Again, we've got Kaylee asking Bailey, what's your preference here? What would you like to do? She's saying, why don't you come down and hit this one just on an edge angle and angle them off. Bailey's, I wouldn't say like a catcher saying, no, I want the fastball. But that's exactly what she's done here. She's like, no, why don't we go after that one again for her? Bailey's very confident with her takeouts and her draws. We'll get a chance to talk to her about that after we're finished this game. We've got an interview with Bailey, who is representing UConn at the Tournament of Hearts. Here's her shot, last one of the 8th end for her. They're on it all the way now. Here she comes. She wants to just split this off like she did the last time, and she does. Well done. Mission accomplished for Bailey, opening things up for her skip. Good sweeping as well as she gives the others a high five and a low five there. And a high five for her skip. Peyton Sonnenberg with the stopwatch out. Broom in the exact same spot as where Gabby had it before. Gabby already in the hack, waiting to deliver this rock. Scores 4-3 for the Trojans. They have last rock. Concordia Thunder, the #1 team in the women's throughout the fall and winter regionals. Also the #1 team undefeated here in Airdrie during the round robin, in tough against this team. Gabby Wood delivering her first rock in the 8th end here. They're not touching this. Nothing. They're waiting. It looks like it might be a little heavier than the last one for Peyton, but again, they want the same thing. They want to cover it up, and she's done it. Again, Gabby, nerves of steel as she puts one right exactly where she had asked last time. No hesitation from Kaylee Shannon and Bailey Scoffin, both in agreement. This rock has to go, and that's exactly what they've lined up. Kaylee just about to get in the hack here and clean her rock. We've got Raylan Halston, her second, just on her left there. And then we've got Madison Malo, the lead, on the right, ready to sweep this first rock in the 8th end from Kaylee Shannon. Yes, they're calling them on it right away and calling them hard. You can hear them screaming hard. Oh my. There goes the shot rock, or the second shot for them, and leaves her shooter. Eek. Not quite what they'd planned, but that's the risk of playing that shot. So now, Gabby, okay, we can get 2 here, you know. If we can put our rock right about there, behind cover, we're leaving a difficult shot for her. Gabby's hoping with this to put it up near the 70, just below the 70 mile an hour mark on that speedometer. She wants to put it just at the top of the 4-foot. She wants to be in this house. She wants to have 2. She wants to make sure that this rock hits the rings. And it's going to be vital that she does, because then the pressure is on Kaylee to make sure that she makes her draw. We'll have an update on the out-of-town scoreboard soon, but right now, this is the game to watch. It's easily the closest game with a lot on the line. The winner of this will not have to play the 9 a.m. draw tomorrow. They'll go straight to the gold medal final with a guarantee of a silver or a gold. Here's Gabby with the last shot in the 8th end, down by 1, sitting 1, without last rock. Brenna Balassi and Rachel Jost are sweeping this a lot. Just trying to get this. She needs to get this in the house, and they know she needs to get this in, and here it comes. It gets around the guard. It's a bit heavier than I think they wanted it. No, exactly where they wanted it. Not on the 70, but on the 90, so it kind of blocks that. So, what needs to happen here, Kaylee Shannon, if she can put one closer to the button, then she wins the game. There's the draw that's possible, but that's not the shot that she is calling. She is calling the open takeout. This is not an easy shot, Kevin. There's not a very large hole for her to come through. And she has very, very limited opportunity to go on either side. She needs to thread the needle between these two. But if you're going to win and go to the gold medal final and finish first in the ACAC, it's these type of shots that you need to be able to make. Here's Kaylee Shannon with the last rock in the 8th end. She needs to do this takeout. A straight through the needle of 2 rocks. They're getting her to sweep hard. You can hear Bailey yelling at them, go hard. Is she through? Yes, she is. Does she have it? Yes, she does. The SAIT Trojans with an incredible shot by Kaylee Shannon with her last rock in the 8th end. Sits 1, wins the game 5-3. The SAIT Trojans are moving on to the gold medal final, and they will play the winner of the game between the Concordia Thunder, who now has to get up early and do that 9 o'clock draw. They will play the winner of the 3rd and 4th placed women's game that's happening currently on sheet 3, and that game is over. It was 4-2 for Augustana. So Augustana and the Concordia Thunder will play, and the winner of that will then end up going to the gold medal final. A wonderful shot, Kevin.
What a way to end it. Like, holy, man, that was... It just had to split. You know, in hockey, they're splitting the D. That's splitting the guards.
Absolutely. That was an incredible shot. We're waiting for Bailey Scoffin to come over to have a quick little interview with her. And as soon as that happens, we will have that for you. So we're going to get Kevin to give you an update on the rest of the scoreboard right now until we get Kaylee to come over, or Bailey to come over, I should say.
Yeah, so a big addition. Red Deer for men's is now up 7-4 over Lakeland. And it's now 6-3 for Red Deer over Lakeland in the mixed game as well. And so only 2 games remaining. It's both the only 2 games are the Lakeland and Red Deer games for both mixed and the men's. Men's up 7-4. And they're gonna. Looks like they're gonna be pretty close. That game might be just about to end. They only have a few rocks left in that game. As we'll get Bailey Scoffin.
We are back here at the Airdrie Curling Club. An opportunity to chat with the winning third from the SAIT Trojans, Bailey Scoffin. Bailey, what a game.
Yeah, that was a close one, but Kaylee threw it well.
Did she ever? That was an incredible to come through the port there, thread the needle. Let's hear about this. Oh. Welcome back to the Airdrie Curling Club. This is Richard Stroban. Really glad to have Bailey Scoffin from the SAIT Trojans. The third, let's hear about that last shot. You guys win the game, and now you're on to the gold medal final tomorrow.
Yeah, it was a close game, but Kaylee threw that last rock really well, and it went right through the hole. And
threading the needle, we had about an inch and a half or 2 inches on each side, right?
Exactly.
But there was no doubt in the call from either of you. You said this is exactly the play that we have to do. It's the way we have to win the game, and if you're going to win the game and go to the gold medal final, you need to be able to make shots like that, correct?
Exactly.
Yeah, no, what a great game. Your entire team played really well. Excellent brushing by your front end. Excellent shot making from you. A few more takeouts today than I've normally seen you make, but that was just the game that Gabby had you play on the other end from Concordia.
Exactly, yeah. We wanted to keep it nice and clean.
And you were talking earlier today, you guys faced them, and it was a really close game, and Gabby made her last shot for you, and you unfortunately fell to them in the beginning of this morning. A little bit of a rubber match here as an opportunity to now even things up, and now you guys get to sleep in and not have to worry about a 9 o'clock game.
Yep, and we're officially in the top 3, so we're on our way to nationals now as well.
That's fantastic.
Yes.
What a fantastic game. Congratulations. Some people who are watching may recognize you as well from earlier this week on TSN, where you skipped the Yukon Territories rink. Congratulations. Your first opportunity to go to the Scotties Tournament of Hearts. We have to hear about that. What was that like for you?
Oh, it was just incredible. I got to play with Raylyn, who is my second on SAIT, and she played second/third for me at the Scotties.
Yep.
And I got to have my mom as the alternate, and she actually got to play 3 games with me, including the final game where we won our first.
I was going to bring that up. Your last game, it was a very good learning opportunity for you. I mean, you're playing against, can we say, legends?
Of course, yes. Some of the best in Canada, if not the world.
Right, and you're